Hey everyone. I just started to stream. In case you haven't heard, unfortunately, Scott Adams has passed away today. He had cancer and he was 68 years old. So RIP to Scott Adams, who I used to listen to him a lot in the past. He had some very interesting political takes. As time went on, I started to disagree with a lot of his political takes, and I kind of didn't really listen to him anymore. But obviously, uh, you know, well wishes to his family for his passing.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah. Today's not the day to talk about our disagreements with Scott Adams because
No,
obviously he was a prolific artist and moved a lot of people, wrote a lot of books that people really liked and were influenced by. So he will be missed in
that's
the
true.
in the political debate.
Well, and even if you hated Scott Adams' politics, Dilbert was a worldwide sensation and a good, enjoyable comic.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so today we're going to be talking to Hutch about the Renee Good shooting situation. So I believe he's already live, so let me send him the
Is
link.
that what we're talking? I thought we were talking about pluribus. What? We're talking to Hutch about politics?
I still haven't
What are you
seen
doing?
Pluribus. I don't know if Hutch has seen Pluribus. So
Yeah.
I think I
That was a
think
joke, guys.
I
Okay.
think
I
Hutch
knew we
loves
weren't
one
talking
battle
about
after another,
pluribus.
so we could have a debate
Oh
about
my
that.
God. No. No.
Yeah.
You know he does. Of course he does. Of course he loves that movie.
I forgot to tell him. I always forget to remind people that we go on Zoom in case. Sometimes when I send them the link, they go, "What?"
He's been on a bunch of
I
times,
know,
so
but everyone
I
forgets.
think this is Hutch's third time on, or maybe even
Yes.
fourth time on. So,
Yes, maybe. We'll see. So yeah, I sent him the link, so we'll see when he jumps in here.
and you want to just so you also put together a compilation, I see,
Hmm.
of all of the different angles and whatnot for the shooting
Yeah.
in Minneapolis,
Well, most of
Minnesota.
them. There's a couple I missed, but hey Hutch, what's up?
Oh, you're here.
Hey,
What's up, man?
gentlemen.
How's it going?
It's
Now
going good.
your name, I don't know. Do people know what your real name is?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because it's
Hmm.
just right there at the bottom of the Zoom. I didn't want Adam to like dox you or
No,
something.
no. I
Yeah.
mean, my last name is my Twitter handle. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. That okay. I guess everyone knows who you are then.
So
It,
everyone, so you go by your real name. Okay. Baller.
Okay.
Hutch is an old nickname from grade school that stuck. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
Am I supposed to not see your guys' video, by the way?
Oh, hold on. I didn't send you the watch together link. Okay, let me do that. Because I'm assuming we'll probably go over the footage, see the slow mo, do all that stuff. So
Yeah, that
okay.
would be helpful.
Yeah, I sent it. How you
Um,
doing, Hutch? Doing good?
doing good. Yeah, doing good.
Hmm. So
Yeah.
find a good fight against the far left that says never vote for the Democrats or left unless they're full commie.
I've been fighting with them for a while, but I think it
Hmm.
ramped up a little bit this last, like during the Biden years for sure. Let me click on that and then join the room.
Yeah,
Uh, Wait.
I see you in there.
Oh, do I click on the bottom here? How does this work?
You just click on, you see the video player?
I do, yeah. So
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, so I'm not going to see your guy's face during the conversation. Is that right?
Uh, oh,
No,
Adam, can you turn your, I don't know if you can turn your camera on. I mean, you're not gonna see my face, obviously, but
my camera's going into OBS. So,
Oh,
but
that's
if
fine.
you
That's
want to
fine.
turn your camera off, you can.
No, that's fine. I can leave it on. Let me. Is there a way for me to isolate just my video so I have that on the screen? Because right now it's just like your names.
You set it up however you want.
I don't use Zoom, so I don't know. I'll just
I
leave it
think
like
if you
this.
if
That's
you
fine.
right click if you right click your video and hit pin, I think it'll just be you.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, that works. All right. Great.
Okay.
Okay. I'm good to go when you guys are.
Okay, so I guess what's your general argument or thoughts about the whole situation?
So I actually watched some of your coverage from Sunday night. I watched the first hour. And
Hmm.
so I don't know if you guys, how long did you guys end up covering it? That was like a 6 hour stream. Did you move on
Well,
to a
the
different
full
topic?
6 hours, yeah.
Oh, you talked about the full six. Okay, so you might. I'm sure you said a lot of stuff that I missed, but I actually don't think I disagree with you guys a ton. There's like some disagreements, and I assume we'll just focus on that stuff. But
Hmm.
I don't disagree with the assertion right now that I'm skeptical that there's like a legal avenue to pursue like consequences for this police officer. Um, we've
So
seen
you
just
think
jury.
legally he's not going to get charged, or if he does get charged, he'll be found innocent?
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to finish watching a Legal Eagle video where he was making a different kind of argument there. So I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not familiar with the law. I'm just basing it off of the fact that in America we've seen juries give like really wide leeway to police
Right,
officers
right.
to assert that they felt like a threat to their life. And I think there's like enough in the videos to create just as much kind of wiggle room that he needs to make that argument.
Hmm.
Um, but I think that like what I've focused on in the last couple of days is the what I described as a cascading series of just really bad decisions that the police officer made. Um, I think she certainly made a very bad decision by hitting the accelerator after they had instructed her to leave the car. I think her wife made a really bad decision in encouraging her to drive off. I think that was pretty nuts. But the way that I view it is that shooting would not have happened had that officer not made about like five different mistakes. And
Hmm.
so I do put most of the responsibility on him as the one with training in terms of who could have prevented this from happening. Obviously, she could have prevented it by not driving when she did,
Hmm.
but um, but I think his decisions. I think our standards for him should be much higher, given that we give these people firearms and trust them to use lethal force when necessary. I think the threshold for that should be extremely high. And so I don't know
Hmm.
if that's where you guys want to start or if you guys want
Sure.
to,
Um,
yeah,
well, so I watched the Legal Eagle video. It's not very good, so you're not really missing much. I mean, Legal Eagle is very biased, so I don't really trust him in most of really in any situation because I don't think he can put his biases aside to actually talk about the law correctly or objectively. Um, in terms of like the bad decisions, I would say there's been bad decisions all around in this situation. I think most of these situations where you have a cop shooting that is kind of, whether people argue whether it's justified or not, usually seems to me that you have the person who gets shot is doing something stupid, and then the cop is probably also doing something stupid. And I said this on Sunday that you should never get in a stupid off with a police officer because you're almost always going to lose that. Very often you're going to lose it with your life. And then even if you don't, you're probably going to lose it in court because, as you said, courts generally in the law generally gives a pretty large amount of leeway for law enforcement to engage with people in this fashion. So the number one thing I think people need to take away from this is don't get into stupid offs with police officers. Don't be stupid. Just comply, do whatever they're saying, fight the police officers in the courts. Do not fight, or any law enforcement. Do not fight law enforcement on the street. It's like the worst possible thing you could ever say. I don't know if you saw Hassan arguing with Asman about this, and Asman asked Hassan, "What
missed
would
that.
you have done if you were in Renee Good's situation?" And he said, "Oh, I would have driven away too," which is like you're telling your you're telling your chat to just like be in this very dangerous situation.
I mean, I don't think he would have. I really
No, it's
doubt.
completely, yeah, he's lying too. He would
Yeah,
have been like,
yeah,
"Oh, yes, officer, let me get out of my expensive sports car and like give you my information, of course."
yeah. I don't think he would drive away. Adam,
Yes.
what were your thoughts?
What'd you say?
I said, Adam, what were your thoughts? Is Adam there? Am
I
I
let
crazy?
Adam leave. I don't know.
Wait, did he leave?
I don't know. But
Oh, okay. Well,
well,
yeah,
well, here, let me finish though.
yeah,
With
yeah.
the in terms of
Sorry,
like the
yeah,
responsibility angle
yeah, yeah, yeah. Go
of
ahead.
it. So I think that I think she made a lot of bad decisions. First of all, she shouldn't have been blocking a lane of traffic, which you're not supposed to do. It's illegal. Then once she's doing that, and the guy tells her, to get out of the car. She doesn't do that. So that's a second, huge mistake. And she, I don't think, I don't agree with people who think that her intention was to like run this guy over. No, we're all doing kind of mind reading because we don't really know. I think that she just kind of went into like panic blinders mode and didn't really pay attention to what she was doing and was just like, I'm just going to get out of here. And she was just driving. And that's super dangerous because when you're behind a car, it's your responsibility to make sure you don't hit anyone. And when you have three people around your car, including your wife, and it's like, kind of a tense law enforcement situation, you should, be very aware, you should be very cognizant of the people around you. If he was behind her when that happened, I think she would have just backed up right into him because I don't think she looked when she backed up either. So I think she just kind of went in full panic mode and started to drive without really any consideration of the people around her, which is insanely dangerous if you're behind the wheel of a car and you as a driver always have responsibility to do that. So I think her responsibility and her actions were insanely reckless and very stupid. And then for the officer, um, yeah, he obviously, well, we're kind of looking at this hindsight. He should have either not have walked in front of the car, or he should have stayed near his car, not to walk in front of the car, or he should have kept walking. There's an angle you can see where, like, if he had walked maybe another couple steps, he would have been out of the way. And then in terms of like the morality, or I guess maybe it's the morality or just like the non-legal way of looking at the shooting, because I think legally he'll be found to be justified, and I think I would agree with that, is the whole point of a law enforcement officer to shoot someone is to stop them from killing them or committing great bodily harm to themselves or another person. In hindsight, we can now see that that wasn't necessary. So he shouldn't have, from that angle, from like knowing the future, he obviously should not have shot her. But obviously, we have to look at it from the perspective of like, okay, he's making a split second decision when he is in, I would say, in a dangerous situation, in dangerous position, and it made sense, I think, for him to reasonably think that his life was at danger at that moment, even though we now know that that wasn't the case.
Um, okay, so I'm with you on a lot of that. There's a few things that I want to unpack. So, I don't know which one to start with. I gotta write things down. Sometimes my brain gets a little
You
scatterbrained,
should,
but
yes.
like
I have a little notepad. You gotta bring a little notepad up.
I should do that. But to one of your last points there, um, the idea that so I agree that police officers are expected to make really quick decisions, and sometimes situations, as is plainly evident for this, can escalate really dramatically in a matter of 2 seconds, and the whole situation changes from completely innocuous to potentially really dangerous. And so, in those decisions, the hope is that we have rigorous training protocols to prepare them to make those kinds of split decisions. I really question the idea of him pulling his gun out and shooting his gun in this spot because uh, how can any reasonable person expect that that is actually going to make his situation less dangerous? If you shoot someone in the face while their foot is on the accelerator, there's a very decent chance their foot's just going to stiffen up and maybe even hit the gas, hit the accelerator even harder. And that's what happened. We saw her car just made a beeline and made contact with another vehicle going. It looked like pretty close to full speed. So how would that situation have removed the danger for himself? And so the hope, again, like with law enforcement, is that you train them to, and I also want to touch on your whole, like, maybe it was a bad idea for him to step in front of the car. I don't think there's any maybe about it. That was a horrible decision. Let me walk you through like the 5 bad decisions that I think he made. And like each decision I think got worse and worse. Like the first bad decision I think he made was getting out of that car and circling it with his phone, recording what was happening. I think that was clearly an escalation that was not necessary. If you were trying to get, an image of her face or her license plate, you can just take a picture to do that, right?
I
Um,
mean, I don't know if I would agree that that's like, I definitely wouldn't say it's an escalation. She's blocking traffic. I assume what he was doing was that he was filming her to do what most people would want him to do, which is to say, okay, I'm filming what she's doing, I'm filming her, I'm getting her license plate, and then I'm going to send that to the local police and tell them that she's impeding in a federal
No,
investigation or something.
I very much disagree with you on this one. The fact that he circled her car not once, but he was in the process of circling her car a second time, that to me very clearly indicates that he's antagonizing. Like you can say that she was being cringe, you can have that opinion, you can say that she was being hostile towards the ICE agents. I don't really feel strongly one way or the other about that. Like as long as you're not literally impeding the course of their duties, then that's just at that point just civil disobedience, right? At worst, it's just civil disobedience, and so I just don't really feel very strongly about that. But the fact that he did it not once but twice, like I think he was very clearly, he and the other officers were very clearly escalating that situation. You had the one officer that ran up to her car and just immediately started pulling on the door handle. Like, was that necessary? Like, was that level of force commensurate with her behavior in that moment based on everything that we've seen so far? Like if she was throwing shit at them, if she was making threats at them, that's
Well,
one thing, right? I can
we don't
understand that.
really we don't really know. It is kind of weird to me. I think it's a little suspicious to me that we haven't really heard from either side of the situation of the I side or the Renee Good side, like the definitive exact explanation of what she was doing, which is kind of strange to me because I think if it was like really, damning in one way or the other, then one side would kind of champion that, whatever she was specifically doing. So I think it's still kind of unclear
Uh,
what exactly she was doing by blocking
I
traffic.
in the
Was she
app.
trying to block like the car that was stuck in the snow, or was she just trying to cause a ruckus? It's kind of unclear, I think, at this point.
So you're right in that. I think there's an absence right now of like we don't know what the internal report from ICE, like, so we don't know what the ICE agents are saying in terms of like the behavior that they observed from her. Obviously, the videos that we have are pretty limited. But here's one thing I want to just ask you.
We also haven't heard though from her side because they'll say
Right,
things
yeah.
like she was looking out for her neighbors. Like, okay, what does that mean?
Well, I understand. There's the situation is not 100% clear right now, and so the best thing that we can do is just make the most reasonable deductions possible based on what we can observe. And so let me just ask you a question: if her intention, and this is something that I accepted kind of uncritically at first when it first happened, and then when the videos first started going super viral, I just kind of accepted the premise that she was trying to block ICE from moving. Of course, we found out from Christy Nome a couple of days ago, and that was really new information that to me really changed like a lot of the analysis, because she had said that the convoy was stuck because one of the ICE vehicles got stuck in the ice or got stuck in the snow.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, wait, hang on. This is an entirely new kind of thing now. Because before I was in my mind thinking that the convoy was literally blocked by her, which was kind of silly in retrospect to think that, but like that's just what the initial impression was. But if her intention was to block traffic, why would she not park her car literally in the middle of the road? Like if you're trying to block traffic, you're not really doing a good job of doing that by blocking one lane. Like that just doesn't make sense. That her intention was to block traffic. And to me, like the most reasonable deduction that I can come up with is, obviously her wife had exited the vehicle and was filming the ICE agents. We've seen a lot of activists and civilians monitoring ICE operations and filming them. And, that's constitutionally protected. They are allowed to do that. Sometimes I've seen examples of some really cringe people doing that. Other times I've seen examples where I'm like, I'm glad somebody was there to record what happened, because there appears to be a lot of force for that situation. So like, I think the most plausible deduction for what happened was they went there specifically to monitor ICE. Specifically, the wife had gotten out of the car and she had her phone out. She was recording. And then the driver was just parked and just kind of observing what her wife was doing. And that, like, I don't think she was there trying to block traffic. It just doesn't make sense.
Um, have you seen? I don't know. I don't think I included in this because I kind of made this hastily before the stream because it was annoying because like all the clips are all over the place. They're not really
The
in
one
one
of her
central
dancing,
location.
the one of her
Yeah,
dancing.
because it's like a 3 minute clip. I mean, she's sitting there perpendicular in blocking, very clearly blocking one lane of traffic for 3 minutes. And she's honking the horn, she's dancing. That
Right.
does not to me seem like, okay, well, she's just observing. Like if you were just observing, there's a bunch of cars, and I don't know if they're ICE cars or more of or the people that with her group. There's a bunch of cars that are parked on the side of the road as you would be if you were,
Mm-hmm.
going to one of the houses or observing normally. So to me, that doesn't make any sense. If she was just observing, then she would just park normally. She wouldn't be blocking one whole lane of traffic.
But what could she possibly have been trying to accomplish by blocking one lane of traffic? How does
That's
that?
why I said to me, it's kind of weird and suspicious that neither side has really given a very clear
Well,
accounting
could you
of
just give me
well,
like
I'm going to tell you
a
why.
guess?
Yeah, I'm going
Like,
to give you my
yeah.
guess
Okay.
because so the fact that like neither side has said something, like to me, this is my guess would be that I think that they were probably trying to block the ice people in once the guy got his car stuck in the snow. And then they probably got their car out faster than they could actually set up their little blockade. And so they just kind of like gave up on it. And so that's why maybe she's there and you're like, okay, well, why isn't she blocking? Well, maybe someone else was supposed to block the other side and they didn't do it in time or something. So she's just kind of there being like, cringe at that point.
But you think that's more plausible than they clearly observed that the ice were stuck in the snow. And in that moment, they didn't anticipate that traffic would be moving. And so she posted up perpendicular just so she could have like a direct view of the situation and her wife. Like I agree with what you're saying in that it goes beyond simply just observing if you're honking your horn and that kind of a thing. Like they were obviously antagonizing the ICE officers, but that does not like that you can like blow a whistle over and over. You can do that. I'm not saying that people should do that. I don't even have a strong opinion on that. Like that's not something that I'm really thinking about. But in the situation that you just laid out, that to me does not seem plausible. Like she was blocking one lane of traffic because she anticipated another ICE observer blocking the other lane. Like
Yeah.
where's the any evidence that there was
Well,
another?
you asked me what my guess is based on what we know so far, because we
Yeah,
don't know.
but
As I said, just a guess.
right, but is
Because I
that
agree with
more?
you. It's like, why would you block? She's clearly blocking one lane of traffic. I don't agree with you. It doesn't make any sense to me that you would block a lane of traffic to simply watch ice with some intention of like, oh, my goal here, like here, like if I'm putting myself in this situation, I'm like, okay, my goal here is to watch ice because I know there's people that like tail ice and they watch ice and they blow whistles or they honk on the horn. And
Yeah,
the goal of this is to try to alert some potential illegal to like hide. And that's like their stated goal. And so if that's my goal, I'm like, okay. And I'm sure these people have been coached. Like, you got to make sure that you
it,
don't like physically interfere with them because if you do that, then they can arrest you and you can get in trouble. So I'm assuming they have this knowledge. So it shouldn't be like some like, out of the bounds weird thing. So if I'm that person, I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna just park my car on the side of the road. I'm gonna honk the horn and alert people. I would never think in a million years I'm going to block an entire lane of traffic, which gives them great cause to come and detain me or arrest me. That doesn't make any sense. In terms of like me parking my car perpendicular doesn't give me some kind of visual advantage to observe the situation
wait,
in
sure it
some
does.
some.
Sure it does.
No, it
What do you
doesn't.
mean?
How?
Because you're
You
looking
can
through.
turn your
No, no,
head. I
wait,
mean,
hold
you
on. Well,
can.
hold on.
She
Hang on,
could
hang
have just
on,
turned her
hang on.
head in the car, or she
Well,
could have got
let me
out of
answer
her
the
car
question,
and
Sitch. Let me answer the
okay.
question. Like her window is rolled down. There's no obstruction. She can just look directly at what is happening. Versus if she parked her car head on, she's looking through her windshield. That sort of a thing. Like it's literally an unobstructed view if she parks her car
Which she's
perpendicular.
also doing something illegal. So you're saying, okay, so she's doing something illegal to get a better view, which I mean, that's pretty stupid if that's the thought process that she's.
Parking perpendicular in the road when a convoy in front of you is stuck. I mean, I don't find me
That's
a
yeah, that's
single.
yes,
Yeah, but find me a
that's really
single
stupid.
Minneapolis police officer would be inclined to give someone a ticket for that, bro. That is nothing. Like
I
if a
think
convoy is stuck, like
if
if you
there's
can
a,
see that they're stuck,
you don't think that if there was a law enforcement convoy of any type that was stuck in the snow and somebody further causes some problem with traffic by parking perpendicularly to that at some point of the road, blocking an entire lane, you really don't think a police officer would come up and give you a ticket and tell you to
not
get
a,
the fuck out?
no, not in this context. No, I
I
don't.
completely disagree. I think
Well,
100% would have gotten a ticket.
but you would have to articulate to me how she reasonably could have felt that she would have been even a tiny bit actually obstructing them
These are
by blocking one single lane when they like what is her goal there?
Well,
Do you
even
think
if,
how
okay,
does
so
that
even if, since we're kind of doing the whole mind reading hypothetical, even though obviously this isn't super matter in terms of the court case,
Mhm.
but it is kind of interesting. Even if the goal, if we're going to headcanon this, even if the goal wasn't to try to like block Dyson, you could say, well, it's kind of like if a police officer is chasing a suspect and you see the, you see the guy running and you kind of like stand in front of the police officer and the police officer has to like juke around you. It's like, okay, well, you added like a couple of seconds of their time to allow the perp to get away.
No, no,
They
no, I
still
don't
could get
agree with
around
this.
you.
I don't
It's
agree with this. No,
still, well,
no, no,
hold on. Let me just
I
lay out the
don't.
argument.
Okay, sure. All
It's,
right.
it's, they can, the police officer can still go around you, but you're still obstructing the police officer. And so you could say, well, maybe the goal was simply it's a 2-lane road. You got 2 lanes of an ICE convoy coming. If you block one lane, they're going to have to come to a stop and slow down. They're going to have to do a zipper merge. You've now slowed down the entire ICE convoy. Boom, obstruction.
But there was no indication that we know of on video that that convoy had this like urgency of like exiting the area. And I think if you were gonna draw up an analogy,
Why does that matter?
here's one that I think makes more sense. Okay, imagine a cop is like chasing a criminal, right? And they have to go through like a really wide doorway. And then, you see them coming and you're like, okay, I'm going to block them from coming. And then you stand at the widest berth that you could possibly stand, and you're only covering half of the space that needs to be cleared. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
So
you
I was actually,
obviously in that moment, the person does not reasonably think that they're going to be able to like block the cop because there's just so much space right there. So I'm just saying, like, the circumstances that the way that they played out in the video that we have so far, to me, it doesn't make any sense to
there's
assert that she was plausibly like trying to block them.
there's 2 lanes of traffic. She's blocking an entire lane of traffic,
They were
right?
they were stuck. They were stuck there. That's the thing. That's
Yeah,
pretty crucial. They were stuck there.
yeah. So, but wait, when they're not stuck, because we don't actually see. I'm assuming there's one clip, there's one angle where you can see like like a bunch of cars, and we don't know which one's an ICE agent vehicle and which one is one of their group. So we
Yeah.
don't know that. But there's an angle, and you can see there's a whole bunch of cars, like kind of, a few feet away from her, kind of behind her that are gonna go, and that's why you see people kind of driving around her and all that stuff. She is There's a 2-lane road. It is a one-way road, I believe. She's blocking one full lane of traffic, which forces 2 lanes to become 1 lane. Now, I don't know. I'm assuming you've driven in a situation where there's road construction or some sort of holdup. And whenever there's 2 lanes of traffic and it suddenly becomes one, everything slows down and comes to a stop because people now have to merge. Okay.
But is it not is it
So we don't know. We can't read her mind. So unless we find out from her wife or from someone else that she was instructed to do this, we might not ever know the answer to this question. But her actions are creating a slowdown. They are creating obstruction. So either A,
not
she's
if the
doing
convoy's
this
not
for, hold
moving?
on, she's either doing this for an intentional purpose to slow down ICE to some capacity, or B, she's just really fucking stupid. And either of those are
Uh,
still pretty reckless and still pretty negligent in this moment.
listen, there's a bit of a fog around this entire situation, so I can't tell you with 100% certainty that her goal was to not obstruct traffic. But to me, it strains credulity to suggest that, given the fact that number one, there was so much space in front of her, she's not actually blocking anything. The convoy does not appear to have been ready to actually leave by that point. The so
Well,
I don't know.
we don't know that. I don't know if
It doesn't
that's
appear. That's why I say that. I mean, I could be wrong.
well. They're driving. They're trying to drive around her. They're leaving. There's some people are trying to
No, no,
drive
no,
around
no.
her.
No, that's not what happened though. The guy drove in front of her so he could get out of the car and start filming her. That's the guy who drove around her. And
No,
that's the other.
yeah. While he's filming up, you see like people are like driving around her. So people are trying to get by her at that time.
But at that point, any car that happens like after that, I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but like the first time that he does, so he does one full circle around her car and then starts doing a second circle. The first time he steps in front of her car, she actually is reversing her car. I don't know if you saw that. She's moving it backwards the first time he steps in front. That's when she looks over and says, "That's okay, bro. I'm not mad at you." She was moving her car back. So she does appear to be in that moment in the process of starting that 2-point turn. And
Okay,
then
so
she
she
gets
was
distracted
further
with
in
him.
the road before that point, doing some sort of a further obstruction than she was doing at the time of the shooting.
I mean, to me, I don't understand this argument that she was like literally obstructing these ICE officers.
Well, again, you
It
understand the
doesn't.
concept, two lanes, one lane, you're slowing down traffic, right?
You're slowing down traffic for a convoy of 8 ICE vehicles who had been
Yes.
stationary and stuck in the snow. Is it not reasonable to 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 suggest that it was possible in that moment that she was observing them being stuck
I think that's
and
very unlikely.
therefore felt like she wasn't actually obstructing anything in that moment because they weren't moving?
I think it's more likely that she had like the people, a lot of people that do this, they have this like resist uh idea in their mind of like, I'm gonna go do some, badass thing. And in that they could be very cringe. I mean, I think she was kind of cringe, but I could definitely see this kind of cringe idea of like, yeah, I'm gonna slow them down. I'm slowing down ICE by blocking traffic one lane. They're gonna have to get slower to the next person they deport. At
You're
100% to
you're
me.
slowing
Now
that.
we're mind rating. That 100% to me makes a lot more sense than she parked perpendicular just so she could see them as opposed to just getting out of her car like all the other people on the side of the road that were looking.
I mean, listen, we're not dealing with certainty. I don't find your suggestion very plausible.
Okay.
That she set out to obstruct them because you've obstructed. Congratulations, you've obstructed them like 2 seconds. Why they have to turn
Well, this is
slightly to the left and take the lane that is wide open. Like you're
this is
not.
a person who did very reckless and not very intelligent behavior of trying to drive away when the ice was reaching her
I
car. So,
mean, I listen.
not
There are a lot of stupid people in the world, but that would be
right.
the height of stupidity if she thought she would be any kind of actual hindrance on their operation by blocking one lane of traffic in a 2 lane road that they could easily use the second lane.
Well, she is hindering to some extent. And as I said, it's why we don't fully know. Was there someone else trying to block the second lane and they just couldn't do it for some reason?
But if they hadn't been moving, like if they hadn't been, so my understanding is that the car was still stuck. The ice car was still, that convoy was still stuck. And so if they weren't moving, it is entirely possible and super plausible that she didn't actually think that she was hindering anything because they weren't moving.
So, first of all, if there's a law enforcement convoy that's existing in one location because one of the law enforcement vehicles is stuck in ice or snow or something else, and a bunch of protesters like go around them and they're like, yelling at them and being very, hostile towards their presence, and you position your car in such a position so you're blocking one way of escape or one way of progress for the officers to get out of here. I think you have to be really fucking stupid to not perceive that that's going to be obviously seen as a hostile action by the law enforcement officers at that point.
You can be hostile to ICE. What is wrong with that?
Hostile in the terms of like they're going to feel like you're trying to block them in for some sort of nefarious purpose.
I mean, I'll wait for more information.
Okay, but you were saying it's
I'm just saying,
reasonable if you're a law enforcement and you see a bunch of angry people, getting like yelling at you, and then you see a car come in front of you and block a single lane of traffic. It's very reasonable to be like on alert, like, okay, is someone going to try to block the second lane? Are they going to try to box us in for some sort of purpose? That's not an
Maybe.
unreasonable
I mean,
thing to think.
well, given the other footage that we saw, I mean, because she was positioned there in that one lane without any like backup Antifa blocking car, like dancing and honking her
Hmm.
horn. Like she was very obviously giving like resist lib vibes, not
Yeah,
like
which is not
Antifa vibes.
observing. I'm doing my part. I'm resisting.
Yeah, but if he's on alert, if you're going to suggest that like now ICER's like they're going to take this perpendicular parking with one lane fully open in front of her. The other thing too that we haven't even discussed is that she's seen very clearly like waving a car to go in front of her. So if she was really trying to block people, why would she do that?
I don't know because well, first of all, was that I don't know if that
Well,
was
it
an ice
doesn't make
car, one of
sense,
her
Sitch.
cars. I don't
It
know if
doesn't,
it's the
but
the, the
that
blockade
doesn't,
had failed at that point.
no, that doesn't
We
make
don't know
sense,
what I
Sitch.
said. We don't. No, it does make sense. I said just slow her down, do the resist lib cringe shit, and then you go, okay, look at me, guys. I block traffic. I'm so cool.
I mean, I have oftentimes negative opinions of protesters that I think are cringe, but I just don't think that even approaches what we should actually be focusing on. Um,
Okay, well, we're not
like
gonna agree on
I,
this, but it's fine. We
I
can move on to the next point. I wanted to show you because
well,
you were talking about the like how he circled the car twice.
yeah,
if you look at the watch together, it's kind of interesting. This is a different. I don't know if you've seen this angle. I think
Are you playing it from your end here, or
yeah, I
how?
can play. You
Okay.
can pause it too, or play it from your end as well. You have
But
control.
if you hit play, I'm gonna see what you're seeing because I'm look.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Um, I think what was going on here was that I think he got out of the car. He was filming her for evidence purposes, to send it to the police or something. And then you see, and you can only really see it from this angle, it looks like he's going back to his car, I assume to leave. And then that's when you see the other ICE officer come up, and he starts yelling at her to get out of the car. And that's when he goes back for the second time.
Wait, hold on. Play the video. Can you play it?
Yeah,
So this is him circling the car.
yeah. See, he's going back to his car. And then you see the other ICE comes back. See, that's when he comes back.
Oh,
So
okay.
see, I think he only came back because the guy he went from like, I'm observing to now we're going into detain arrest mode, and I have to like support the other ICE agent.
But why do you need to circle the car? If you're going to observe, why don't you back up and like just 'cause she has a license plate on the front of her car. The license plate's not going to be a different license plate on the back. Why not just step across the street and film from a wide angle? Why are you circling the car? What is the point of that?
There's I guess just to show that her car's in the middle of the road, show who the person is, get a clear. He wanted to get a clear identification of the
You can do
driver.
that from a distance. You don't need to walk in front of a fucking car. What was
Well,
the
first
point?
of all, you're actually supposed to, I believe, if there's a car that's stopped, you're supposed to walk in front of it, not behind it, so that the driver sees
No.
you there. That is true. That is car safety. You're not supposed to walk by. If you can,
No,
you're
I
supposed
think
to
you're
walk
wrong
in front of
here.
the car so the driver can clearly see you, where they might
I
not see you from behind or in a blind spot.
I looked into this, and
Hmm.
you cannot, as far as I am aware, and maybe this could be homework, and if you DM me some set of protocol that shows otherwise, that there's not a single law enforcement agency or police department anywhere across the country that trains police officers to step in front of a vehicle. And in fact, there are many police departments across the country that specifically forbid this practice.
No, so
Because why would you ever create a situation that could be dangerous for yourself? Why would you do
that
that?
right.
What is the
Okay.
what is the operational or tactical benefit of stepping in front of a car? Because now you're in a position where you have literally put yourself in danger by
So
doing that.
I don't think that there's I don't think there's any policy anywhere in any police office or any law enforcement agency that says if you think a car is going to move, that you should stand in front of it. I'm assuming every single policy is going to say not to do that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if there's a car that's not moving
No,
and
but she
you need
was
to cross the path of the car to get to the other side, generally, you're supposed to do it in such a way that the driver sees you. That's generally the way it's supposed to be. And so he has his car there. He's allowed to do
I
exactly what
don't
he's
think you're
doing. He has
where
complete
what are you basing this off
legal.
of, Sitch?
Well, hold
Hold on.
on. He has complete legal authority to film her, just as they're filming him. So I don't. To
That
me, the
no,
idea
that's
is like that
fine.
he's
That
somehow in the wrong for filming her obstructing, just so he could potentially send it back to evidence somewhere. That doesn't make sense to
but
me that he
Sitch,
should be criticized for doing
but
that.
you can do that in a way that does not create any danger for yourself. He could have simply gotten out of his car, walked slightly across the street, and then from a distance of like 10 feet, and
He wouldn't really get a good video of her face if that's what he's trying to do.
what in 2026 with the
Yes, wait, he's
smartphone?
supposed to wait. He's
Hang
supposed to
on,
walk
Sitch,
across the street
Sitch,
from
pull
like
out.
20
Wait,
feet away and then zoom in so he could get a
are
picture of her
you?
face.
Hang on. Are you in a space where you have like a 10 feet of space in front of you? Can you just pull out your phone and pinch on something from 10 feet away and tell me you're telling me that smartphones in 2026 can't get a clear image of her
Wait,
10
hold on.
feet in front of him?
We've seen his. I mean, look at his fucking thing isn't even that clear when he's as close as he is. This is not this is not high quality phone work right here.
Yes, it is. What are you
No,
talking
it's
about?
not. You think that if he's across the street, he's gonna get he's gonna get as good an ID on this lady as if he
Yes.
was right. Okay, I don't agree with this at all. I really
You
don't agree with this.
you are acting unfamiliar with the concept of zooming
Look
in
at
on a
wait, hold on,
smartphone.
hold on. Look, I mean, look at these people here. These are people. He's in the road. There's people across the street, not even across the
Mhm.
street, just at the sidewalk.
Mhm.
And you can't even make out their faces.
This is a compressed video on YouTube.
Okay. So it's the compression. You think that is
Yes.
okay?
Literally, yes.
I
Hold on.
I
I'm
don't
sure. Wait,
understand.
hang on. I'm sure we can find like, because there's a point in like, I'm glad you stopped on that frame right there because you can
Mhm.
see there's 3 cameras, right? So that's
Yeah.
like the newer model of iPhone. You can for sure get a very clear image from 10 feet away with that phone. But that's her phone. Do we have image that she took with like where's her footage? I want to see what kind of phone he had. But chances are, Sitch, that is a smartphone that is relatively new, and you know just as well as I do that you can get very clear image by zooming in from 10 feet away. You cannot give me any justification that makes any sense, any kind of advantage, any kind of like benefit to his
Mhm.
operations, course of duty in that moment, where it makes sense for him to step in front of the car, not once, but twice, and then stop in front of a car, in front of a moving car.
So
Why would he, why
to
would he do
me,
that?
if we're well, before we move on from to that, um, if we're going to look at like moral responsibility for actions here, I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to say that a person who decides to obstruct intentionally or unintentionally federal agents by blocking one lane of traffic and honking a horn is already at a point where they're in a more reckless or more irresponsible situation than the ICE agent who she sees and is not, not seeming like she's going to drive over, at least at first, and is just filming her and walking around in a circle. I don't see, you could make an argument and say, yes, now in hindsight with 2020, he should have gotten out of the car and he should have walked 20 feet away and he should have zoomed in and he should have treated her vehicle like it was radioactive. Like you can make that argument in hindsight, but at the time, I think her actions far more responsible for creating the situation than him simply walking around a car, which he has every right to do, and should expect that she's not going to immediately try to kill him the second he gets close to her car when he's just
Well,
filming her.
I mean, you bring up a good point. I mean, he clearly did not assess her to be some kind of terroristic threat if he stepped in front of her car, right?
Yeah, not
If
until she started
if
going. Yeah.
if he thought that she was there to do terrorism and she was, one of those types of people, like an actual like college Antifa idiot or whatever, then he wouldn't have done that, right? So like, but you can't possibly articulate to me why, if the goal was to document what she was doing, potentially gather evidence to pass on to local authorities if they felt that she was impeding their traffic or whatever. You cannot possibly explain to me why it would not have been better and way more safe for him to simply take several paces of steps backwards and just record from a front angle without circling her car. What was the point of circling the car? What is the point of that?
So he
How
could
are
get so he get it for okay, again, we're not just gonna go in circles.
But
So
no,
he
no,
could get a
Sitch,
picture of
Sitch,
her
Sitch,
face.
Sitch. This is not something that you can debate me on. Okay, he is going to have a wider view of what is happening from a further distance. He's going to
He
have
was
a
obviously
much
trying
more
to get
unobstructed view of everything that's happening in front of him if he's 10 feet back and filming it from that way.
he was obviously trying to get her face on camera.
You can, okay. I'm a bit, listen, I think
So
you
what you're
are
saying is that
like,
he should have
I'm not,
stopped the car, he should have got out, he should have walked behind her, gone onto the sidewalk, stood there, zoomed in on
I
her
didn't,
license
no,
plate,
no. I didn't
then
say that.
walked, then walk. Well, no, this is how you'd have to do it under what you're saying.
No,
Then walked a super wide berth from behind around to where like the other ICE agent pulls in, and then zoom in on her face to try to capture all of
okay.
this on his phone, as opposed to just simply walking around and
This,
just filming her, as he's legally has every legal justification in the world to do.
this frame that you have on the screen right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is right before the incident or this is the first one. Imagine exactly this position, but he is 7 to 8 steps like further backwards.
Yeah, the more you're looking at how
Now,
the quality of the camera here looks.
now
So.
you have not only a clear view of the car, you have an unobstructed view of like everything that's going on around the car.
Okay.
And if you ever want to zoom in, you just pinch on your phone. I'm not saying this in a patronizing way. I think you are an intelligent person. I've found you to be reasonable. I've no like animosity towards you, but I think that you are twisting yourself into a pretzel by suggesting that it would have been, he could have done a better job documenting what was happening by circling her car and then stopping in front of her, in the direct path of her car twice.
So, well, I think the reason that he walked in front of the car and stopped was because he was backing up the ice agent. I don't think that had anything to do with documenting what was going on.
If he's
So
backing up the
I
ice
think it's a
agent,
different motivation at that point. So
if he's backing up the ice agent, why would he not put his fucking phone down and get in a position where he's not in immediate danger? You're gonna back up. You're gonna back up your squad mate by stepping in front of a 2,000-pound car.
Yeah. So I mean, we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to wait and see what he says about what his motivation was. Now, obviously, if it doesn't align with the way people want to align, they're not going to believe it anyway. And so since we're all doing kind of speculation of here, what everyone's thinking, I think probably what happened was, and I'm sure you've talked about this, is how he had that situation where he broke into some guy's window. The ICE agent busted someone's window, and he reached in to unlock the door, as he was supposed to, because this guy was some kind of criminal, and the guy drove off.
He was a pedophile.
Okay, well, there you go. He's a pedophile, and he's trying to get this pedophile off the streets, and the pedophile then drives his car while he's trying to unlock it so they can pull this guy out of the car, and then he gets dragged, like 30, 40 feet, and he needs all these stitches, and his arm's all, fucked up. So I think if you look at sort of what's going on with the video, from my perspective, it looks like he's going back to his car. He sees the other ICE agent start to approach the vehicle, tells her to get out. He decides to go back that guy up. The ICE agent reaches inside the car just like he did. And that's when he suddenly, gets in front of the car and pulls out his gun, is because he wants to maybe prevent the car from doing the exact same thing that happened to him.
How to drag him? How
this person's not going to drive forward if I'm going to, stand in front of them with a gun.
Clearly that did not happen.
It clearly didn't happen. And it clearly was the wrong decision to make. Yeah.
So then you necessarily agree that he created the condition of danger by positioning himself. No. The responsibility is way more on him, bro.
That is 100% not true.
For somebody that receives training, extensive training for these exact situations, you don't think that he has a higher burden of standard in this spot?
I don't know about you, but when I, took driver's ed a million years ago, when I took my driver's test a million years ago, they drilled in your head, when you get behind the wheel of a car and you're going in a direction, it is always your responsibility to make sure no one is going to possibly get hit by you. That's always the driver's responsibility.
It is also a law enforcement officer's responsibility to not knowingly put himself in a position where something like that is even possible. I have no idea where you got the idea that this is standard for cops to walk in front of cars.
I never said it was.
I think you made that argument before.
No, I said it's standard for if you need to cross. This is for anyone. At least this is what I was told. If you need to cross a vehicle, it's always safer to cross from the front so that the driver sees you.
We're talking about law enforcement protocol. You will not find a single protocol.
They're going to say, don't stand in front of a vehicle you think is going to take off. Sure.
Yes, sure because why would they do that? It's obvious why you would not.
Yeah, because they don't want to get hit. Obviously.
Exactly. Yes. So he literally created the dangerous situation that he will use as a justification to use that weapon. If he hadn't,
do you think he created it intentionally?
I don't think he anticipated her driving that way. No.
Okay.
I think I think he and his fellow ICE officers escalated that situation unnecessarily. I think he was very clearly antagonized by her because she had been antagonizing them, and circled her car in an attempt to sort of flex a bit and to maybe intimidate her a little bit. There was no operational value to circling that car. If you want to take video, step back and take a more clear video.
On that. But as I said, I think what he's going to say.
Real quick. Let me just say something real quick. Because I watched your coverage, and at various times you specifically said the same thing that a lot of us were saying, which is that it was kind of frustrating because we didn't really have there is no very clear angle of what happened. Okay. If he had stepped back 7 feet and taken video from where I suggested, we would have clear video of all of that. And she would have been filmed fleeing a scene. He would not have been in her direct path. They would have found her 20 minutes later, charged her with felonies. She'd be in jail today, and none of us would be talking about this. But because
Mhm.
he made a horrible decision that violated his own training protocol, a woman is dead.
Okay.
That doesn't
So
that does not happen if he makes better
I
decisions.
understand. And as I
You-
said Sunday, as I say today, obviously he made a lot of bad decisions. I'm not gonna say that it was smart for him to do what he did. Obviously, it wasn't smart for him to do what he did because someone is dead. And I don't think they needed to be shot and needed to die. What I'm
I,
arguing here is
I
it
think
seems
that's
like that
sorry.
you're placing like 90% of the responsibility entirely on him and only 10% of the responsibility on her for creating this incredibly dangerous situation, ignoring an order to get out of the vehicle, and then very recklessly driving away without clearly seeing that it was safe for her to do so when she knows that there's at least three different people walking around her car at the exact moment she's driving.
I don't know if it's 90-10, but I do put more of the responsibility on him to make better decisions because he is trained to not do certain things, to do certain things. I, I
Especially
just I just want to be hold on.
but look at
Let me
this video. Okay,
let
let's
me
just
just hold
say
on. Let me finish.
well,
Let me
hold
just
on.
finish.
Let's just say
Sitch.
hypothetically.
Let me
Okay.
just say real quick, okay? I agree with you that this woman was reckless and that she made a bad decision. I agree with you that her instinct in that moment to try to flee and her wife suggesting that she flee was wildly reckless and irresponsible.
Insane.
It was insane. I would never do that. I would never suggest that my loved ones do that. If anyone in my audience has any confusion about this, don't ever fucking do that. That is a really bad decision. But his training puts him in a position where he can make much better decisions that reduce or eliminate the risk of the kind of danger that he found himself in.
So let's imagine that from this guy's perspective. Okay. He's like, okay, I've filmed her, I'm gonna leave. Then he sees, oh, this other ICE agent starts to come forward, and he's decided that he's going to detain her, right? So now this ICE agent, now Jonathan Ross realizes, okay, we've moved from film mode to detain arrest mode. I need to go assist the ICE agent who's getting there. So he has to, or at least he feels he has to cross the path of this vehicle to some capacity to get to the other side to assist the other ICE agent at this moment.
Why? But
Okay.
how does him doing that help the situation?
Because he's gonna have to, maybe he thinks he has to help pull her out of the vehicle.
But okay, but
So
in
he's made this decision. He feels that he has to cross the path of this vehicle. Now, if he crossed from behind, I think it's very likely she would have backed up into him. So I don't that probably wouldn't have been a good idea either. So he makes a decision to cross in front. Okay. So that's why I'm saying like
somebody's
the
dead because
idea
of that
that it would
decision.
be
Somebody's
irresponsible.
dead because of that decision.
He might have been dead if he yeah, and he might have been dead if he tried to cross from the back.
He would not have been dead or been any
Yes,
danger.
if he just
He,
sat there and
no,
did
no, no.
nothing, yeah, he would not have been dead. Or she
No,
would not have been dead. Yeah.
I'm not saying do nothing, but if he would have made better decisions that did not violate any kind of protocol, he could have put himself in a position to observe what was happening or back up his partner in a way that didn't create any danger for himself. He did that. He stepped in
Yes.
front of her vehicle and then I don't know if you've seen it, but like he's the second time he steps in front of her car, she's still moving backwards, and then he stops and plants his feet when she stops reversing.
Mm-hmm.
He stops in front of her car. How does that help the situation? Because if she guns it right, and she doesn't turn her wheels, he's like, oh fuck, and he shoots her and then gets out of the way. How do you know that car's not going to plow into the fucking house that's behind him and kill like a civilian that's in the living room? How is he
Yeah, you
making
don't
that?
know.
That's why they train them to not do that. That's specifically why, because
That,
it's hella dangerous to shoot someone when they're driving and you're in a residential neighborhood.
so when you okay, I agree that obviously he should have handled the situation differently. And it could have been handled a situation where she would have just gone to jail or got fined for, resisting and obstructing and all this other stuff. And she would still be alive. That if he did things differently. I don't disagree with that at all. But the same is true of her. If she had just got out of the fucking car instead of trying to very dangerously flee in a moving vehicle, they would have just given her a fucking fine and she would be alive. And that would be the end of the situation. And when I'm trying to look at the culpability here, and I'm looking, okay, you have a law enforcement officer who is completely within their legal right to help detain a citizen who is doing something that appears to be illegal, and that citizen, for whatever reason, decides to try to resist arrest and flee in a very dangerous manner, that's 100% on that person for acting in that way. And they shouldn't have acted in that way whatsoever.
You
And
think
so
the
while I
situ-
say it's a tragedy that she got shot, she didn't have to get shot. But if she had just complied and not been stupid, then this wouldn't have happened either.
let me put it in a let me try to frame it in a different context because I want to focus on like the training versus the lack of training. So like if there was a person who was an experienced like construction worker, they know about all the safety protocols, and they brought on they were giving a tour of some construction site to somebody who has no training. And then due to that, the construction workers like negligence, or the foreman, we can just say he's a foreman or whatever, due to their negligence in that moment, due to their bad decisions, dangerous conditions arose, and then that person got hurt or killed by doing something dumb. Let's say the person that he brought on picked up a hammer and just started hitting stuff randomly, and then something fell on his head. Like, who do you think is more culpable in that moment? The person who did the stupid thing, or the foreman who's supposed to have the training to know the safety protocols?
If it is a person of sound mind and is an adult and they pick up a hammer and they just decide to start slamming at random things, then obviously it's on their head. What reasonable person would decide
That
to do something
foreman
like that?
that foreman would be fired. They would be sued, and they might be
They
charged
they
with
probably would
some
be
kind of a
for,
crime.
yeah, because they probably be fired or get in trouble because obviously the family's going to sue. But that's not reasonable. It is not reasonable for a person to walk into a construction site and be like, I'm just going to start randomly hitting shit with a hammer. Like that's an
It's
insane
no.
reaction.
It is reasonable to hold that hypothetical foreman accountable for negligence if they violated safety
Yeah, they're going to
protocol.
make an argument. Well, he should not have been able to get, they do. I mean, usually this is about kids. It's not adults. Usually with kids, they talk about, I forget what's called, like attractive nuisances or something, where you have to have fencing up because kids are going to go play in the construction equipment and stuff. Usually that's when these cases come up because they're kids. I don't know
Mhm.
if that's true with an adult. I think if an adult just wanders into a construction site and starts doing like crazy dangerous shit that a reasonable person would know is dangerous, I think it's almost entirely on their head.
I mean, listen, I don't have like an intense anti-cop bias. It creates conflict with my chat sometimes because there's a lot of like really intense and anti-cop bias. Like my dad is a retired police officer, my sister's a cop, my brother-in-law. I have like my whole family's. I've been raised around law enforcement my entire life. I tend to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think most cops are good. My first instinct when I saw the first video was to place the responsibility entirely on her for making bad decisions. And with each video that came out and each day that passed and each new piece of relevant information came out, it just became clear to me more and more that this cop made some really, really bad decisions. And the whole, like the broader context is also infuriating as well, because why was there a surge of ICE officers in Minneapolis in the first place? Why did that happen?
I
The
assume
Trump
because of
and
Nick, because the Nick Shirley video, probably.
the fuck does that have to do with
You got the
ICE?
Nick Shirley domino meme into this shooting situation.
I
Yeah.
don't mean to get spicy with you, but I'm just pissed because it's like, what the fuck does like daycare fraud have to do with ICE? How does that make sense? Is ICE there to enforce like white collar like are they there to investigate fraud? No, the administration used this opportunity to try to throw meat at their base because they're seen as like epic and owning the libs,
Mhm.
and they send thousands of ICE agents into states like Minneapolis that have a lower percentage of non-residents and illegal aliens than many red states. Why are
Mhm.
we not seeing a surge of ICE in Texas, where there are way more undocumented migrants and these kinds of things? Why did he choose that? So there's like the whole thing is just infuriating. And I just like the fact that she was a bonehead, and I do think that she was a bonehead. I think she made a really dumb decision. I would never, ever advise that anybody make the decision that she made. But that's such an afterthought to me in the broader context. Like she did not have to die. Like that didn't have to happen. There were so many steps along the way that could have prevented this from happening. And yes, I think she does have some responsibility for what happened. But like I think people should be upset that a woman is dead when this did not need to happen. I don't care if you think she's cringe. I I don't care if you don't like her politics. I probably don't like her politics too, given the profile. But that's not the point. Like this was a political stunt, and now this woman is dead, and and I don't understand how people are not really pissed about this or put a
Well, I
lot of.
mean, everyone's going to look at it, 99% of people looking at this are going to look at it purely through, red team, blue team. And that's how they're going to perceive this. If the politics of the situation were reversed, if this was people, you know, trying to protest against, some MAGA people protesting against some Somali daycare or something, and they're doing the exact same situation, and you only, instead of ICE, it was local law enforcement, the politics would just be complete reverse. Everyone had the exact opposite opinion of it. So, I mean, yeah, I know that it's just, it's very political at the moment, especially with Trump, sending people in, surging the area because of the Nick Shirley video and all this other stuff, even doesn't really make sense because most of the people that are Somali that are there legally anyway.
It's
So it's not
fucking
even like
ridiculous.
it does anything. And I agree that her death is a tragedy. And I said this on Sunday at some point, which is that, I don't like that there are some people that are cheering this on and saying, oh, well, it's good that she died because she's probably going to like trans her child or, just making these kind of like crazy claims because, she has 3 kids. I believe 2 of them were with another man who's still alive, but the father of the 3rd child
Yeah,
passed 2 years
he's an
ago,
orphan.
and now his mom is dead. So now he has no parents. So yeah, it's a horrible fucking situation. It's a terrible tragedy. And I think not only, which I agree, like the ICE agent, he should have definitely acted differently, 100%. And he did, even if he acted exactly the same way he did in terms of his positioning, if he had 2020 hindsight or he had hesitated for, a couple seconds, he would have not shot her and he didn't really need to. And that would have been, she would have been alive and that would have been better. Um, but at the same token, it's like, you have a child to take care of. Why are you placing yourself in this kind of situation in the first place? It's just everyone here is just so fucking politically brained on the whole situation. So
But
I agree it's a tragedy, but like in terms of the culpability, especially the legal responsibility here, if you're, as I said, if you're going to play stupid games with a cop and they're going to do stupid things too, you're going to lose both legally and probably your life. So just don't fucking do it.
well, I think that's a problem. Like that to me is a problem. Like there should be no stupid games with cops. We shouldn't have law
I
enforcement
agree.
officers that are making stupid decisions. Like,
People shouldn't be stupid with police officers either.
but what do you
Don't
think is
resist. Why are people fucking resisting? This is the
but,
stupidest thing in the planet. Don't ever
but
resist.
But what do you think is the bigger problem? And I don't mean to do like, are you familiar with like relative privation fallacy? You know what that is?
I have no clue what that is.
It's like, why are you complaining about this when there's starving kids in Africa? It's like a bullshit kind of thing that a lot of people do. And I don't mean to be doing this. Maybe I am. You tell me. But like, what do you think is the bigger issue in this situation? The fact that this woman made bad decisions, the civilian made bad decisions in a high stress situation, or the fact that there's this structural thing going on from the top down where we're having thousands of ICE agents patrolling. They outnumber the cops. I don't know if you saw the video. They're like stopping they're stopping Uber drivers at the airport who are black and speak with a funny accent. That's what they're doing. That's what we're do you think like the people that supported Trump in terms of like immigration policy, do you think that they had this in mind when they meant like making our country safer and enforcing our like immigration laws?
Well, I haven't seen polling. I mean, I see some people say yes, some people say no. I don't know what the polling is in terms of people supporting various things or not regarding, what the ICE is doing at the moment.
The polling consistently show that Americans want the federal government to prioritize criminals. Like whenever you get granular,
yes, I would
whenever
assume
you get
that's true.
granular,
Yes. Right.
it shows like a third of the country, they want everybody deported and everybody
Right.
else wants them to focus on like criminals, gang members, and
Right. Yeah. And I know there was like,
pedophiles and-
those crazy videos of the people who are like, oh, yes, our parents are here illegally, our family members are here illegally, but I still voted for Trump because they're not criminals. Right. Yeah. And then, their family member gets support. I know it's people have very weird conceptions about what's going on here politically, especially when they were in the voting season. In terms of what was the phrase you used? The
relative privation fallacy.
Yeah.
It's like
I think it's a little bit that if you're gonna bring it into the broader context of like, well, look at what like ICE is doing overall, look at what the Trump administration's policy is overall, which I don't agree with really with a lot of what Trump is doing. and ICE is doing at the moment, and especially not with like CCOT and all that other shit. Um, I think it wouldn't be that fallacy if the question is like, do we side, what kind of responsibility or latitude do we give people interacting with police versus with the police? And I understand that we do have to put a lot of responsibility on the police because they have the monopoly on violence as actors of the state, and thus they do have a high responsibility to, since they can, take away your rights if they have probable
Mhm.
cause to do so, and they can, physically do things to your body without your consent if they have reasonable reason to do so. I do
Yeah.
understand there's a lot of responsibility on them to not abuse that power, and I think that's good. That's the way it should be. But the same token, and I think this is why the law does give a lot of, as you even said in the beginning, gives a wide latitude for police officers to do this kind of stuff, is because they kind of have to have a wide latitude to engage in a lot of situations like this and not be afraid, okay, I can't like detain a person because I'm going to go to jail myself. And so, I mean, this was my thoughts, years ago, especially during all like a lot of the BLM stuff, which
Mhm.
is almost all these situations, even if I think the person shouldn't have been shot, it almost always starts with the person doing something wrong. They're resisting, they're not complying. There's no reason to ever, unless it's like a movie and it's like the evil corrupt cop that's gonna like kill you because he's killed your family or some nonsense, which is not what's going on in like 99.999% of these situations. There's no reason to not just listen to the cop. The second you don't listen to the law enforcement officer, you are putting yourself in an insanely dangerous situation. And at
I,
that point, and that in that moment for me, I'm like, okay, you're gambling with your life for almost no reason.
Okay, so generally I agree with you, but I think that's kind of the problem that I'm touching on. Because when I look at this issue, first of all, I just want to say that in terms of the way that the public interacts with police, I actually agree that there's a lot of really bad, stupid behavior that is incentivized, especially with like social media. Like the best example I can think of for this, well, two examples. One would be like January 6th, like people who supported that, and like encourage them to, like stand up to tyranny and stand up for the stolen election. But then also like the college campus protests that happened, was it 2 years ago, a year and a half ago? I saw so many examples of college protesters that were initiating violence against cops. Like unambiguously, they were the ones that were initiating violence. And
Mm-hmm.
yet there's this culture when these kind of protest movements happen of like anytime any video of a police officer using force circulates, people just assume that the cop is in the wrong. And I saw so many examples of college protesters like hitting cops in the head with like empty, those giant water bottle jugs and just doing all kinds of stupid shit. And I
Mm-hmm.
generally agree that something needs to happen in terms of an effort to educate the public about like, we should be educating the public about like what is the police training, like what are they trained to do, so you can be more prepared in a situation. Even if you're going to do stuff like monitoring ICE, like you need to know what your rights are, but you also need to know like a safe distance, these kinds of things. Like I agree with you on that. I think you were kind of touching on that a little bit. But the bigger issue for me that I see when I watch this whole thing unfold, it to me just betrays a embarrassing lack of um, training and standard enforcement within ICE right now. Like specifically within ICE right now, I see a population of law enforcement agents that seem so emboldened, and of course they are. They have a mandate from the president of the United States. They have the backing of the federal government. Vance got up there and just said total immunity before an investigation had even happened.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're seeing footage of ICE agents like uh, approaching cars that are following them, which those people are allowed to follow ICE agents. This is fucking America, okay? You can think it's cringe, but they can do that. They have that legal right to follow them, to film them, and to do all kinds of disruptive shit up to a certain point. And yet, how many videos have you seen of ICE agents running up to these people and threatening them with arrest when they clearly don't think they have a pretense to arrest them? Otherwise, they would have. But have you seen these videos? Dozens of videos of ICE
Mm-hmm.
agents
Yeah, I see
running up
some
to
of the
these.
videos. Yeah.
I'll fucking arrest you. Like, where is our standards of professionalism? I know, like, again, I told you, I know cops. Like, I know that cops are trained to not to de-escalate. Cops are trained to not take the bait. I have a brother-in-law. He's black. He's a cop, and he gets called like literally like racial slurs, Uncle Tom, stuff like that. And his training, like he talks about it, like his job in that moment is to stand there and literally make sure that the people that are calling him these slurs are safe. That's his job in that moment. And to me, right now, there's a embarrassing lack of professionalism within the culture of ICE. It's shocking to me. There are no standards. They
Hmm.
cut the days of training to 47 days as an homage to Trump. Should we really be doing 47 days? Like what, like shouldn't it be based on some kind of evaluation to determine like the optimal level and not some fucking arbitrary homage to the president? It's laughable, right?
Hmm.
Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah. I mean, I said this a lot during like a lot of the BLM stuff. I think I think the biggest lack of training for all law enforcement is that I don't think most law enforcement or any, they don't do specific, they don't generally do specific, I don't know, there's like a term for it, I forget what it's called, like specific adrenaline training where they try to intentionally induce people into high stress, high adrenalized states of mind
Mm-hmm.
with the to get you used to it so that you can like control yourself and kind of try to be more cognizant in that state of mind where obviously it's very difficult to control yourself in that state of mind. And I do think things like that should be mandatory for all law enforcement across the country and something that should be regularly done because that seems to be usually what happens is people get into that kind of state and then that's when the bad stuff goes down. So yeah, I mean, I'm always in favor of more training for those purposes, but I don't think it's an issue of education in terms of like the public not being educated on how to interact with the police. I mean, there's like a classic, was that classic Chris Rock routine from like the 90s or something where he's, talking about, how he's got to tell his kids how to interact with the police. This was something we heard a lot, a few years ago too during the BLM stuff where,
Mm-hmm.
the black fathers would come out and be like, well, of course I give my kid the talk about how to interact with the police. I think people understand like that. It's that a lot of people and like kind of the example you're talking about with the college kids, I think it's I think it's a couple things. I think it's people that are LARPing, a lot of these revolutionary LARPer types or political LARPer types who don't, I don't know, they just to them it's like an act, it's like a role play that they're
Yes.
doing and they just don't perceive the danger that they're in these
Yes.
situations. Or they're just people just get just as cops can get into sort of bad emotional states. A lot of people do too. They're just angry or they just feel fed up with maybe something else in their life or maybe with the police and they just act completely dangerous and completely irrational. So I don't so yeah, people shouldn't do that. And I don't think it's an education thing. I think it's just sort of a like don't fuck around and find out, don't play stupid games thing that kind of needs to be drilled into people, but it's not going to be because you have so many people like Hassan, so many people who have this attitude of like, oh, well, if a cop tells you to get on the ground or to get out of your car or whatever, then you're a cuck if you listen to them. And as long as that attitude is prevalent, you're going to keep having situations like this happen.
See, it's not even that I disagree with what you're saying, because like a lot of the things that I would like advise people to not do around cops is because of what I'm saying. Is that there's this for a lot of cops, not I don't even think it's most, by the way, but for a lot of cops, there's a lack of any kind of standards here. Like the standard shouldn't be like, oh, don't do something stupid that would give these cops a reason to, use excessive force. The standard should be that it is completely unacceptable for any kind of law enforcement agents to escalate situations the way that I think these officers did in this moment. Like, for example, like, can you give me a good reason why he walked up to the other agent, walked up to the car and immediately started yanking on the door handle? Why was that necessary in that moment? What had she demonstrated thus far to necessitate that level of force?
Well, that's why, well, listen to what I said. I wish we knew more about what exactly was going on or what exactly was going on before at that moment. He told her to get out of the car. She wasn't getting out of the car. She immediately starts to back up the second he reaches the car. So I
Why
assume
not
he's
just
like, he's trying to get her out of the car, which I believe he has a lawful right to do at that moment. And
but
that's
look what
why
I
he
mean,
yanked on the door.
but look what happened though. I mean, like, why not let her drive away and arrest her? I mean, how long do you think it would have taken them to find her and arrest her and charge her with felonies if she's going to flee? Like, what
Yeah, obviously, in hindsight,
have
that's
you,
what they should have done.
no, but
Obviously, in hindsight.
have you, I agree with you that maybe there's some context that would make what I'm saying different, but would you agree that we saw nothing in any of those videos to suggest that this woman would be credibly perceived as like dangerous or like, yeah,
Well, it was interesting that when Jonathan Ross was filming the car doing the walk around, that the wife says we don't change our license plates, which is weird because that implies that there are a bunch of people that do change their license plates or something. So I don't know. Maybe that was part of the thought process of why they're like, okay, we want to try to, maybe that was the guy's thought process of why he wants to detain her then and there. He's not so confident that the local police department is going to work with them to arrest these
I
people.
mean, I don't know.
It is weird that she said that.
Um, I guess, but to me, that's not like a strong indication. Like, oh, well, we have to yank her out of the car now. Like it's like that to me is a bit that doesn't seem super
Yeah, but
plausible to
again,
me.
it's we're all looking at this from now that we know the future. You don't know the future. You see there's a car there. You tell the woman to get out of the car and you open it to try to detain her. I mean, you don't know at that moment, like, okay, obviously, my partner is going to cross in front of the vehicle and then he's going to shoot her because she's not going to comply and drive it. Like, you don't know anything's going to happen at the time when you start walking towards her.
I
You think, oh,
understand
she's
that.
just going to get out of the car and I'm going to arrest her.
I understand the concept of, so for example, there have been cops that have made second decisions that was completely in line with their training and used lethal force, and then it turned out the guy had reached for a flashlight or something like that. And in
Right.
these kinds of situations, that's obviously a tragedy, but there are examples of cops using lethal force when it turns out in hindsight it wasn't necessary, and the cop
Mm-hmm.
didn't technically do anything wrong, and they had a good reason to do that thing. Like
Yeah.
I understand that. I'm not. I don't think I have unreasonable standards for police officers.
You're saying
It's,
you think it's
it's
unreasonable for him to have asked her to get out of the car, which I don't agree with that.
no, no, no. I don't think it's unreasonable to like in itself for them to ask her to get out of the car. But if she's moving her car and you're running up and grabbing on the door handle, like maybe if she had demonstrated that she was holding a firearm, or like if there was some other thing that I'm lacking here, some other thing to suggest that she was so dangerous that they needed to like run up and immediately start yanking on the door handle, you would agree that that's an escalation, right? And then the officer that was filming to make the decision to step in front of the car like that, like for me, I lose a lot of that sympathy that I have for cops who are forced to make split-second decisions, like really difficult decisions. That kind of evaporates once you're on mistake like 4 and 5, because you have now, like, again, I'll just circle back and say the cop that was taken that took that shot at every step of the way just made one worse decision after the other and literally created the conditions of danger for himself. And it was totally unnecessary.
Hey, let's watch the 10 seconds here. The walk up occurs
Mm-hmm.
so we can just see.
No!
Okay. So I feel like,
Just back away here. Just back away.
So okay, if you're hold
Get
on,
the
if
fuck
you're
out of the way of the
wait,
car.
wait, hold on. I feel like very often these conversations, this concept of like escalation and de-escalation are misunderstood. The whole thing is cops are not, or law enforcement in general is not supposed to escalate needlessly. Okay. If a law enforcement officer gives you what they believe is a lawful order and you do not comply with that lawful order, they can completely escalate to try to make you comply with that lawful order.
But did they
So he's
need
approaching
to,
the car. He says several times, get out of the car. She's not getting out of the car. So he starts to open the door. She's not listening. She's not complying. So he starts to open the door. As at that moment that she chooses to escalate dramatically herself by trying to flee the situation in a very dangerous and reckless way.
No, but those officers have a responsibility to choose the least escalatory course of actions possible. Like, so you would have to articulate to me, like, you don't have to sell me on her.
I don't think that's not accurate.
100,000%.
We could say in hindsight, yes, the guy should have calmly walked up and said, ma'am, you need to get out of the vehicle right at this moment. And then if she doesn't comply, then he just says, okay, everyone clear a path, make sure that there's no one in front of her car, I'm going to attempt to open the door in case she drives away, right? Like obviously in hindsight, maybe that's what they should have done.
But
But in the
let her drive away.
in the
Arrest her and then arrest her for felonies.
you could decide to do that, or you could decide, no, I'm going to try to pull out of the car.
You should decide to do that, is
Why?
what I'm saying. Because you have now created, obviously, as it played out, you have made the situation so much more dangerous by doing what they did. I already brought it up to you. The fact that he shot her and obviously I think her foot like slammed on the accelerator as her body tensed up, because her car does appear to be speeding up. What if there's a civilian in the way?
So
What if a baby was right there and they got run over? That cop would have been held responsible for that baby. I promise you that cop would have experienced consequences if a baby fucking died because of their decision to
I don't
shoot
think so.
100,000%.
No, it would have still been on her responsibility. Well, actually, it would depend on whether,
No.
if the courts found that he acted lawfully, it would have been on her responsibility. If they found he didn't act lawfully, then yeah, it would have been the cop's responsibility at
No,
that
no, no.
point.
They
It
they
depends
are
entirely on that
they
legally.
are told in terms of like there's specific protocol when it comes to shooting people that are driving a car, and they specifically caution extreme
I understand that.
care in so those situations because something like this could happen.
I just want,
Like
yeah, and I understand. Listen, I understand the concept. I brought this up on Sunday. It is dangerous to shoot someone driving because you don't know that they could dead weight on the gas,
it's
or they could
stupid.
or
It's
they could
stupid.
stop. I understand that. I've seen videos of both. This is a video of the person, they obviously crash. There's the video of the court case that people keep bringing up to relate to this. I don't think it's really that related to this. Was the Barnes versus Felix? I don't know if you saw the dash cam for that. It's the opposite. The cop is getting dragged by someone in the car. They shoot them, and the car stops. So in that
Mhm.
case, it actually works. So I don't know if I don't think it's like a definitive thing one way or the other. I agree. It's very risky, but it's not definitive. In terms of like what the cops should do, again, I think it's very easy now that we in the future land to say, yes, he should have not tried to pull her out of the car. But in that moment, the ICE agent has every legal right to, and is completely justified to tell her to get out of the car. And then when she doesn't, try to pull her out of the car. And
It's
I don't think it's fair to use 2020 hindsight to say, well, now that we know this situation happened, they should have just given her a lawful order. And then when she tries to flee a scene, they should just put their hands up and said, well, I hope that
that would have
my
been
friend over
safer.
there
You
has
agree the
her
but
license
you
plate and her face, and that the local law enforcement will properly engage with us to track this person down and arrest her. I
but
don't think that's like a reasonable thing to have at that moment.
wait, you don't think that what you just described there would have been way more preferable to what
Well,
happened?
obviously, now that we know the outcome, it would have been preferable. I'm
But
saying
that's
at the
why they
exact
but
before
that's
you know the
no
outcome, I don't think that's reasonable to assume that that's the exact course of action that they should take.
no, but Sitch, this is why they train them to not escalate in this kind of way. They train them to avoid these kinds of situations. That turned into an extremely dangerous situation. And I agree she contributed to that, obviously, but they are trained specifically to avoid these kinds of things. And it's almost like if she drives off, like they are going to find her within 20 minutes. They will find her and she will be charged and thrown in jail, probably for felonies, for fleeing a law enforcement. She would have been fucked. Okay. So it's not like you're describing it like, oh, you're just throwing your hands up and letting her get away with it. They would have found her so fast. And I don't understand how that was not 1,000 times more preferable to what happened.
Well,
And
I keep saying everyone I think who's having a conversation about this honestly would agree that in hindsight is preferable. Okay, when they're engaging in the action, they don't know the future. They don't know the outcome
no,
of what's
no,
going to
I'm
happen.
repeating myself though.
Okay, I know, but I'm saying you keep
I
saying
understand.
that it would be preferable. Yeah, it's preferable now. At the time, because we could have had an alternate scenario where this woman wasn't dumb and she just got out of the car, and then that would have been the end of the situation.
but I
And that
feel
would have
like,
been preferable than trying to rely on the local law enforcement, which I don't even know if they're working in conjunction with ICE. They might be telling ICE to fuck off. They might not give a shit about any of this stuff.
I mean, maybe, but I don't understand how that. So, like, you keep saying they didn't know the future, but I'm saying that they are trained specifically to not do these kinds of, at least I don't know about ICE, but I know that cops are trained specifically to take every step that they can possibly take to de-escalate when possible. That's what
When
the training calls
possible,
for.
yeah. But I don't believe it's accurate that either ICE or local police are trained to, if they see someone who's doing something illegal and they want to arrest or detain them and they tell the person to get out of the vehicle, I don't believe it's policy or training that if that person refuses to get out of the vehicle, you're just supposed to throw your hands up and say, well, hopefully we'll get them somewhere else. I don't think that's the policy whatsoever. Because then
I
everyone can just hide in a car forever and they can never get arrested if that's the policy.
um I don't I don't think that that is something that I would be willing to entertain, because at some point you got to get out to like eat, go to the bathroom. Like
Well, but yeah, but you
I'll tell you
understand that
what,
seems
I'll
kind of like silly. It's like, okay, the police are now going to surveil people 24/7. Like, well, we got to wait for the exact moment they leave the car to arrest them because we can't possibly do it when they're in a car. Like we see police pull people out of cars like all the fucking time. There's traffic stops. All like it's like you can't all the time they do a
yeah,
traffic stop and people try to act crazy.
if the person demonstrates, if there's like a significant threat, or like let's say there's like, you know, a child that's been kidnapped in the car, like there's certain things that would create a kind of urgency where that level of escalation would be appropriate. Do you think it's plausible that these ICE officers were a bit triggered and emotionally compromised
I
in
would
that moment?
assume, but I
Okay,
don't know.
that's a fucking problem. To me,
Of
that
course
is
it
a
is.
problem. The standard that we should have for officers, and I'm not saying it's an easy job, because I do think they get a lot of unnecessary, inflammatory, crazy shit, and I think it goes way overboard. I've never been ACAB, but the standard that we should have is that these guys need to, these officers, these guys and gals, need to be like Zen monks. They do need to be trained to not take the bait, not
Mhm.
let their ego get involved, and to they need to go in there with the mindset that they are there to serve and protect the people who are like insulting them. Maybe
Yeah.
they don't need to not ever get their feelings hurt
Mhm.
or not ever experience emotions, but we should be training these officers to be guided entirely by their training protocols and their mandate, not ego, not this person pissed me off because they were honking on their horn. That's not a justification to escalate the situation the way that they did.
So I agree in theory that it would be fantastic if cops were all Zen monks. All law enforcement were Zen monks. That'd be fantastic. I'm in favor of that. Give them all meditation classes. Okay.
Seriously.
I'm totally,
Yeah.
yeah, 100%. I have like 100% totally in favor of doing actions like that. That's totally fine. Um, Now, obviously, that's not the way it is at the moment. And even with sorts training situations, it's still going to be times where that's not the case. So judging it based on this situation, I do agree that I don't think the ICE agents acted the best way that they could have acted. And I do think that they were acted stupidly, as I said. But I think if you're resisting arrest and this woman is driving a vehicle in a very reckless manner, she's acting far more irresponsibly. I understand that these guys have policies and all this other stuff, but that guy's completely within his 100% legal right to do exactly what he did, to walk up, tell her to get out of the car and try to open up the door. I do believe that in a lot of situations, law enforcement is completely taught and is justified to try to pull people out of cars if they refuse to comply.
Yeah, but
And
not in this.
it's a
But not in this
100%.
case. Not in
Well,
this
I don't
case.
know if that's wait, I don't think that's true at all. I think if an officer gives you a lawful command to leave your vehicle and you do not for any reason, they can pull you out of the car. And actually, I mean, I'm sure you've seen tons of footage of, people trying to be sovereign citizens or whatever. They
Yeah.
get pulled over for some lawful reason and the officer tells them to get out of the car because they think that they're drunk or they, whatever reason, they give them some lawful command and the
Yeah.
person refuses and they're not driving away. And the officer says, if you don't give me your license, if you don't get out of the car, I'm going to break the window. And then they break the window and they pull the guy out of the car and they can completely do that. That's completely justified.
Well, in that situation, the engine might be off, for example. But I do know that there are law enforcement protocols across in various police departments across the country that specifically train cops to not do what they did for this reason. For this very reason, that car becomes a fucking unguided missile. And unless I mean, they do carve out exceptions. Like it's not that they never say don't shoot someone who's driving a car.
Well, hold on. I would assume that there's policies about like, yeah, you should try to avoid shooting a driver in most scenarios. I don't know. I would be surprised if there's a policy of if you give a driver a lawful command and they refuse to comply and get out of the car, that you just sit
No,
there
no, no,
twiddling
no,
your
no.
thumbs and you're not allowed to try to remove from the vehicle. I don't think that's a policy anywhere.
I so I mean I would have to look into this because like I did look into it a little bit a few days ago and I found some policies that very specifically laid out this potential situation where
Mhm.
if you escalate and you try to do that. So I don't know about like pulling out of the car, but the point is like it's the escalation itself that turned the situation into a dangerous one, and it didn't have to be. Like I think I already asked this question, but like based on all the videos that we have so far, and maybe a new video comes out tomorrow and it shows her doing something much more serious or dangerous or whatever. But based on all the videos that we've seen so far, would you agree that his level of urgency to get her out of that car, so much so that he was trying to pull on that door handle while the car was moving backwards? Have you seen anything in those videos that would give you a sense that that level of force was necessary in that moment?
Yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable for if a police officer or an ICE officer, law enforcement, says to get out
No,
of the
that's not my
car because
question.
you're.
No, that's not my question.
I'm answering a question. If a
No,
law
no, no.
enforcement
I didn't
officer
ask if it was reasonable. I said, is it necessary?
is it necessary? Yeah, it could be.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%. It could be 100%
How?
necessary. Yeah,
How?
a person who you witness doing a crime and you're trying to get them to leave their vehicle so you can arrest them or detain them refuses to do so. So you
That
have to
makes
open the car to try to pull them out of the vehicle to arrest or detain them. Yes, that is
okay.
completely
So
makes sense.
what I ask when I say necessary, I mean like I'm imagining the guy has like a kid in the car and is threatening to kill the kid, or the person who's driving the car is doing something that obviously in that moment poses a threat to the people in that area, or otherwise. That's what I mean by necessary.
So
I don't know
if
how you could
I
possibly
think
like
I think the standard of necessary you're making is too unreasonably high because
it's no, 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 no. You don't have any standards, bro. The reason why that standard exists is because this situation shouldn't happen.
no, because hypothetically, if you got pulled over for a speeding ticket, okay, that's all you're doing. You're speeding, you're going 10 miles over the speed limit. So the guy, police pulls you over and they say, give me your license registration. And you say, no. And they say, well, you need to give me your license registration. And you say, no. And they say, okay, get out of the vehicle. And you say, no. The cops just say, well, it was only for speeding. This person doesn't have a hostage in the car. I guess I just leave. And
No, no,
that's it.
no,
Like,
no,
and
no,
everyone
no,
gets away with any sort of minor infraction forever now at this point. Like, I don't
no.
think that's the way you can have the police or law enforcement operate.
But that's not what they do. That what they do, what the cops are trained to do in that situation. I know this for a fact is they're not going to try to like jump in your. They're not trained to like as soon as the car starts moving forward, try to like stick their hands in there and like turn the wheel or like what could you reasonably possibly expect to do in that moment? Are you going to stop her from driving away by sticking your hands in? No, they're trained to run to their cruiser and then pursue that person.
If she's
And even
driving away and the guy's like trying to like dive in the car or something, then
that's
yeah, I would say that's
crazy. They
stupid,
are
right?
not
Yeah,
trained to do that.
that's a dumb thing to happen. I mean, people are kind of arguing that's what happened with the Barnes Felix situation. I don't think that's exactly what happened in the Barnes Felix situation, but the Barnes Felix situation was kind of unofficial dash cam. It's like the car is stopped and the door is opened, and he kind of puts his foot on the inside the car, and maybe he's trying to like prevent the guy from leaving at that point. And you could say it's reckless, but and stupid in hindsight, but that's not. I don't think that's what happened in this situation. I mean, you can watch it again. He's approaching. He's trying to open the car door and then she starts backing up. So
Yeah, as soon as that happens, and especially as soon as the car starts moving forward, there's nothing that you could say to me that could explain the benefit of him trying to stick his hand and like grab the wheel. Oh, no! What are you stopping by doing that?
yeah, I would agree that once the car is going, you probably shouldn't reach inside. I do agree with that. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, then I think you agree with me. All right.
But that's not what we were arguing. We were arguing you were saying it was an escalation to simply try to open the door in the first place. And I'm saying that's not the case. That's completely justified to try to open the door and get her to remove the vehicle.
I think you contradicted yourself a little bit there.
No, I said it. No, hold on. I said once the car's in motion, okay, yeah, it's not smart and it's stupid to reach inside the car because you're putting yourself in danger when you're reaching inside the car. We were arguing, you said it was an escalation for him to try to open the door from the outside at all in the first place. And that's what caused the situation.
Yeah, to run
that's
up.
That's what we were arguing about. I wasn't arguing about whether it's smart to reach inside the car once it starts moving. That's a completely different argument.
So imagine, if you will, an alternative universe where instead of walking up and immediately grabbing on the handle, he stood like a foot away and said, "Ma'am, out of the car," and didn't even touch the car yet. Wouldn't that
We don't know.
wouldn't
She could have done the exact same thing. We have no
then
clue.
she drives away and you pursue her and you charge her with felonies, dude.
Okay. Or she starts to do exactly what she's doing. There's a guy standing near the front of her car and he shoots her because the exact same situation plays out.
But what you're doing, I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional, but you are laying out the reason for why we should train officers to not do what they did.
I agreed from the beginning that I think that as I said, I think the ICE and what they were doing in the situation was stupid. I think what she was doing was stupider. And you don't do a stupid off with police officers because you're gonna die and you're gonna lose the legal battle.
All right. Listen, I feel like we're circling the drain a little bit here.
Okay.
How do you feel about how do you feel about just like the state of like Trump and MAGA and US politics just broadly right now?
I mean it's horrible, I would say. It's pretty terrible.
Yeah.
Not very great. So everything is just super hyper tribalized at the moment.
What I didn't catch your thoughts on like Venezuela. How do you feel about all that?
Uh, I I I don't have a problem with getting Maduro at all. I think it's kind of awesome. I don't know if it's going to lead to any sort of positive outcome. I'm not really confident that the Trump administration has some sort of well thought out plan on how to deal with the situation or the aftermath of it. There's some, anonymous reporting, but there's some anonymous reporting that the oil companies didn't really have any sort of communication with the Trump administration about taking over the oil fields or doing anything in that capacity. I don't really, we talked about this extensively in the show. I really think Trump's messaging after the fact was really retarded in making it sound like, well, we're just going to take their oil, um, as opposed to actually helping the people there. That being said, I do think it is weird that I saw not a lot of people, but I did see some people, including Brianna Joy Gray and even Crystal Ball to an extent, were like defending the Maduro regime and defending the situation in Venezuela and making it seem like it's entirely America's fault that Venezuela is the way it is, which is completely insane and not remotely factually true. When it's been the governance of Venezuela has been so fucking horrific and has led to all the horrible situation that's going on in the country at the moment.
Yeah, I saw a Kyle Kalinske tweet where he said basically it's not appropriate to even discuss that Maduro was bad because the real problem is the US policy and don't understand that perspective. Like I don't think you
That's
really need to
retarded.
shed
Yeah,
I don't think you need
completely
to shed
retarded.
any tears for Maduro. You can still say that it's bad policy and it's going to blow up in our faces and blah blah blah, but he was very clearly a pretty horrible leader for that country that caused a lot of suffering and so, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how do you feel about like generally about like the state of the left right now in this coming up on this going into this second year of Trump?
I'm kind of on I don't know. I think we're really going to have to see 2028 what kind of candidates come up in the presidency. Is AOC going to be the front contender in the primary, or is it going to be Shapiro or someone else that's more moderate? It's weird because it seems like there is a lot of pushback on the left to be more moderate, which I appreciate, and to kind of move away from the more socialist leanings of things, the more woke leanings of things. But
Yeah, more.
that's to me, it's kind of still vague and unclear what the future is that going to be. What is that going to look like? I mean, part of the thing I am worried about, though, it's kind of fallen out of the news was you had the whole thing with Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and kind of the rise of Groypers and white nationalists and all this other shit. And
Mhm.
I do think if that becomes more popular in the right, if that becomes some sort of dominant political force, I'm not sure it will or not, because it's kind of weird. It kind of moved out of the news cycle now, so I don't know what that means. Or maybe we're just focusing on other things. I do think that's going to kind of lead back to a pendulum swing back into the sort of the hyper woke sphere of like, see, we were right. We were correct. Everyone on the right is racist again. So to me, it's all just still, it's very fog of war, very unclear what direction the country's going to go at the moment.
What's your optimistic take for both sides? So like if you imagine a situation where the Republicans somehow manage to, turn the momentum around? Because you would agree that momentum is pretty clearly moving away from them right now.
The Republicans,
Yeah.
uh, it seems like like a lot of people are not happy with a lot of the ICE stuff. So in that regard, I would say yes. A lot of it's going to depend on whether everyone's kind of predicting some kind of massive economic collapse, which will that might be the biggest issue. Well, the biggest issues could be if there's an economic collapse, Trump's going to get blamed for it 100%. If we actually do put boots on the ground in Venezuela or we do invade Greenland or something crazy like that, that's going to have a huge impact. But if we don't do either of those actions and the economy continues to plod along, I'm not sure there really is going to be that big momentum swing against Trump unless some other unknown thing, creeps up.
Well, I'm just looking at election results. And so, like throughout all the special elections in 2025, and then on election night in November, the margins are just insane in terms of the overperformance relative to 2024,
Mm-hmm.
which when there's a consistent trend of overperformance, it is predictive of like midterm performance and sort of like the short-term future.
Mm-hmm.
And so, for example, like the Democrats were overperforming relative to 2016 by a margin of like 5 to 7 points before the blue wave happened in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
And that number in the second Trump term is actually closer to like 12 to 13 points. It's like double.
Wow.
And they really got blown the fuck out in the elections in November. And so I don't really care about like opinion polls so much as like election results. And right now, I think, I mean, I don't know if you guys saw there were polls that came out about ICE. There was a 17-point swing towards abolishing ICE in the aftermath of this shooting. There have been 2 polls that I've seen come out in the last 24 hours showing roughly similar results, which is like around half the country thinking that the shooting was not justified versus around 30% who say that it was, and then the rest are unsure. So there's, I think, a lot of momentum away from not just Trump, but like the whole administration, certainly the agencies, and the election results are just like really brutal for Republicans right now. People bring up like the fact that the Democratic Party, like technically their approval rating is lower than the Republican parties. And a lot of that is fueled by discontent within the Democratic voter base who seem to be clamoring for like a fighter. And they just perceive the current leadership structure as being ineffective when they're out of power.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't seem to be translating to electoral liabilities for Democrats because they're just, I mean, Spanberger and Mikey, what's her name? Cheryl and Mamdani performed a little bit worse, but they had crazy over performances. Mikey Cheryl, that race was predicted to be within like 2 or 3 points, and she won by 15 points or something ridiculous. And so there's also something going on where the polling seems to be massively underestimating Democrats right now. That's just what happened back in November, like by pretty big margin. And so I think they're headed towards like a collapse. I think their coalition is just straight up collapsing right now. I'm biased. I want that to happen. So maybe that's coloring my perspective, but that does appear to be happening right now in terms of actual numbers and results.
Well, I hope that if it does happen, I really hope the Democrats don't fuck it up by electing a bunch of crazy fucking people.
Well, who would you want? Who would you want the nominee to be in 2028 of all the?
Well, so far, I liked Shapiro the most from last time.
What about Kelly? He's pretty moderate, right?
I don't think I've really read or heard too much from Kelly personally. So I'll have to see as we get closer to the election.
Do you have a preference? Do you think would you like to see the Democrats? Excuse me. Would you like to see the Democrats take the House majority or take the Senate?
Yeah, I think I would just because first of all, Congress is really just massive derelict of duty at the moment. Letting the executive just do whatever. So I would like a Congress that actually provides some level of pushback and actually wants to do its job of passing legislation. That would be nice. So everything's not just executive order, and then the courts, have to argue a year or two later whether it's even legal or not. Because I don't know if you saw, like, Trump had his tweet today about how horrible it would be if the Supreme Court says his tariffs were illegal, and then all of a sudden the country has to pay back all this money. And I do think the tariffs were probably illegal for him to do, but it is also true that then all of a sudden the government and our tax money is going to be in the hook for all this, and this is why this is supposed to be done the correct way through Congress and not just the president, the flights of fancy of the president.
Do you have a preference for 2028 in terms of
Uh,
would you
well,
like to see the Democrats take control of
it
government? Would you like
depends
it
who's, as I said, it depends who the nominees are.
if it's Shapiro versus Vance?
I'd be more in favor of Shapiro, I assume. I really don't like JD Vance, so
Adam, you've been really quiet. Do you have thoughts? Did he walk away? Does he?
I saw him in the chat.
I have not really dove into it. I am curious about it though, obviously. It looks like you've looked into some polls.
Well, the polls, like I think, show like on the generic ballot, we're seeing like a kind of consensus in the aggregate around like plus like 6 to 8 for Democrats. But again, the polls seem to be like, I don't know if you guys agree, but the pollsters seem to have figured out how to weight things better, because in 2024 the polls were actually pretty fucking good. I think they were the closest to the actual results since maybe 2012. And for whatever reason, maybe it's just people stop using landlines, plus Trump just being a pretty chaotic force. But the polls were having trouble like figuring out how to weight to account for him, but they figured it out. And I don't know, I'm just speculating, but it seems like those kinds of models that they're using when Trump is on the ballot don't work all that well when it's an off presidential cycle. He's not on the ballot, because they are just demonstrably like massively underestimating Democratic strength. Democrats just keep blowing out the projected margins. And so, yeah, it's not great. It's not great. I mean, like, and now you have a lot of Republicans that are talking about retiring. There's some reporting that up to 24 Republicans could announce that they're retiring in the next couple of months. We'll see if that plays out. But certainly, I think a lot of Republicans feel that they're headed in a pretty bad direction.
This is what I hope. Okay. I'm tired of the memes. I'm tired of we exist in a political environment where everyone gets to say, like, it's just a meme. It's not happening. I'm just trying to trigger the other side.
Yeah.
I want Donald Trump to try to force our military to invade Greenland so that we can all everything will be out in the open and we can all take our stance. Okay. That's what I want. I'm tired of us all existing in the realm of the memes. Okay. Let's just all put our cards on the table and see where everyone's standing at the moment. Right?
You want like
hopefully that'll be the future.
You want like a reverse rally around the flag kind of thing.
Yes. Yes. That'd be nice. Here, let me ask you something.
I would take an executive order against lip injections. That's what I want.
There you go. Oh, I gotta figure out for taxes this year. Is super chats going to be tax free? Because they're not.
They're not considered tips the way that we get them.
God, did you already try to do this?
Yeah, I have to claim my tips on a Schedule C. I don't know how you guys do it, but the way, because there's an intermediary like the YouTube super chats, that I looked into this, and that prevents it from meeting the legal sort of classification as tips, even though they are tips.
I'm gonna ask my tax guy. Okay, I'm gonna say, hey, try to get me to not pay taxes, please.
Well, he did help. I mean, Trump did help YouTubers and streamers out a lot with the tax cuts in 2017. Well, depending on, I mean, for like most content creators, because they allow small businesses basically to deduct like $20,000. That wasn't possible before. So that covers like most content creators by far.
I did say I promised that my little avatar has to wear a MAGA hat if super chats become tax free. So we'll find out.
I don't think it's when I looked into it, I think I asked my accountant, and he said it doesn't.
Okay. So let's see. Let me read you some questions and comments from our conversation.
All right.
If you're up for that. Okay. Joshua for $20 says, Hutch saw the She Thick as Hell clip you were talking about on Sunday on PKA. They showed the clip at 1 hour and 28 minutes on that episode. You saw someone was talking about an ICE agent thick as hell.
Yeah, I don't know if somebody added that line in posts, but yeah, there was a pretty funny clip of somebody talking about a ICE agent with a fat ass.
Okay. Lieutenant Sasquatch, thanks so much for being free. We'll see you for 15 months. Says the video shows the entitlement main character syndrome of the left. They think they can just do things with zero repercussions, no matter how dangerous.
I don't think that there should be no repercussions for like fleeing if she would have fled, and I would have obviously supported charging her with fleeing arrests. Like I don't understand how your viewer walked away with that impression.
Well, I would think I guess the idea would be if you thought there'd be repercussions, worse repercussions for disregarding law enforcement, then you wouldn't do it, right? You would just get out of the car.
Like a rational person would, but I don't
Yeah.
think she acted rationally in that moment.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I think that's what they mean when they say they have like main character syndrome.
Oh, like the woman had.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't spec. Maybe, but like, or maybe she just. I don't know. Her wife telling her to drive off was, I thought, really, really bad.
That's crazy. What is she?
Yeah.
I mean, she's to me like that's so damning. Like she's not even the driver's in such a state. Her wife can't even get in the fucking car. She's like, just leave me. Like, what do you mean to leave you? Like, that's a crazy thing to do.
Yeah, that was bad.
Ace for $7. Thank you, Ace. Says good episode. Hutch should be on the show more often. And the issue, first and foremost, was Trump not allowing an investigation and trial to occur. Worse, ICE shouldn't have been there in the first place. I don't think that's
Yeah.
first and foremost. I mean, I agree. I don't agree at all with the Trump administration's handling of this, where they're basically, I mean, I don't think they're going to try to pursue charges. And I think if the state does, they're going to try to knock it up to the federal jurisdiction to kind of softball the whole thing, which I don't agree with.
So I don't know.
It's kind of a weird situation. And I'm curious how you, well, I don't know, maybe you wouldn't agree. It's a weird situation because I feel like this, I don't think that I think there should be an investigation, but I don't think there's enough evidence here to really, convict him or to even, depending on investigation, maybe to even bring charges. But I don't really trust, you heard the mayor of the city was so, get the fuck
Get the
out of here,
fuck out.
ICE, and all this other stuff, and kind of this cringe shit. Like, I don't trust either organization, the local government or the federal government, to do any sort of objective investigation into this situation because both of them seem so biased in opposite directions to either nail this guy or let him go free.
Well, I don't know how you feel about our like judicial system, but my opinion has changed over time. I actually think our judicial system is like pretty fucking good. So it's kind of difficult to drum up charges and secure a conviction, like Rittenhouse, Comey, Letitia James. Like it's not as simple. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe the local authorities in Minnesota are going to be biased, and that would influence their prosecutorial like decisions or the way they handle the case. But
Well, you agree, you agree that even though Rittenhouse was let go, that bringing that to trial seemed ridiculous and very politically motivated.
yes,
So,
yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I could very well. That's why I don't really have a lot of. I agree that I might have faith in like juries, but I don't have. Well, sometimes I don't know. I do have faith overall in the judicial system, but I don't have faith in situations like this for it to not be very the investigations and the charges to be very politically motivated on both sides.
Like anytime there's something like this with like a ton of national attention, unfortunately, it's the case that oftentimes like politics does influence these kinds of decisions, and I think that that's bad. But yeah, I generally have faith that it's not a simple thing to just say, we're going to come up with some pretense to throw this person in jail. Like we actually have pretty robust protections here, and it's kind of difficult to do that willy-nilly. But to your point about like the investigation, I don't know if you read the reporting, but there are now 6 attorneys that have resigned in protest at DOJ because reportedly DOJ is they're saying reluctant.
Federal attorneys,
yeah,
DOJ attorneys.
Yeah, they're saying that DOJ is reluctant to investigate the actual shooter, and they're trying to focus on the widow. They're focusing on
bring
like
charges against her because
Yes,
she said
yeah.
to drive. Yeah,
That's-
that makes sense. They would do that. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of crazy though.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Like
so.
optically, I don't think
Okay.
that's going to go well for them at all.
Optically, I don't know. It's hard to tell. Well, it's hard to tell because obviously the internet's pundit class will probably cheer it on. I don't know if the actual half of the country that votes red would cheer it on.
Yeah, that's why I mean when I say it would be optic L for them to
Yeah.
like to charge a widow, like even if you think she committed a crime by encouraging her wife to leave, I think like discretion, most attorneys would not, in that moment,
I
take
think
that course of action.
it's hard to tell, and it's kind of blackpilling when I think about the like political optics because it seems like yeah, a lot of like people, I think most people in the country are moderate and they are not in favor of actions kind of like what you're describing. They're not in favor of like hyper partisan actions, but they're not really the ones that move the conversation or control the conversation, even for the majority. I think it's really the pundit class on both sides. And I think this is very often why you see politicians will just throw out these, the red meat for their base
Mm-hmm.
to get them, all frothed up, to get them on board, and then they're going to pull the party, they're going to pull the conversation that direction because like in 2 years from now, 3 years from now, is the moderate person going to remember if that the Trump DOJ brought charges against Renee Good's wife? I doubt it.
It's hard to tell like what stories are going to stick and what aren't going to stick, but yeah, there's just a deluge of news now, and so it's just, I mean, the Charlie Kirk news cycle was like 2 weeks. I was convinced that was going to be like 6 months, and it was just barely a blip.
Well, I mean, a
So
lot of I don't know if it's so barely, but I think a lot of stuff has been going on like nonstop. So it just changes the story in people's mind.
yeah, I had another thought about the investigation, but I forgot honestly.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah.
Well, Mr. Graham for $10 says in a little green arrow text, collecting evidence is unnecessary. So I think it's aimed at you.
I disagree.
Okay. You
I
think
don't know
it's
what that's.
necessary?
I don't know what that's in reference to.
It's in reference to him saying that he's interpreting your viewing of how the guy was filming her as ISO was collecting evidence. He's like mocking your
Oh,
take on that.
no, no, no. Hey, so there's like a couple angles to this. I'm glad you brought this up because I wanted to get into it, but we didn't. The fact that he felt, for whatever reason, let's just assume the most charitable, good faith interpretation that he was honestly just trying to be as comprehensive as possible in gathering evidence. I find that a bit unbelievable, given that he could have done a better job and captured more of the event by positioning himself further back. If you're trying to collect evidence, that would make sense. But let's just assume, he was acting in good faith. Okay, congratulations. Like, you've just laid out the justification for fucking body cameras, which, by the way, 90% of the country support every law enforcement officer wearing body cameras. Joe Biden implemented a policy when he was president that mandated that all federal law enforcement officers wear body cameras. This influenced the like broader policing effort in this country because now I think most cops in the country wear body cameras. But Donald Trump, in his infinite wisdom, decided to end that policy. And I think there's a good chance that if this guy hadn't been distracted by trying to film with his phone, if he had an operational body camera, maybe he would have made better decisions. Maybe he would have been better focused in that moment and remembered his training and not been as careless as I perceived him to be. So that's a whole other angle to this. I don't know how you feel about it. Do you agree? Would you like to see all
Of course,
law enforcement officers wear
all law enforcement everywhere for any level of law enforcement should always have a body camera. Yeah, it's
Yep.
crazy to not have that. I think it's hard. It's really, I haven't really seen anyone publicly argue against that. I mean, that seems like what is the argument against that? That seems crazy.
If you ask cops, I think a lot of cops would say it has like a chilling effect and it makes them second guess their instincts. And
I feel like a lot of them say that at first, but then it seemed like once they all kind of got used to body cameras, like actually this is super useful for us. There's so many times you'll see people like lie about the interaction. And it's like, well, you're on camera, so
there's been a ton of exculpatory body camera footage just in the last year of people like running at cops with knives. Like I've seen like hella justified shootings because of body cameras. So yeah.
Brian for $5 says, so is Hutch saying law enforcement shouldn't shoot someone driving into them? That has always been lawful under that scenario.
I don't know about lawful, but like, how does it make any sense to do that? Does that like what would create more safety for the officer in that moment? Trying to make an effort to like all of their attention and focus, making an effort to get out of the way, or shooting the person and the car is just going to keep going forward. So like, it's just a practical question. Like, how does that make the cop safer by shooting someone who's like 2 feet in front of them, who's driving towards you in a car? Like if it's all about safety and protecting the cop's life, seems to be a really bad decision that you would make.
Well, it all, I mean, obviously it would depend on a lot of factors too, like how much distance do you have to move to clear out of the way of the vehicle?
Hmm.
Because obviously if you already have, especially if you already have your gun drawn, the time it takes for you to squeeze your finger is going to be substantially less than to move your legs in one direction to try to dive out of the way of a moving vehicle.
But even squeezing that trigger, like, how does that help you? If the car's
Because
because
often people do, as you said, sometimes people dead weight on the gas, but very often they don't. So even if you do get hit, the car could be slowing down or could stop. So you're not gonna get hit as
um
bad.
that's kind of hard for me to believe because if you shoot, especially if you shoot someone in the head, how there's no way their foot is going to transfer from the accelerator to the brake.
We've seen, as I said, I've seen videos. We've seen videos of cops being dragged by people in cars and they shoot the driver and the car stops.
I would have to see the videos that you're looking at.
Okay.
I'm just my
Well, you could
understanding.
look up the Barnes Felix video. You could look up, there's another one. I'm trying to remember what it was. I don't remember the name of it. Someone in chat probably remembers. That's kind of related to this, where there was like a woman in a car and she had been shoplifting, and one officer's in front of the car and one's at the side.
Yeah. And he was
Yeah, and
acquitted,
he's
I
like
think.
actually gets on the he's like on the hood of the car and he shoots her. I mean, and that makes her stop driving. So
I mean, a jury acquitted him, but I think that was a really bad decision that he made.
no, it was for a bad decision being in the front of the car, but I'm just saying he shoots her and it makes her stop driving. So definitely it's not outside the realm of plausibility at all that you shooting someone's going to make them stop driving.
I think generally speaking, just the danger of that happening tells you right away that the policy is in many places and should be everywhere to get out of the way, focus on getting out of the way instead of shooting the driver.
I'm assuming
Because
that is the policy, and I would
it,
agree with that. That does make sense, but sometimes you're not in that situation for whatever reason.
yeah, I mean, I get like, is if the car's like 50 feet in front and this person has like a nuclear bomb that, like you could, then there are, like,
I
so
don't
I'm,
think it has to get that far,
but
but
I'm just saying that there would be some exceptions. And when I looked at a few different policies over the week and like all of
well,
them basically said the same thing where it's like it has to be an extreme situation basically. Like there has to be like a uniquely high level of danger that would justify shooting a driver. Otherwise, it's
so
not that
well,
they're
let me ask you a question because so that story where the police officer is in standing directly in front of the vehicle and they're talking to this woman for like a good amount of time too. So I say I think that's like way more justified than even this. They're talking to this woman for a long time. He's standing in front of the vehicle and she starts driving, fully knowing that he's in front of her and that she's going to hit him. I agree. Like, yeah, he shouldn't be standing in front of her because she could flee. But I don't think you could make a legal or moral argument that like an officer doing something that's putting them in a risky situation means they forfeit their life
no,
to
that's
such an
actually
extent they can't shoot the person who's driving.
that's actually not what I'm saying. So like you can have a cop like violate their training and still be within their legal right in terms of like a jury trial or whatever to
Mm-hmm.
use lethal force.
I'm
But
talking legal and moral, right?
I mean, I think cops have a moral decision to, I mean, I think our law enforcement structure in the country, just in general, there should be a moral obligation to train these officers to use the least amount of force that is required of every situation and to de-escalate the situation in every opportunity that they can. And I think the ICE under Donald Trump right now is displaying an astonishing lack of professionalism, and it's pretty disgusting to me.
Okay, but I'm just saying in that situation, I don't know if you saw the video or not, but in that situation where they're standing in front of a car and the woman is very clearly driving through the officer from she's a completely stopped position to driving through the officer.
Is that the one with the black woman and it's like a shopping market like
Yes.
parking lot? So I
Yes.
saw that video and I've nothing I know nothing about that case, so I
Okay.
can't I'm not dodging you, but I just don't know anything about that case. I know he got acquitted and I know he also
Well,
violated protocol when he stepped in front of
right.
the
But do
car.
you, well, I guess, well, I could just, laying out, because there could be, so we'll say hypothetically, you have a situation where there's a woman in a car. They think, police officers think she's stealing. One is at the passenger window trying to get her to open the car. One's standing in front of the car. And then she makes a decision to go from park to drive and to drive through the officer. So much so that he's like actually pushed onto the roof of the car. Do you think it's wrong for him? Or Do you think it's wrong for him or illegal for him to shoot her and kill her to get her to stop or attempt to
So
get her to stop?
so I don't want to co-sign anything you're saying about this particular
Yeah,
case
not about
because I
this
don't.
case, just
But
this
I
hypothetical scenario.
no. But
Yeah.
what I will say is that the protocols don't say that it's never okay to shoot a driver. So there are you can conceive of some situations where maybe it makes sense. Like if there's a brick wall, behind you or whatever, and you don't think there's any like maybe that and this person is has the nuclear codes that's going to go off in like
Well,
five
no, it's
minutes.
just it's someone that's accused of shoplifting and they're driving into you. You've made the decision to stand in front of the car, which is not the right decision, but you're in that situation. Do you have a legal or moral right then to pull out your gun and shoot them when they're driving into you?
I don't know about the morality of the situation, but just in terms of the practicality of the situation, you would not, it's difficult to imagine that being like what we would train cops to do, or that being like the right decision, given the risk that the car could be an unguided missile that now, drives straight into the target that's like 20 feet behind you or
So you
whatever.
think that so let's say you're in a situation, you momentarily had a lapse of judgment and you made the wrong decision to stand from the car. Okay, even though your policy said not to, you're getting hit by this car. You're now on the roof. You make the decision, well, I'm not going to shoot the driver because maybe that will cause a worse situation. So I'm going to just take my chances and roll off the hood of the car, try to
Sure.
dive off, and that's it.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't take that. I think I would shoot the driver in the
I mean,
face. And I think it's totally right to do so.
all right. I mean, you're coming up with your own protocols.
Okay.
I'm just telling you what I
Okay, that's
read,
fair. Yeah.
what I read, and the
Okay.
reasoning why. And the reason why they give not to do that is because the car can become an unguided missile. And yeah,
Right. Okay. One fat pup for $10 says, if you circle me twice, it's a threat.
I think he was very obviously taunting her, trying to intimidate her. There's no,
He didn't
you,
say anything.
uh, you don't have, you hang on. You don't have to say things. You can, and you understand you can intimidate people with your body language, with your presence, with your motions, with your positioning. You don't have to use words to threaten someone, right?
What does it matter if he's intimidating her? What does that mean?
It's unprofessional. What are you doing? Why are you doing that?
Okay.
Just do your job. Why is it? Is it?
Okay.
Is it his job to intimidate people, or is it his
Well, no,
job
I think
to?
is again, we just disagree. You've interpreted that he's trying to do some sort of intimidation tactic. I'm interpreting that he's trying to get a picture of her face and her license plate.
Yeah, but your interpretation doesn't make any sense.
It makes
Respectfully,
perfect sense.
no, it doesn't. Because if you're trying to do that, you would back up and fucking zoom in with your 4K,
Okay.
2026 iPhone
I
with
don't think so.
50x. Come on,
I don't
bro.
think that's the case.
Pull out your phone.
I think
and
if you're
just
going to make the
zoom in
argument
on
that
something
like
10 feet
he
away.
wants the full scope of the situation, assuming
Yeah.
with video that doesn't exist, then I agree. Yeah, you need a wider scope, wider frame. But I think it's very reasonable to think that all those cars have dash cams and they'll have video, a wide video that shows her blocking traffic, shows the entire situation and lead up to it. So what he's doing is he's filling in the gaps, which is I want her face and I want the license plate, something that wouldn't be available from their dash cams. And maybe, in fact, I just thought of it. Maybe that is why she was parked perpendicularly to make it more difficult for them to see her license plate. Because if she had just parked and
Come on,
blocks
bro.
traffic in the correct way that the car's
Come
supposed
on.
to be, they all see her license plate.
Seth, you're being a bit ridiculous here.
How's that ridiculous?
I'm going to park my car perpendicular in an open space with the hopes that they can't see my license plate when they can just walk up and just look at it and take a
Well, then
picture.
someone has to leave the vehicle to go do that. They can't just drive by and be like, oh, we got our license plate.
All right, you lost me a bit on that one, but we don't need to linger on
Do
it.
you think that you should not lock your door because someone could still break the door down?
I don't understand the analogy here.
Every level, there's lots of things people do that add an element of friction to make it more difficult for someone to do something.
That's a comically low level of friction to park perpendicular because now the cop has to walk two steps that way
You think
to see
it's
your license plate.
I don't think it's unreasonable to envision that at one of these resist lib meetings, they're like, okay, guys, you should block the lane, one lane perpendicularly so that you slow them down. They'll have to merge. You're stopping the convoy. And if you're perpendicular, they can't easily see your license plate without actually having to get out of the car and waste an agent's time. I could 100% see some resist libs saying this exact thing.
I mean, if you can find me like some evidence that they're training resist lib Antifa wine moms to to do this to like hamper ICE agents for approximately 2 to 3 seconds at most, then I'd be persuaded. But I'm not
Well,
aware
we'll,
of
we'll
the.
have to get
I'm not now. I'm mad because I feel like I should be invited to resist lib meetings, and I'm not. I'm not getting invitations, but I'm like the fucking king resist lib over here.
uh-huh. Okay. I think we need what's the guy's name that does all the undercover video? He needs to get
James O'Keefe.
you need to get James O'Keefe, yeah, to send in some hot guy or girl to sneak into the meetings here to find out what their tactics are. That's what we need.
Get him on the case, man. If you
Yep.
can, if you can crack the case, then sure.
Our Zoro was here for $10. Says, how do we know? How do we know is that the officer did think she would have stopped when he had his gun pointed at her? Is it not an officer's prerogative to detain her once they decide to arrest her? I believe
Of
it
course,
is.
of course, a cop can or any kind of officer can decide to detain someone, but when he said, what did he say about stop the car and then grabbing the gun? What did he say?
Said, how do we know? How do we know is that the officer did think she would stop when he had his gun pointed at her? Is it not an officer's prerogative to detain her once they decide to arrest her?
I, I mean, we all saw how it played out. I mean, did that work out in terms of detaining her?
No, but the question is because you were making the argument that once he tells her to get out of the car and she doesn't, they just put their hands up and they don't do anything. I believe it is an officer's prerogative to once they give you lawful command to try to make sure you follow that command, including pulling you out of your car.
Within their training protocols, and if they're trained to not do something because of a potentially like dangerous externality or whatever, then they generally should not do those things. This is one of those situations. Like, can anyone explain to me, anyone in your audience or either of you two explain to me what was the value of him not once but twice stopping in front of her car? How did that add? You're trying to say it's because he wanted to get a better view. I find that a bit ridiculous. Step back and you get an even better view because now you can see 5 feet to the right and left of the car and everything. But
He wants
in
to look
terms of,
inside the car for weapons, children, pets, anything. When they go into arrest mode, they want to know what's going on with the situation. He's
so
the
why
following. He's the following officer. He's there to assist the arresting officers.
but why stop in front of the car? Why stop in front of the car?
Well, I mean, that was obviously an inconvenient placement, but he's got to cross the car to witness the arrest.
I mean, I could buy that. Like that seems reasonable. If he's looking in there to see if there's a weapon or whatever, okay, great. But you stop in front of the car. I don't know. To me, and again, I'm a bit biased here, but we've seen enough footage from ICE now we already know how this administration operates. I think it's very plausible. I think it's likely that it was more about like intimidation. They didn't like that she was fucking with them and they wanted to get super aggro with her.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of the problem is there's a lot of priors here in assuming the behavior.
I could be wrong. I'm not assuming like I'm not going to tell you 100% certainty that that's what happened.
They were going to detain her. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, of course. That was
Okay.
Obviously that was their intention, was to detain her.
A survey of the scene before they detain her would probably be useful.
Sure,
What if there's a kid in the back seat? He can't see that with his wide angle lens, right?
sure, I buy that. But like he had already done the lap at that point, and now you're backing up your fellow officer by stepping in front of a 2,000-pound vehicle and literally creating a dangerous situation.
Well, he's got to get to the other side of the vehicle where the arresting officers are
Why? He already had
confronting.
no. He had the officer that walked up to her had somebody right behind him.
He did one lap around the vehicle.
But then he got back. Sitch pointed out that it looked like he was getting back into his car. But then when he saw his buddy approaching the car, his instinct in that moment was to back up his officer by stepping in front of the car when the guy already had somebody backing him up right behind him. Why? How is that helping the situation?
Well, I think we don't know because we'll have to hear what he says. I think because he's walking in front of the car, it looks like he's get to their side, and then he stops and draws. It seems like right when she shifts from reverse to drive. So we don't know if his intention was to stop in front of the car like that, and also as people had pointed out, the way that she's backing up, she is also angling herself more towards him anyway, even if he wasn't walking. But so we don't know if his intention was to stop in front of the car, or it's just once the car started to go into drive, he just stopped because his brain was like, okay, now I draw.
So we did the Zapruder film like analysis, and
Mhm.
you can pull up actually you have the video here.
Yeah.
If you want to watch it in slow motion, my judgment when I watched this video like 20 times was he actually stopped when she stopped going in reverse. And then at that moment, and we know this now because of his footage, she is seen, and I find it difficult to believe that he didn't see this, but she is seen very quickly turning that wheel to the right. And I think I heard you both agree that she was not intending to murder an ICE officer. She was intending to flee.
He didn't perceive her as a threat either until she stomped on the gas.
But I don't know, Sitch, if you can play it, but like he stops and plants his feet when she stops going in reverse.
Why the talking about the first angle here? Or his body cam? I don't know which.
No, this angle is fine. Yeah. If you want to slow it down too, I don't know, but
I think there's a slow version at the end.
No.
So
shit!
I don't know. I think you just kind of missed it.
There's a slower one here.
Oh, here, yeah, I'll do that.
It seems like he draws right as she starts to go forward.
Yeah. Well, he's getting ready to draw before that. And then as soon as she starts moving forward is when he draws. But but when he stops in front of her car and plants his feet momentarily, he did that when she stopped going in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
That seems kind of suicidal and insane.
I don't know if I'd say, I don't think suicidal is insane, but it was obviously not the right decision to make.
Well, I mean, I'm being hyperbolic. I don't think it was literally suicidal, but like that seems to me someone who made if the decision in that moment is to for your own safety, like obviously like he's going to say that he felt like his life was in danger. I feel like stopping in front of that vehicle probably contributed to that danger.
Of course it did.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean.
If he had kept walking, he would have been out of the line of sight or out of the line of the car. Sure.
There you go.
Yeah. But as I said, that doesn't forfeit her responsibility not to hit someone. It doesn't forfeit his right to try to defend himself.
I mean, I agree with you in principle.
There's also something, because I think I did hear some of your coverage about whether he was hit or not. And I think there was something that you missed, which is if you watch their feet, I'm pretty sure both of them slip on the icy road.
Sure. Well, click. Yeah, press play here because
watch their feet. Right? It looks like they're both like
right. Yeah. So yeah. When the contact was made, you used a word, Sitch, a couple days ago that I've been using, which is like it looks like he got clipped.
Yeah.
Like when I hear someone say you hit them with their car, and I don't think this is my own bias, but when I hear that, I think like a direct like head-on hit. If somebody gets hit, if somebody makes contact,
sure.
or gets
that's why
hit
I say
on the
clipped,
side of the car, then I say
confers
clipped.
a different meaning. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, I think he got clipped.
Well, there's no question the car made contact, but like,
right.
So like another thing that you can't quite see from this angle, and you can ironically see it better in the grainiest worst video, is he actually, when she stops, his instinct is to put his hand down on her hood. Like he like leans into her car, which is another like really insane decision. You can't really quite see it from this angle because his left arm is blocked by the other officer. It's that one grainy video. You guys know the one I'm talking about.
I don't know which one you're talking about. You're talking about
it's the one that's really grainy. It's the one that Tim Pool was posting. To suggest that
this one. I mean, can't really.
I think so. Yeah. So you see his hand on the hood there, right?
I think it looks to me like he's already slipping because of the ice.
Well, he's leaning forward and using the front right part of her car as like leverage to keep him upright. But that's
because I think it's very possible he was falling and he just reaches out. And there's a car coming at him.
Well, rewind it a little bit. I don't think that's what happened.
I don't know if it has how long it has in the beginning of this clip.
The screen went black for me.
Yeah, no, it's.
Oh, yeah. So like even
the towel, like what's going on?
It is. I mean, it is, but like it looks to me like he put his hand on. like he put his hand on her car, like even just like very briefly, like momentarily before she even started moving forward, as if to say like,
Let me
I'm
play
here,
this.
don't go forward. Like, see his hand right there? Like, she's not even moving yet. Then she starts moving. His hand's already on her car.
Okay.
I,
As I said,
I,
it's kind of hard to is he did he make the decision like I'm going to palm the car, which I agree would be stupid? Is he slipping because it's icy, as we saw him do a couple of seconds later, or is it just a weird angle and that's not exactly what was happening?
I
I
mean,
don't
my
know.
headcanon was that he thought that she would not drive if he postured himself as if to say like, I'm here, don't drive.
That's very
Yeah,
possible
totally.
But
that
I'm
he thought, yeah.
speculating. But
100% agree.
but I'm speculating there. I have no idea. Maybe he anticipated that she was going to drive and was protecting himself or whatever.
Well,
But
no, it's definitely very possible. I think that he stopped and stood in front of the car and drew because he's like, okay, I want to try to prevent her from driving, either because I want her to not escape or I want her to not drag my partner down the road the way I was dragged. That's very possible. It was not the right decision to make, but again, it wouldn't forfeit his right to shoot her or to defend himself and forfeit her responsibility not to drive so recklessly.
If she escapes, will local law enforcement help apprehend her? I don't think they will, because I think
um,
in this situation, ICE is not getting aid from local law enforcement. So all the rules around letting the person go basically are for situations where you control local law enforcement. You got a helicopter, you got multiple units, you can do a lot of different things, right?
well, I mean, so I don't know much about Minneapolis PD. I don't know much about the politics of like law enforcement in that city. But sanctuary policies don't extend to citizens. So like the sanctuary policies just mean that the cops are not going to spend resources and time and manpower assisting the federal government in their exercising of immigration law. But if there's
So
like a
then
local,
yes, if she escapes, they aren't going to help her apprehend him.
no, I said she's a citizen, so like the sanctuary policy would not apply to her, right? So, but I don't know.
Right.
Maybe the local PD wouldn't cooperate with ICE in that
Well,
spot.
no, I agree with you that he got in front of the car so that she wouldn't escape. Because if
Hmm.
she escapes, it's a problem. They don't necessarily have local law enforcement to help them out. So they're in a situation where they have to detain her immediately.
I
They
mean, do they
think
have
this
to
is
though?
just, well, they're in arrest mode. They're going to detain her.
Do they need? But I'm saying, do they need to be in arrest mode over this?
I don't know the situation throughout the day, so I don't know what kind of nuisance this person was previously. So
I mean,
I,
even if she
I
was
I can't really answer that. Like if this is their first interaction, maybe not, but I'm under the impression it's not their first interaction.
I was under the impression that she had very shortly before this dropped her kid off at school. This was at 9:30 a.m. So I heard some people claiming she was harassing them all day. That doesn't really make sense. The shooting was at 9:30 a.m. and she dropped her kid off at school.
Have you seen the
Yeah.
interview with the woman who was evidently another one of the ICE watchers that said that she was the lead car? That led me to believe there's multiple cars involved.
I have not seen that.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, maybe there's something there, but I haven't seen anything to indicate that there was like a coordinated thing to block those lanes of traffic to actually like block them. Maybe something comes
Well,
out and I don't know, but yeah.
I don't know how this guy's car got in front of her like this. Like if she's in the road and he pulled around her and pulled up.
He pulled
This
around her.
She
Yeah,
waved
the
him
Right,
forward.
yeah.
She waved him forward.
No, you're talking about
the guy behind him, the following officer. Usually what happens
Oh,
is there is an officer that's going to make the arrest, and then there are other officers who assist.
Yeah.
And they're basically there just to be an extra pair of eyes. It looks like
Yeah,
what
yeah.
he does, he walks around the car twice. Well, no, he walks around the front of the car twice, but really he just does one lap. And that
Yeah.
lap ends with him in front of the car where he's saying, don't come, I'm here. Like these guys are going to detain you.
Yeah.
But he doesn't
I think,
know that she's going to freak out and like plow into him. So
that's exactly why they train them not to step in front of vehicles because you
in
don't know.
situations where you've got all the assets of the local law enforcement at your disposal.
No. In all situations, like this right here, basically
I
all
don't.
situations. Like you don't know if they're gonna hit the
It's
gas.
it's not
So
a
why-
law. It's not a law. It's like a policy, but it's not like you're forbidden to ever step in front of a vehicle. That's ridiculous.
I do think there are laws on the books governing how peace officers can interact with communities. I don't know if there's a law in the books about this specific policy, but they have like principles. I
Yeah,
think
no, I agree. For
codified.
safety
Yeah.
reasons. Yeah. If cops are constantly making traffic stops, they're interacting with cars 12 hours a day, right? It's good to have a policy that they don't get in front of the cars unless absolutely positively necessary.
Yeah, and I can't possibly understand why this was absolutely positively necessary.
To
If she
detain her, to keep
No.
her in the location that she is.
I understand, but like, was that absolutely necessary?
To detain her, yes.
Why?
Look, she immediately tries to flee.
Well, I'm not talking about like did she commit a crime? Did she not commit a crime? I'm saying like was the nature of her, based on everything we know so far, was the nature of her crime such that or so intense that it required this level of urgency?
That I see that I don't know. It's based on what we know. If this is the first interaction, no. But obviously, if it's like, cops often have this switch that flips, right? They're like, I'm going to play nice. I'm going to play nice. We're just having a conversation here. And then they go into arrest mode, right?
Yeah.
It's like, you fucked up. Time to go to jail. These guys are already in arrest mode. Like, they probably were talking about making this arrest on the radio before any of them showed up.
Yeah.
We're going to do the arrest. You be the follow officer. Come into the situation. He comes in, he gets there first, he scans the vehicle once. They show up, and their ultimate goal as law enforcement, because it's safer, is to get the person under control as soon as possible. Get them in the handcuffs, then you can slow things down and talk. If you want to make this a long, drawn out procedure, it's going to be more dangerous for the public, more dangerous for them. So that's what they're doing.
No, I understand. I agree that the process of the decision making process, like a lot of it is instinctual. Like the cops will just kind of instinctually form a perimeter to support their partner. I think that's what the shooting guy did. Sitch pointed out that initially he actually had gone back to his car, and then
he might have just been
back
putting
out.
something in there though, or
Maybe.
grabbing something.
Maybe, but it looked like he saw his fellow officers approaching to do an arrest, and that's when his instinct was to like support them.
They have radios. They can talk to one another.
No, but these
things,
but these things happen very quickly, and they don't always communicate. They don't always get on the radio and say, "I'm going to do an arrest." Like there is kind of like a natural formation that happens. They are trained to sort of form a perimeter around like these officers, and so it's just as likely that he saw them approaching and his instinct kicked in.
We're speculating, but I would speculate.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I would say 90% speculation here, or my belief is 90% that they were in arrest mode, that they had communicated with this before this interaction. They had decided who was going to make the arrest and who was going to be assisting, who was going to do the paperwork, and who was going to go about their day.
Maybe, but I don't think it normally happens like that, to be honest with you. I think one of them makes a decision and they don't like, well, I'm just telling you what I mean, I'm not, listen, my dad being a cop doesn't make me an expert in fucking.
You should talk to your dad about this. He could inform you about the situation.
I think I would talk to my sister before I talk to my dad. But.
Oh, you don't talk to your dad?
No, we talk, but he's very, political in the other direction, so it's not.
Oh, okay. So that's why
we avoid politics. So we can get along. We just don't talk politics.
Well, I have a bro that is a cop that I did talk to about this, so I could get his feedback. So
okay.
I did make some wrong assumptions on our Sunday stream. They usually, whenever there's a shooting incident, they usually don't interview the person immediately. They do a quick on the scene type report. But obviously, it's a heightened situation. If you've ever been in a car accident,
I have.
You're like kind of freaked out. You're going to sleep and you're like replaying it in your head over and over again. So because of that, they actually do the interview a few days later. And the interview is usually like an investigation. The person is being investigated for homicide. Whether or not it's accidental or if they've done anything wrong, that will be part of the investigation. So,
yeah, and a lot of agencies have similar protocols. So, like if a pilot gets in a minor accident or whatever, they'll immediately pull the pilot from duty and and interview them at some point to get their
Sure,
perspective.
sure.
But yeah.
So the shooter probably hasn't been interviewed yet. Like he might be interviewed today or maybe tomorrow. When did the shoot take place?
Friday, right? Thursday, Friday.
Right.
It was Thursday. Yeah, I think. Okay. Let's Collins effect for $5 says, Hutch, you are 100% responsible for your actions. If she made one different decision, would we be having this discussion? That is all that matters.
I mean, I think that's right. And if this situation had played out in the way that I think it should have played out, then I would support consequences if she fled the scene. I would not be rooting for local law enforcement to not arrest her. Like I think people are accountable for their like if you're going to do any kind of civil disobedience, like nonviolent civil disobedience, obviously this situation escalated, but up until that point, we're talking about essentially if we assume or accept that she was breaking some traffic law by being there, or that she was intentionally trying to obstruct traffic. Like I don't know about you guys, but there's like a rich history in America of civil disobedience, and so as long as people understand that there are consequences for that, like that's why I had such a problem with a lot of the college protesters, because at some point obviously the police were going to move in and break up those encampments, and it's like you should expect that that's going to happen. If that,
Of course, yeah.
the model from the civil rights movement, which I think is a really good model, is complete nonviolence. Like, and so you accept those consequences, right? But this consequence I think could have been avoided.
If they had help from local law enforcement, they probably would have let her flee. But local law enforcement is probably going to give them the finger.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. I mean, I don't know much about Minneapolis PD, but a lot of cops are very conservative. A lot of cops are very conservative. I don't know. I would guess probably, yeah.
There's all these videos of the chief of police and whatnot saying these people shouldn't be here. So look, and there's a lot of people who are saying that the reason it has become so dangerous for ICE is because local law enforcement is not turning the people over at the courthouse. Because usually when they pick them up, they can find out if they're legal or not, and they could just hold them for ICE, but they're releasing them into the community. So ICE is forced to go out and get them in the community.
Well, this would turn the debate into the merits of like sanctuary policies. But,
yeah, but
I mean, surely
it still makes the case that local law enforcement is not aiding them, right? I mean, that's a separate issue.
That's a policy that a lot of states and blue cities have, sanctuary policies. Yeah.
Okay. So if local law enforcement does decide, okay, we're going to help ICE, then these guys let her go. They're like, we'll get her on the helicopter.
I mean, we're doing a lot of speculating here, but maybe. But
well, I don't think this would have happened in Texas because local law enforcement would be involved already.
I mean, I don't think this would have happened had Donald Trump not surged fucking 3,000 ICE agents to Minneapolis because of a viral YouTube video from
because they don't have local law enforcement aid. They need support. That's why they're like lone wolves out there.
No, but you don't think that they sent 2,000 ICE agents to Minneapolis right after that video went viral about fraud? Like, surely you would agree that that's kind of ridiculous, right? Why are you sending ICE to Minneapolis when there are more undocumented migrants in Texas? Like, why prioritize Minneapolis because of fucking daycare fraud? How does that make any sense?
It's probably political. I mean,
that's what I mean.
It definitely is probably political. So, I mean, obviously, when Trump has an axe to grind, he's going to make whoever the target of his ire, should we say. So,
I mean, I think that's completely unacceptable. I think that's totally disqualifying from any position of power. That's insane. When did Biden ever do that, by the way? Like, when did Biden ever play politics with like federal aid after a fire? The
local law enforcement is playing politics too when they say don't aid ICE. Make these guys' lives living hell.
Did you guys think that sanctuary policies are in place to like literally protect criminals, or do you think sanctuary policies are in place to incentivize people to actually report crime? And for because they're not afraid that like people are going to show up and ask them for their papers.
I think there's zero chance the latter is why the sanctuary city policies exist. I don't buy that. I mean, I've heard people who advocate for them in the states make these arguments. I don't believe it for a second whatsoever. I think what's actually going on is that it's like with Trump sending the people there in the first place. It's very political. You have this political conversation about immigration where one side says immigrants bad, one side says immigrants good. And the immigrants good side is saying, I'm going to win political points by telling the evil red team Trump that they can't come here and they can't, take our
Yeah,
immigrants away and
exactly.
send them, out of here. How
Well,
dare they break families apart? Blah,
these
blah, blah,
pol-
blah, blah.
these policies predate Trump. Sanctuary policies and Sitch. Surely you can imagine. Let's say there's an apartment building, and there's a high concentration of people without that are people here illegally, and there's a rape that happens. Like, surely you can imagine the family of that rape victim being hesitant to call police without sanctuary policies, right?
Most of the sanctuary city policies, my understanding, has nothing to do with that. It has to do with, and this was part of, part of how Obama got a lot of his deportation numbers up, is that it's once the police arrest someone for doing a crime, so someone who's illegal lives in a building and they are raped and they pick up the phone to the police and say, "Hey, I was raped by this other person." The police arrest that person, detain that person, and they find out he's illegal. And then they also notify ICE and say, "Well, we have this guy who was, accused of rape, and he's also in the country illegally." How is that like damaging to victims?
Well, I feel like you kind of sidestepped my question there.
Well, no, because you're acting like the police are going to go, they're going to investigate the crime. They're going to say, "Oh, you were raped. Well, are you a U.S. citizen? Oh, you're not. Well, I'm going to tell ICE that," which I
Well,
don't think that's the policy.
without sanctuary policies, this is precisely we know that this happens in places where they don't have sanctuary policies. And we know that people that are here without documents are hesitant to report crime for fear of being asked if they're a citizen. Like,
Do
this
you
is
think
happening. This happens in states like Texas, bro.
let me ask you a question. Do you think it's plausible or even possible that a city could create a law or even a policy where they tell law enforcement, "Hey, don't ask victims reporting crimes of their citizenship status, but if we detain a person or arrest a person who did do a crime or is accused of a crime, you can ask them for their citizenship status and notify ICE." Like, why can't we make that policy if it's just to protect this very narrow category of people that you're talking about?
That's a bit out of my depth. You'd have to be like more of a policy wonk to get into the. I don't know the reasoning. Maybe there's merit to that. Maybe. I mean, like, intuitively, we want. I think everybody wants like rapists and violent criminals to be deported.
Okay. That's why I'm just saying. That's why I'm skeptical. Because again, I'm fine with the policy, and I would agree if the policy is just don't ask victims for their status. I'm totally fine with that because I agree that could definitely impact on people reporting crimes if that's all it is. But that's obviously not all it is. For all we know,
Yeah.
in this situation, you could have a situation where whoever the ICE people were detaining or picking up before they got into this situation with Renee Good, maybe that person, they wouldn't have had to go out in the field and get that person if it wasn't a sanctuary city. Maybe they were a criminal. Maybe they would have been in a jail cell and they would have got picked up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to weasel out of it, but I'm not a policy wonk, and so I think there would be other people that would be more capable of like defending sanctuary policy. I just know, generally speaking, that was the spirit with which these policies were first proposed and enacted, was because the police were running into situations where the people would get really tight-lipped in terms of like if they witnessed a burglary, if they witnessed a sexual assault, they would get really tight-lipped around police because they feared that the police would ask them for papers, and so it was hampering their ability to conduct investigations. And we also know, like, very clearly by now, because we have such a robust data set spanning years, that there's no evidence that sanctuary policies lead to more crime. In fact, there's evidence that there's slightly less crime in some cases where these policies are enacted.
I it's when they pass legislation, a lot of times it's kind of like people have different motivations for why they're doing things. So I don't know. I'm sure at the time that whenever, I don't know what year it was or whenever Minneapolis passed this policy, I'm sure there was someone involved in the process who all they cared about was protecting victims. I cannot for the life of me believe that everyone involved in the process of passing legislation couldn't do the thing that I just said, which should be the most obvious thing on the planet, which is only narrow it to people reporting crimes or potential victims of crime, and that's it.
Yeah, maybe there's like merit to what you're saying. I mean, I would be open to that argument.
So yeah,
But
I don't know.
yeah,
Well, I guess we have to see.
but
But
I also want to circle
or
back to something.
they should just change it. I mean, that's the case. Even if they did it with good intentions and they say, "Oh, we have this like bad consequence," we'll just change the law.
I mean, maybe just again, like, intuitively, basically everybody wants violent rapists and criminals deported. So,
I don't
but
know. I mean, you look at all
come
the
on, come on, come on. I mean,
look at
listen,
all the weirdos that are like there should be, no like cashless bail and all this other weird shit.
Well, again, I don't think I'm qualified to defend cashless bail or attack it either way. But what you were saying about Obama, I just want to clarify something real quick. This is something that drives me fucking insane.
Mhm.
This is a complete myth. This idea that Obama was like the deporter in chief. The reason why his numbers got juiced the way that they did,
I know it's turnarounds too from the border. They included the
Okay.
numbers.
All
Yeah.
right, you know that. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think it was also that they were picking up people picked up from crimes as well. That's part of the number. A big part of the
Um,
number, I believe.
yeah. They no, for sure. In fact, their stated policy was that they were going after criminals, and I think it was like when I looked it up, it was like 50% of the people that they removed from the country had criminal convictions. So I don't know
Mhm.
why the rest of the 50% weren't. But yeah, they changed the way the deportations were classified to include like people that were turned away at the border. And so
Right.
his numbers on paper look crazy, but when you use the same standard of deportations that W. Bush and Clinton did, they deported less than Obama. So like
Okay.
it's like a full-on myth that everybody
Right.
thinks is true. And yeah.
Interesting. Well, and also, I mean, if if the policy, which most people I assume I agree with, most people are yes, get rid of the criminals first. Again, that's just further reason why any of these sanctuary city policies should be changed to actually help do that. So, but anyway, Brian for $50, thank you so much. Says trying to open the door when a person is sitting in a running car refusing to comply with orders is totally justified. If he was able to open the door and remove her, it would have de-escalated. Her not complying and trying to flee is what escalated.
Yeah. So her car was technically stationary, I think, when he first tried to pull on it. But as soon as that, it was like literally like as soon, I think she was responding to him. I don't know.
Mhm.
But as soon as he put his hand on that handle and she started reversing, I think he should have just backed away and not like, because I don't understand. I mean, we already talked about that. Like, what did he hope to accomplish? Was he going to try to steer her wheel in a particular direction? Like, there's no obviously like practical reason for doing that. That's not me saying like, oh, I think people should get away with crimes. It's just about just a practical reaction to a situation changing dynamically like that. I think his instinct should have been to back away. They had her plate number. They would have caught her and shot her with charged her with felonies, and we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
Someone in chat said, I don't know if this is accurate. They said that Trump's numbers also include turnaways at the border as well for deportations.
Yeah, no, the standard changed when Obama was president. I think
Oh, okay. So the
I
no,
th- so
okay. So just be
he's been
Bush. It would include, so Trump would be part of the number change as well.
Obama deported more people than Trump did, but Trump also had much less people actually showing up at the border. So like that's gonna drive his numbers down. I don't know how his removal numbers, like taking people that are in the country and removing them,
Right.
stack up to previous presidents, but his total deportations are lower than Biden and Obama. But when you look at like border encounters per month, there were just way less people showing up at the border when he was president. So that kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, it's possible. Valman Go for $5 says, according to Hutch, if you're anti-ICE, you get to choose what traffic is blocked and allowed to pass on any street. Is this true?
I don't believe that that's true.
Okay.
No.
Devil's Raspberry for $2 says he wants you to explain why she was parked across the lane. I believe you said you thought it was so that she could see the cars.
To see, or her wife had gotten out of the car, right? So like, she stayed in the car. Her wife got out, and so I think what is a plausible explanation was that they rode up. Her wife gets out and starts doing the ice watch thing and recording and talking that shit, and then she parked her car, in a position that gave her a view of like a very clear view with no window or anything to exactly what was happening. Also, she could have approached. I mean, it was a one-way street. She could have driven down the wrong way of the road, and then positions herself perpendicular to eventually like
That's
go
even
back.
worse, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, like
Yeah.
she might have violated some traffic laws, but
Yeah.
I just what I find really difficult to believe is that she was earnestly trying to block traffic. Like it just doesn't. I don't know how you could reasonably expect to be a hindrance on ice, like blocking one lane of traffic. I mean, that's like a really minor obstacle. We've already gone down that road, though. I don't know if
Um,
we need to.
yeah. Done for 31 months. Thank you. Says the moment civilian car deliberately tries to harass law enforcement, the cops immediately assume you're trying to ambush them. Can't read your mind.
A car is trying to harass them. You mean like just the way that she positioned it?
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying. The second there's someone who looks like they're blocking in traffic, I don't think it's unreasonable for them to assume that there could be some potential ambush coming.
If that were the case, I doubt he would have stepped in front of her car in that first instance. I think he thought
That's
she was. I think he
sure.
thought she was harmless, and
Hmm.
also she had been sitting there for like several minutes. Like if they felt like threatened, why did they
Right.
run up right away and get her?
Well, that leads into Joe the Mick for $5 says that moment, in quotes, it was 3 fucking minutes blocking an entire lane. Stop calling her an observer.
She okay, like I sure she was blocking a lane of traffic. I don't. I Any reasonable person, like I cannot imagine thinking like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck with them and like block them from leaving here while I leave, 15 feet of space in front of me.
Righteous
If he
indifference for
walked
five.
up and got in front of the car before he did the assessment, I think that would be insane. But the lady's
Say,
got her fucking dog in the car. Like
say that again.
he doesn't think she's a threat.
Well, say that first part again. What, he wouldn't have walked up if what now?
If he walked up and got in front of the car immediately without assessing the situation, without walking around the car and looking for weapons or kids or whatever, right? That would be crazy. But he standing in front of the car of a woman who has a dog in her car. I mean, you just don't think your life is in danger.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think he assessed her threat level to be quite low.
Yeah,
And
very
I don't
low.
think I don't think he
Very
saw
low.
that. But that's the but again, that's the reason why a lot of my understanding is that a lot of police departments specifically say don't do that because you never know. Like you just don't know if the person's going to hit the gas. So
Right, yeah.
why would you do that?
Well,
Righteous
you
indifference.
keep saying that it's like crazy for him to stand in front of the car. I just like if it's a low threat level, it's not crazy. I mean, obviously, the threat level changed rather dramatically, very quickly. So
Maybe a better word would be like negligent than crazy. I don't know. Crazy is a bit vague.
Righteous indifference for $5 says she was the wrong way on a one way and her wife stepped out. So why couldn't they park on the side of the road and get out? Is there video of that? I haven't seen that where she's
No,
coming
I don't
down the
know.
wrong way.
I haven't seen any video. I'm just saying. Maybe they were already there when ICE pulled up. I have no idea how that started. I don't think we know that yet. But
Okay. Um, Night Eddie V for $10 says cops filming things is an unacceptable escalation, question mark, as in apparently trying to open a car door if the perp chooses not to comply with orders. Delusional.
I really don't have much to add to that. I mean, I
Okay.
don't think again. I just don't think the way that they escalated that situation was commensurate with her threat level.
Okay.
So is she a threat or not a threat?
At the point that again, we're all going off of the videos, and so like when I'm trying to assess like is there a credible idea that she would have been considered a threat, the very fact that he had done that lap and stopped in front of her car, that to me indicates that at least he didn't really perceive her to be a threat. So the idea that I don't know if you're saying that the justification for running up on her was like, oh, we don't know if she's here to like run us over, that doesn't really make sense given his behavior. Maybe the other officers had a different assessment, but that certainly wasn't his, I don't think.
Squeeze Louise for $5 says Hutch, if a car is driving towards you and you don't know the driver's intentions, is it reasonable to think that you may be at risk of great bodily harm?
Yeah, in some contexts, sure, but I don't know. Like, so this happened so quickly. It is a stressful situation. Maybe you're going to miss some things, but when we saw his footage, you could very obviously see her turning that wheel. So I have to think that he saw her turning that wheel. I am willing to give cops like some grace when it comes to like really fast and dynamic and fluid situations that change on a dime. But to me, like it just, once she's like aggressively turning that wheel to the right, I think in that moment it's like really obvious she's not trying to run him over. I think you can deduce that in a rather quick amount of time. That doesn't mean that he was like fully out of danger. That doesn't mean that he can't still make that claim, because obviously they still made contact and everything. But if we're trying to assess her intentions, then, that really annihilates the idea that she was looking to run him over.
Sketch for $5 says textbook example of irrational behavior versus undisciplined professionalism. Key difference is law enforcement should be held to the higher standard. So I think they agree with your position on that.
Yeah, that's my exact position.
Mr. Cross for $20. Thank you, Mr. Cross, who's a lawyer, says, I think people are conflating three different issues. One, did ICE have authority to stop her? Two, was this a lawful shooting? Three, did everyone behave at their best? Each of these is a distinct question and doesn't impact the other question. Yeah, no, I think that's true, especially, well, it's especially true, I believe, criminally, legally. That's the case. But I think we're kind of focusing on other issues because I think, well, I guess I don't know. It's unclear to me. Hutch, were you saying that you think legally he should get off, or are you just saying legally you think he will get off?
I don't think he'll be charged with anything, but I could be wrong. I have no idea, but I don't know the law either. Like I don't pretend to know the law, but I just know that we live in America and we've seen so many police officers. Like, didn't the guy who shot that guy who was hella drunk in the hotel, like, didn't that person not face any consequences? And that was crazy. Do you guys remember that video?
That was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget the guy's name. Yeah. You're talking about the guy who's crawling towards him after the big shooting in Las Vegas.
And he was hammered.
Yes.
And the guy was giving him crazy, confusing.
Yes.
And I don't think that guy got charged with anything. So that guy didn't get charged. Surely somebody who got clipped by the, front left of a car is probably going to get off, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the rationale. I mean, I'm sure we could find examples of cops getting hit for lesser. That situation, I agree, was like crazy. I don't really know how the cop got off on that one. So,
we talked about it before, but sometimes like politics influences like charging decisions, and this has a lot of attention. So who knows? Yeah. But I also want to say though, like,
but yeah.
Well, I mean, there's
no to the Las Vegas shooting. There wasn't really.
Not that one, but this one. You guys were talking about like, can the state pursue? Like the state attorney general Ellison, what's his name? Is it Keith Ellison?
Yeah.
So he said that there's no statute of limitations, and so they can actually decline to begin any kind of investigation until after Trump is done. Like he was saying that was an option because, and I think Adam might have touched on this a little bit, but I think what can happen is if like local authorities initiate an investigation, basically the federal government, I think, can usurp that and take it right to a judge and ask for it to be dismissed. And then that person would be shielded even from state level charges. But I think Ellison was kind of implying that in order for that to happen, like the process has to start. And if they just hold off the process until after Trump leaves, then maybe they have that option still, is what I understood him to mean. But
I think, yeah, I was talking about that. My understanding was the process is the state would bring charges, then the federal government steps in and says, I forget the statute, but under, whatever the law is, it has to be elevated to federal court. And then once they're in federal court, they could argue that his actions were protected.
Yeah, they just like invoke
clause. Right.
They invoke the supremacy clause.
I heard Keith Ellison say that, and that's true. I would be very surprised if they do that, just because I don't know if like the local population would accept that answer politically. Like it's better from like completely cynical, like, yeah, that's better if you actually want the guy to get arrested, the whole lot.
To get caught trying to like,
yeah, but it's better politically, like cynically politically, for them to like make this big deal about how like we're going after this guy and the Trump administration is stopping us. Like that's just too beneficial for them on a local politics level. It's hard for me to imagine they're not going to go that route.
Maybe, but I feel like you could get the word out to like a community, like cities can be quite tight knit, and so I don't think it'd be.
I mean, 4 years from now, they're gonna.
Well, that's the other thing
remember
too.
That plan? Like, I don't know.
Well, that's the other thing too, is like it's harder to do an investigation 4 years later because then like the evidence is weaker because people's memories are not great, and yeah.
Well, yeah, they'd have to. That's true. You'd want them to at least do the investigation, which I don't know if they even can at this point. So.
Mm-hmm.
Valvingo $5 says, according to Hutch, if an escaping criminal runs in front of a car, the cop then has to give up the chase.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay.
You would get in your cruiser and pursue them, right?
You agree with that the Jacob Blake shooting was justified, right?
Yes.
Okay. Someone's asking that.
That guy had a knife and had people in his car. That was something that I think that was like the most egregious case maybe of a justified police shooting that was like an online narrative
definitely
popped up. That was
definitely yeah. That, and then there was I don't remember the guy's name, the
Hands up,
drunk
don't shoot
driver
guy.
in the Wendy's who took the cop's taser? Do
I
you remember that one?
no, I have no idea.
There was like a guy who was so drunk. He went to like I think it was a Wendy's. He went to a Wendy's and he fell asleep in the drive-through. And so they called the police, and the police, they got him out of the car and they're having a totally nice conversation with him and everything. And then as soon as they say that they're going to arrest him for a DUI, he like starts fighting them, and he actually pulls, if I recall correctly, he actually pulls the cop's taser and like shoots it at him, and he's like trying to like shoot at him while run, and then the cops shoot him. And people got really up in arms about the situation, and they actually, I think, burned the Wendy's down because this was like really at the height of like BLM stuff, and they actually turned do you remember like you remember the Chaz Chop Zone in Portland? Like they created like a version of that in this same location that had a bunch of like crime and problems too. It was a whole fucking
Well,
issue.
the issue there that the cop would have to consider is like if the guy tased him and then took his gun, like he could kill him. So I don't
Yeah, of
know. I feel like
course. Of
yeah.
course, yeah. Okay. His name was Richard Brooks, someone in the chat says. Mr. Grams for $20 says you should ask Hutch if he thinks ICE is a legitimate organization with a lawful mandate.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
Okay, there you go.
Beast.
Aspiring pragmatist.
Just to be clear, that doesn't mean that I'm in favor at this point of abolishing ICE and wrapping it up into DHS or CBP or whatever. But obviously, they're a legal entity that can lawfully operate.
But you're in favor of abolish ICE.
I'm not in favor of abolishing like immigration enforcement, but I think ICE right now is like very, very much rotten and compromised.
I think if the Democrats tried to run on the issue,
They
it
won't.
would be a huge disaster for them to do that.
They won't run on abolishing ICE because then the
Yeah.
Republicans will be like, oh, you don't want to enforce immigration, and that would just backfire.
Right.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think if they
Spy-
had the support of local law enforcement in all these sanctuary cities, if it would be a completely different situation?
I mean, definitely. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Like, are you getting at something
Well,
specific?
a lot of times I think they're forced to go Rambo because they don't have support from the local authorities. They're just like local authorities are a wealth of information for any law enforcement. I mean, that's why they rely on one another so much.
I mean, maybe I don't know. Like I just I'm not opposed to sanctuary policies. I think federalism in practice, this is what it looks like. And if the voters of that state feel like sanctuary policies, or if the voters of that district or city or whatever think that sanctuary policies are making their neighborhoods more dangerous, then we have democratic processes to vote out the Democratic Party and elect Republicans. That's not what's happening. These policies seem to be quite popular among the people that live in these communities. So, it is what it
Policies
is,
can
right?
be popular, but they can still be dangerous, obviously. So,
Yeah, I have not seen compelling evidence that sanctuary policies make conditions more dangerous. I know that's conventional thinking in conservative spaces, but there's just no data to support this.
Dr. Live for $2 brings up an interesting point that I don't think either of us thought about or considered. Said regarding him walking in front of the car, I would have to assume that Ross was trying to avoid crossfire. You can't get fire support at any other angle, either from the front or the back. And if the suspect pulls out a gun, you're both fucked. That is true. If it escalated, if he stayed where he was, he would have to shoot potentially into his fellow ICE agent.
Yeah, obviously that's the thing. It's hard to describe like my positioning here, but he could have had the same angle, but 7 steps to his back, and then he's not in any situation where it's crossfire.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Like he can have the same angle on the car, but from further back, so he's not in any
like
kind of direct path of the
you're saying
car.
that he should have had like a super wide berth to the front, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
I mean, he could. You would be kind of you wouldn't really be able to see what's going on though. Like you'd be in a safer position for yourself, but it'd be hard to support at that point.
From 10, 15 feet away? You don't think you can support someone?
I don't think you could see yeah, if you're going to go like an extra 10 to 15 feet away, it's going to be harder for you to see a person in a car through a windshield, whether they're reaching for a weapon or something, as opposed to if you're right up top of them. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's completely reasonable.
I think 10, 15 feet, you can have a pretty
If
decent
if you
sense.
have perfect, I don't know if we want to do a perfect analysis of where the sun was and the glare and everything. Like maybe if you have perfect, like visible conditions, sure. But I don't know if that was the case. Arithmus for $2 says, or $4 says, there's no guarantee the driver, or I'm sorry, the door was obviously locked because he did not successfully open the door. If you reach in to pull the interior handle, it will unlock the door. There's no evidence he was trying to turn the wheel by reaching
Uh,
inside.
I actually think there is. I don't know if you can pull up the footage, but you can see him. He's not. He's like reaching into the vehicle. It does look like he touches
Come
the
on,
wheel.
in the first, I don't know if we can really tell from.
So he goes there, and then yeah, see him sticking his hand like he's not reaching
It
for the
doesn't
handle
look
on
like he's
his.
reaching for the wheel though. I feel like his hand would be further to the left and up.
Uh, that's not my sense of it. I don't. He's sticking his hand like into the vehicle. He's not sticking it like down and trying to open the door.
No, I don't think either of us can really tell what he's reaching for in that footage.
I mean, that's
So
fair.
Like it or not, I think the goal here is to get her in cuffs and in the back of the car as quick as humanly possible.
Yeah, I agree. But that was their goal.
You think though that they should have just stood down?
Yeah.
aspiring aspiring pragmatist for 16 months says trust but verify. Neither parties can know the other's intention. Thus, it's the officer's duty to assess the situation. That's her duty to comply with requests. True.
Yep.
I I can't off the top of my head think of a situation where I would advise someone to not comply with police officers.
That was Raspberry for Two. Says he was not in front when she reversed or repositioned. So I feel like if we look at this angle here, it like if he just stayed right in the car, then it wouldn't have mattered what she did. Like if he stayed right by the door. But like once he's like here, she does like if he had stayed here, so not in front of the car, even her backing up would have positioned him in front of the car anyway. So
I just think
I
he's
think it's
got
kind
to
of
get
both at that point.
his goal is to assist the other officers, and he may have to go hands on. So his goal
Right.
is to get to the other side of the car. He can't just hang out on the
Yeah,
far
no,
side
I
of the car
completely agree. Yeah.
as soon
Yeah,
as
but
she's out on the ground. Like he needs to be there to be involved.
okay,
Right.
but you don't need to stop in front of a moving car. You could. Why didn't you just keep walking here?
This car is going in reverse. This car is going in the opposite direction.
That's a moving vehicle.
Oh,
Because you know,
okay.
like because they hit the brake, put it in drive, and then drive, right? So like
Yeah.
he could.
Well, no,
he could have.
I
He
think
should
it's
have got his pogo stick out and just pogo sticked over the car.
there.
That's
You
how
go.
he could get to his assisting.
He should have dive rolled over the hood. No, I think it's
He had
possible. We don't know.
commando roll under
Yeah.
the car.
We don't know. Again, we don't
Or
know his
just-
intentions. We'll have
I
to see
mean-
what he says. But I mean, yeah, I do think it's plausible that there was either an intention to stop in front of the car to stop it, which is dumb if that's the case, or if it was just a
No, I think
a fuck up because he's like,
Well-
I'm drawing my weapon, and then his brain just stopped working. So
Well,
I don't
you-
know
you-
what the thought process was.
Well, you guys are adding these like ridiculous qualifiers like pogo stick and barrel roll,
Commando
over the-
roll.
over-
Come
A
over
little bit
on.
of a
the fucking-
meme. We're just a
over
little
the hood.
memeing. Okay.
But like the other option would be to continue walking in the same direction he had been walking instead of planting his feet as
Yeah, I
soon as
agree.
she stopped the vehicle.
If he was the arresting officer, he could have just started cuffing the wife, and that would have took the wind out of her sails pretty quickly. But he's just there to assist, so he's just.
Well, what
He's
what had
there-
the wife done
he's
at
there
that
as a
point
helping hand.
to be put in cuffs?
Well, I'm assuming that they were going to arrest both of them, but she's already outside the vehicle, so she's an easier.
I don't know if that's a fair assumption. I don't know because I don't know. I didn't see anything.
If you're
that
the, I don't
wife
know.
did.
Yeah, I don't know what their authority is because if you're the passenger, if the problem is blocking traffic, you're the passenger. I don't know if they have what if the authority to.
Well, she's
arrest you as
out of the
well.
vehicle. You can't arrest someone for guilt by association in a spot like that unless the person was directly involved.
Well, yeah, like well, if she's involved in telling her stop here, then I guess she'd be involved. But we don't know. what
I'm
the
just.
case was.
I'm strictly saying tactically.
Yes.
to get the woman not to like take off and start running over children and officers and whatnot.
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
assuming
If you cuffed her partner, I think maybe she puts the car in park. What do you guys
well,
think?
well, we have this
What
pesky
do you
fourth.
think, Hutch? Is she going to put the car in park if her wife is getting handcuffed, or
I
is she
mean,
just going to bolt out of there? Fuck it.
I think your logic is sound. We do
I'll
have
see you back home.
we do have Fourth Amendment protections, thankfully.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
um
Well, look, it's just a hypothetical. Okay.
Right.
Don't have to
I
bring
mean,
the Constitution into it.
I think
it's a
if she
pesky
hadn't been
constitution.
if she hadn't been shot and she had fled, I assuming they would have detained the wife until they got information about the driver. So
Well,
Yeah, I
look,
don't know,
I'm
like,
not
Hertz-
sure. I'm not sure putting them both in cuffs in the back of the car. I mean, I want to know, but look, we're not privy to that information yet. I'm sure there's a
Mhm.
nice big log of all the radio calls between one another.
Renorasaurus here for $10 says, does Hutch just believe cops shouldn't ever put themselves in harm's way if it means they have to end up shooting someone? How else are they supposed to enforce the law?
Ask the first part of the question again.
Does Hutch just believe cops shouldn't ever put themselves in harm's way if it means they have to end up shooting someone?
If it impedes their mandate to like protect and serve the public or protect themselves, then you would not do that. But
Well,
it's not like cops don't take risks in the course of their duties. You know, it's not that they never ever put themselves, like, if they run into a building where there's people with guns because they want to like save a kid, like that would be a risk, right? But like in this particular situation, we don't apply that standard to literally everything they do.
Well, I think with the first part is unequivocally true that cops are never supposed to fire in a situation that is dangerous to the community at large. And I think that was what they got the guy who shot, the guy shot through the wall like 10 times with the Breonna Taylor situation, which was insane.
Mm-hmm.
But you also said though that like the cops shouldn't put themselves in harm's way. And I don't know if that's true or even possible because
They have to.
Yeah, because like every interaction could be them putting themselves in harm's way.
Yeah, but you understand what I mean? Like you can't apply that standard universally, right? So like if there was a cop on the top of a 5-story building and you wanted to prevent a perp from driving away with a kid, like technically the cop could jump off of the building and land on the car and like perhaps disable the engine through the force of the impact, but you wouldn't advise that.
But he'd kill himself.
I mean, it depends
process.
if
Yeah.
if it's The Rock it's the movie The Other Guys and they're aiming for the bush, then yeah, maybe they should do that. So, but yes, normally no. I agree that there's different levels of risk that officers are obviously going to take in different situations.
Mm-hmm. Acceptable risk in line with like protocol that hopefully is done with like data. That's like a data driven thing, like a threat assessment, like something to assist them besides like gut or whatever. You want these things to be like really like specific enough to keep police officers safe, which is really fucking important.
Floki asked in the chat, ask Hutch if cops have a duty to get out of the situation rather than cause harm. And then also they give the example of the Ashley Babbitt case, should the cops have retreated.
The cops in the Ashley Babbitt situation were barricaded literally in the breach. Like that was the last stop for a mob that had been violently clashing with police officers for I think like 2 hours by that point. The cops had been beaten unconscious, dragged into the crowd. Cops had their eyeballs gouged out, their rib cages crushed, and you had an angry mob that was there screaming, "Hang Mike Pence and kill Nancy Pelosi." That the decision that Ashley Babbitt made is, I don't think, in any way comparable to the situation that we're evaluating here.
I agree with that completely. But the first part of the question, how do you feel about, do cops have a duty to get out of the situation rather than cause harm?
When that the harm needs to be necessary is the standard. So like the calculation would be, I need to take this shot because if I don't, then the harm would be like worse if this person got away. And I don't know like this, I don't know if they lay out specific scenarios to illustrate the point, but that's what I read in like, there's a DHS memo from like June or July that covers the lawful like lethal use of force. And they go into it, but generally speaking, police are expected to, or law enforcement are expected to, um, avoid at all costs, like shooting or using lethal force or shooting into like a moving car.
There just
Well, yeah,
seems to be this little contradiction here because everyone keeps saying, "Oh, she wasn't a threat. She wasn't dangerous. You know, you should have just let her go." But at the same time, you're saying, "Oh, it was terrible for him to get in front of the car. That's like a deadly threat." Well, if she's a deadly threat to the officer just standing in front of the car, she's a deadly threat to the community.
I
So
never,
it's like it's got to be
no, no,
one way or the other.
no, that's not how they, so you're not allowed to shoot someone for like fleeing, because unless they've given you a really good reason to think that, like if that person had a box of like if you had reports that this person had like a bomb in their car or something. I don't know. I'm just making it up. I really don't know like what qualifies as these like special circumstances. But I never said that she didn't contribute to creating a dangerous situation. I don't know what other people are
no,
saying,
I
but
think, I
Well,
think,
they do shoot people though if they think the threat of them escaping is more dangerous than shooting them.
those are really limited like circumstances where that's
but
allowed.
Well, I'm just pointing out the contradiction. Look, I don't think she was a threat. I think she was a Karen. I think she became a threat because she was reckless. But I think you could
right.
say that recklessness could be transposed onto the community, and they probably will when they argue this case.
Like for fostering a culture of anti-ice stuff, you mean?
No, for running over some kid as she's trying to get away from the cops.
Um, okay.
No, but I think that what you said, Adam, is a good point in terms of it is hard to say, well, she's so not dangerous that they should have just let her go. And at the same time say, well, she's so dangerous or so
He was an
potentially
idiot for
dangerous
standing in front of the
that, yeah,
car.
you shouldn't
Yeah.
even walked anywhere near the front of the car.
Yeah, you should
Those seem to
stand
be
off at a
contradictory.
distance with
Right.
binoculars.
I think obviously that would have been preferable considering how it played out.
The
And
No, I agree. It's
binoculars.
preferable, but
That,
I'm
and
just saying
that's
it doesn't seem consistent in the argument.
well,
Best
somebody
case
can,
scenario would have been she put the car in park, though. You agree with that, Hutch, right?
of course.
Yes. Okay. So number one option, put the car in fucking park.
Okay, but one of those people is given extensive training, or at least they used to with ICE, and a firearm and entrusted with the authority to use lethal force when absolutely necessary. And one of
Well,
them is
I'm just talking about
and
potential
one of them is
outcomes.
a
Okay, you're the one trying to assign blame here.
I think that it's appropriate to have a conversation about the culpability of the law enforcement officers anytime there's like a fatality.
It
Like,
is, but I'm just saying like the best case scenario for an outcome would have been she puts the car in park.
Of course,
Yeah.
I agree.
I don't know. Second case is like she just gets away, but as long as she doesn't hit someone, right?
Do you do you think that if when he was crossing in front of her, she was backing up, if he like say there's an ice patch, so he slips and falls, do you think that she would just run right over him, or do you think she would have stopped?
I have no idea.
Run over it.
I have
Well, I'm just asking you to guess.
No idea.
I know
If
we
you
don't
ask it,
know.
is there a risk of that happening? Sure. That's
I
why you
think
don't.
there's-
But that's why you're laying out the rationale for why you don't step in front of the car.
Yeah, but
The
to
one
me,
guy
that
tries to run
shows-
alongside the car and his foot slips out from under him while he's running. You can
Right.
see it happen.
Mhm.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, to me, that shows how incredibly dangerous this woman actually was in behaving. Is that in that moment, she seemed to have really no regard for the people around her as she's driving this car. As I said, when she starts backing up, as soon as the guy starts opening the door, there's no way that she like turned her head and like looked behind her to make sure no one was behind her. She backing up. She just fucking started to go for it at that moment. She could have easily
And he
hit
just
anyone
walked
behind her.
past her. He just literally walked past her.
But these things are not
Right.
but these things are not mutually exclusive. Like we can acknowledge and should acknowledge that she was reckless. That is not a model, I think, for how to interact with law enforcement. While at the same time placing a heavy burden on people that we trust with guns and the authority to kill people if they have to. Like our standards that we have for them should be very high. Not
Yeah.
like
Mhm.
I agree, not unreasonably high. Like these are human beings, and to expect perfection is insane, but like literal perfection. But the standards should be very high.
I
to make
Yeah.
good decisions even on
Mhm.
in a moment's notice. In fact, they're trained. Cops are. I don't know about ICE, but cops are trained to make uh, extremely consequential decisions while their adrenaline is pumping and they only have like a second to react to the situation.
No, I agree that there should be a lot of the police should be held to a high standard, or any law enforcement to a high standard, and there should be lots more training than there is. I agree with all that. Um, the reason I bring it up is that I'm saying a lot of the argumentation seems to be around, not just for you, but I just mean like a general public conversation about this issue, is a lot of the argumentation seems to be around that this woman is not doing anything dangerous and is not a dangerous person, and thus it is not responsible, or is bad for ICE to even try to detain her in the first place. And I don't agree with that at all. I think if you have a person who simply an ICE officer telling her to get out of the car makes her do some incredibly dangerous maneuver, well, then she is a dangerous person.
And you would get into your cruiser and pursue them.
Yeah, if someone wasn't in front of
On
the
the
car
icy
already at that point.
roads
Right.
at high
But
speed
it's a little too late at that
Cops
point.
are
So
definitely, I mean,
without
that's what the
local law enforcement aid.
cops are definitely trained to pursue people, and they're also trained to do that in a safe way too. Like we don't like there are cops that face disciplinary actions for doing reckless shit with their cars when they're in a
In
pursuit.
Los Angeles,
Yeah.
you're not supposed to pursue. They're like, let the helicopter get them. You're like, back
What?
off.
Hang
Let the
on.
helicopter watch them. Yeah.
I don't think that's true. I feel like there are dedicated
Really?
YouTube.
Do you think that?
There,
High
I
speed
feel like,
pursuits?
well,
No,
yes.
it's been standard law
When,
enforcement procedure to back off and not chase the car. They let the helicopter follow them. The people still run. Of course they still run because they see a helicopter in the sky chasing after them and they're trying to get away from the helicopter. But the law
uh,
enforcement, the street cops don't get involved.
I follow a Twitter account that's literally dedicated to like high speed pursuits in
To
Los
the
Angeles.
to the helicopter watching the car drive through the streets, drive through the city.
I don't know how common that is.
Go ahead, look it up. You can look it up right now. You can go
Well,
ahead and take a gander. I don't know
well,
what
that
it is in Texas, but in California, it's definitely fallback.
if it's in like I could understand that in like a dense like urban area or like a
Yeah,
downtown
it's
setting.
more dangerous to get in a high speed pursuit with a vehicle
Yeah.
as a police officer. So they generally fall back. They use their
Oh.
radios and they use air support.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Look, if you're in a place, you're ICE and you don't have air support because the local law enforcement is not going to follow the person, then you can't really catch them if they get away.
But that's still the better choice between this and between that and this situation. Like, is it better that she got killed than if she would have just gotten away scot free? I think.
yeah, if he had future vision and knew that was the outcome, as opposed to her just complying.
Yeah, they just thought, okay, she's a Karen. She's got her dog in the car. We'll have this done in 5 minutes. These guys are going to do the paperwork. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna be an extra pair of eyes and hands.
Yeah, but you can do that by walking up to the car and just before you. I mean, he walked right up and just started yanking on that door. Like that was to me like unnecessary escalation, commensurate with like what she was doing. I don't know why you're laughing at the idea.
Well,
because
you keep saying escalation.
Look, that is definitionally escalation.
Your goal is to arrest the person. Your goal is to take them out of their car and put them into handcuffs. You keep calling that escalation like they can't.
It's
like
it is definitionally escalation. I don't know what I don't know your interpretation of that word.
No, I think it's funny because you're laying out a scenario where the cops come up and they say, here are some handcuffs, young lady. Will you mind putting these on for us?
That's a bit of a straw man. Like you could just walk up and communicate your orders without immediately doing that.
Right. Okay.
If she was like a rapist or if she had kidnapped a kid, or then it kind of makes sense to do something like that.
Look, you could be right. If they came up and did the nice guy thing, maybe she doesn't pull away in fear. But I mean, the other cop walked around her and she really didn't do anything. So
but doesn't that tell you that there was an opportunity to perhaps not use a heavy hand?
Yeah, I think there might have been.
All right.
If they came up and were exceedingly nice, she doesn't drive off.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Cross
Maybe
for
she does. I don't
$20.
know.
Mr. Cross for $20 says digital zooming on a camera, which is different than mechanical zooming of a lens, can create evidentiary problems later due to the way a phone inverts pixels when zooming in. You shouldn't do it if you need evidence.
Oh,
This is
wow.
this is this is bananas. This idea that
Didn't that come up in
the
the Kyle Rittenhouse case? Because there was some kind of zoom in, and there was also argument about whether the zoom
if
in
it's like it's
affected the.
100 feet away, if it's 10 feet away, no, come on.
I don't know if you're gonna draw and say, "Oh, I thought they had a gun," because I was looking through my phone that adds, fake pixels to things.
Don't gaslight me here. We all have good phones. I know you have the newest iPhone or the newest Galaxy or whatever. We
I
all
do
have
not
this
have the
camera.
I
newest. Okay,
don't.
I have a
Yeah.
21S or whatever the lower quality one is. Still,
Even if
the
it's like
camera's
a
pretty good.
if
I'll
it's
say
like a
that.
4-year-old model, your camera's pretty good
Right.
at 10 feet. Okay.
I just completely disagree for the reasons I already laid out about the whole he should have been 10 feet away. But whatever, we don't have to rehash that.
I'm gonna get going here, fellas.
Okay.
Thanks for coming
Well,
on,
thanks for
Hutch.
coming on, Hutch. It was an
Yeah.
interesting conversation. It was a cordial conversation, even though we disagreed.
Call your dad. Come on, reconcile.
Dude, me
You
and my
made
dad
me
got
feel bad.
No. Hang on. Me and my dad got along because we don't talk about
Okay.
politics.
Okay.
Because
I
we don't
see.
talk about
That's
politics.
fair.
I
Yeah.
got you. So you can't really talk to him about this case. You can't interrogate him about what do you think was going on in this situation, Dad?
I can, but I don't find those conversations to be.
Is he a beat
Productive.
cop? Is he a detective? What does
He
he
was
do?
he was a beat cop, and then he was a detective for a little bit, but he investigated a child murder case, and that fucked him up, I think, a little bit. And then he
Oh my
was
God! Yeah.
a beat cop again, and then he worked as an investigator for the DA, and then he was doing private contracting, like training police in Afghanistan and Iraq. So he's pretty hardcore.
So he's definitely gone hands on with some perps,
Yeah.
some
Oh yeah.
suspects.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
Okay. Talk to him about the case. You won't get triggered.
All right. Thanks, guys. Good talking to you.
Take care,
take
man.
care.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Let me read the 20s and ups, and then I'll go back. We'll do the whole thing. But yeah, I think obviously we disagree on a lot of the issues, but I think it was an interesting conversation. I think it was a good conversation. It wasn't a screaming match, so that's always nice.
Yeah.
Even if that's what some
great.
people in the chat want. So
It's exactly what they want.
right. K Dude for $20 says, the more I hear people defend this woman, the less I believe in humanity. She broke the law. Police attempted to arrest her. Instead of staying, she drove off. This is cut and dry. She broke the law and found out. Yeah, I think that there's just a prior that I have and that Hutch has and everyone has. And the prior is just, how do you feel about people resisting arrest? I feel very, very strongly that you should never resist arrest. Unless, as I said, it's like the crazy movie situation where it's a corrupt cop, trying to murder you, right? Like in a normal, realistic situation, you should never resist arrest. You should never fight the police, fight them in the courts, not on the streets. And so once you violate that rule, I'm already like, you're going to have to do a lot of work to put me back on the other side of like, okay, this person is acting improperly to try to detain you. Now, so it happens. There was that case with the guys running away from the cop, and I forget what it was called. It was one of the famous cases. The guy's running away from the cop, and he's like shooting him in the back. Like obviously,
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously that's you shouldn't do that.
That guy did not look like a threat to the community.
Yeah, no, obviously, yeah. So, but I think that's just the prior. I'm very strongly against resisting arrest. Other people are either they're not that strongly about resisting arrest, or they're in favor of it, and I think that just affects a lot of the judgment on this.
Not only that, in that situation, it looked like the cop was just lazy, like he didn't want to run. He's just like, whatever.
Well, it's
lunchtime.
It's theoretically possible, because I remember that was the case where he said he made the claim that he thought the guy had his taser or something. And then when you watch the video, you see the taser like flies off. So maybe it's possible that the cop mistakenly thought he had his taser and that's why he shot. Or maybe he was just lazy. Who knows? But either way, this is a really bad shoot. So, Tobin Russell for $20 says, I hate how people abdicate responsibility from the woman for resisting arrest, which is the direct cause of her dying. She made the choice to drive. The LEO being in front of her is unfortunate, but ultimately still her fault. Yes, I have the exact same opinion of that.
Yeah.
It's Charl for $20 says, or it's Harold, I should say, says he can't be so dishonest to claim it's not happening in red states. There are other states. The difference is those governors and city officials are complying and not openly calling for their constituents to push back. Yeah, I do think that is a big issue here too. Is not only the sanctuary cities, where as you were saying, Adam, we have no clue if the local police are even helping ICE whatsoever. It
I
could
don't think they
be
are. I think if they
stonewalling them
called the
completely.
local
Yeah.
police and said, "Hey, we've got this woman. We need help with her," they'd say, "Yeah, you're on your own."
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
part of
that's
the
very
conflict
possible.
there. And
Right.
these organizations can get really territorial very quick anyway, right?
Yes. Right. Even if it's not political,
These
that's
guys are
true.
patrolling our streets. Oh my
Right.
god, these fuckers.
Right. Watch Storms roll for $20 says you see cops are like the worms from Tremors, and civilians are like the people climbing the high ground. It all makes sense. It's true.
Accurate.
Mhm. That's true. Our Hiltzert, hey, what's up? Our Hiltzert for $5 says, quote, don't stop the rape. Let them go and arrest them later. If we stop a crime, it could escalate, end quote. Hutch. Well, there you go. Because yeah, our Hiltzert feels about Hutch's position.
It's like it's a motherfucker, but I mean, I wonder if the guy who ended up shooting the woman is mad at the officer for going in there with so much bravado, because it might have been different if he did play it differently. So
True. That's very, very possible. Because I said, I think it's very possible he did what he did to back up the officer, and otherwise the situation would not have occurred.
yeah,
So, and I do think, and I think this might come up if in a civil case or something against the officer who approached the vehicle, or if it turns out that they don't have jurisdiction to stop him, which I would think that they would, but theoretically. RBGH fan for $10 says morally. I'm gonna start from the top here. Or at least the
okay,
top. Kind of,
good.
I lost the first chunk here, so I have to go back and make sure I'm not missing anything. RBGH fan for $10 says morally it's not justified. A parent who I highly disagreed with politically is gone. Lawfully, I think the officer is acquitted. The lesson is listen to law officials' instructions and do not resist arrest.
Yeah,
It's hard to say like maybe it's just like a language thing because I was trying to like struggle to find the word too. I don't know if it's for me. It's not like it's morally wrong or something. Because I don't think the officer was in the moral wrong at the moment, but he's in some sort of like obviously hindsight he was wrong. It was not something that needed to occur, and the action probably had no impact on the outcome of where her car was driving and all that other stuff. So I think that's the way I would say it.
you know, people do dumb shit when they're late, when they're running behind.
Oh
They're
yeah,
like, oh my god,
they're
you just get
speeding or yeah.
fixated on I got to be there on time, right? And you're
Right,
doing all kinds
right.
of crazy shit. I think they could have easily just got fixated on the fact that we need to detain this person and we don't have local law enforcement's help. So we got to do it now on our own. If she gets away, we're never going to get her.
Yes, that's very, very, very plausible.
So
Yeah,
once that clicks in, you start making mistakes, right? Because
right.
you're operating in this new reality where you have to go super fast.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think again we're doing kind of mind reading, but I think that's very plausible that that ice guy had that he had that click in. We have to arrest this person, we have to detain this person, and then she has the click in. I have to escape.
Yep.
And so you have two people doing something that, as I said, I do think is stupid. Um, and when you do a stupid off with the police, you're gonna lose every time. So just don't do it. Just don't do it. Okay, now actually start from the top. The Wooster for $5 says, "Rip Scott Adams, and thanks to the stream for introducing him to us. By him, it being a commonplace discussion topic for a sizable part of the show. That is true. We used to talk about him all the time.
Yeah.
And so, yes,
Sitch and I were
R.I.P.
both watching him every morning, and we would talk about Scott Adams for weeks, weeks and weeks.
Yeah, for like
But
probably for even longer, like a year or so.
then he started bringing up the chat, and most of his shows were him talking to the chat and ask like crowdsourcing information from the chat. And I just could not abide by that. I was like, look, I'm listening for your feedback, not the chat's feedback.
I think Scott Adams is a very intelligent person, especially when it came to understanding how large organizations operate and the inefficiencies that operate. Because people generally it's kind of interesting because he kind of waffled on this. Like usually people when they look at these large organizations operate, there's kind of like a malicious intention. And at first, I think Scoms was very much on the side of like, no, it's almost always just stupidity and incompetence and
Right.
laziness and all this other stuff. And that's obviously from his own perspective of all the organizations he's been a part of. Um, so no, yeah, I do think he was very knowledgeable on that stuff and intelligent on that stuff. Um, I didn't get bothered so much about by the chat. I just as some of the Trump stuff got on and on, I do feel like he became way too biased in the pro-Trump camp that it was affecting, I think, a lot of his analysis to the extent I just didn't really listen to him anymore. So Big Daddy Squeezy for $5 says Adam leaving to take a shit 10 minutes into the stream is a power move.
That was
He reigns
hilarious.
supreme. There you go. Look
We
at
had a
that.
bunch of stuff sticking half out of our mailbox that I was just grabbing. So
Nice. I think I read that one. I think I read
evidently
these.
you
Just
were
going
skipping
through
around.
here. Messy Tenant for $2 says the bargaining phase of the leftist delusion. Interesting.
Is that what we were witnessing?
Like maybe.
I think
Uh,
he didn't Hutch
I
have
mean,
a
Hutch
good
is not a
take.
leftist, to be fair to him. He is a liberal.
I
So,
said left wing in the title.
well, I know, but I'm
But
saying
I
the
did
chat, the
change it
super
to
chat said
debate
leftist.
because I think he put debate in his stream.
Right.
He had a good take, I think, when Destiny was being crazy and telling everyone right wingers need to die
Right.
viciously, right?
Right.
And I think he pushed back against that in a way that I thought was noble, since so many other people were on board with that kind of shit. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know where he's migrated since then, but I mean, I remember that being a decent take and me thinking, oh, maybe Hutch is more moderate than I gave him credit for. I think it
Yeah.
was more that he thought Destiny was giving Democrats a bad look.
Well, that is true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If
Oh,
I
I
recall
agree.
correctly, Hutch's position was that not only it looked bad, but that it was morally wrong as well. Um, I don't know where he's at now. I remember when I listened to some of I forgot what their podcast is, the one with Pisco is called. But in the past, a lot of it was I don't know what fucking issue it was. A lot of it was Hutch pushing back on like this idea that the Democrats should just fully embrace the far left insane messaging and policy. So I do appreciate. That's why I said that in the beginning of the stream. I do appreciate that greatly. That if he's pushing back on that kind of shit,
Yeah, that's good.
even if we disagree on this issue.
I thought he was in favor of ICE, but then he was like, yeah, still abolish ICE, but roll them into some other organization.
Right. Yeah, I don't. Well, to be fair, I don't know enough about ICE's internal workings. I haven't been tracking enough of this to make a determination about whether I feel ICE is so corrupt that the only way to fix it is to get rid of it and rebuild it. Like, I don't know enough about to have an opinion about that one way or the other.
Why? It's so counterproductive because if you have local law enforcement interface with ICE, won't you be able to monitor them more closely?
That's true. It's a good point.
Like you're
Yeah.
totally incentivizing them to go Rambo.
Yeah. I don't know what that's to do with what I said, but yes. Fat Pup for $5 says, didn't block you in the driveway, just parked in the way. Yeah, I don't really understand that argument about her actions because I don't know, it's weird. I do think that these arguments are weak. The arguments to defend her actions, she's very clearly trying to obstruct to some capacity. You can make an argument which isn't obstructing as effectively as possible, which is true, but she's still obstructing. It doesn't matter. And then also the whole like he should have to walk across the street and try to zoom in with his phone. I don't think that's how, because as you were saying too, like even if you could get a picture, which I didn't even think about, which I think is a good point. Even people in chat were saying this, like even if you could, which I'm not even sure really, because I don't know, maybe it's YouTube compression, but you were looking at people from 10 feet away and they look like squiggles. He wasn't zoomed in, but still, even if you could walk all the way across the street and try to zoom in and everything, you wouldn't really be able to see whether, what's going on inside the vehicle. Does she have weapons? is something threatening happening
A
inside the
car
vehicle.
seat in the back with a kid.
Is
Like
there a baby?
there is
Yeah.
the dog, which I do think gave the signal. Okay, well, she's not a threat. She's got her dog in the car.
Right. But maybe it depends on the dog. What if it's like a big, scary dog, right? So,
That dog was not big and
no,
scary.
I'm just saying
I assessed the
theoretically.
dog threat pretty quickly. It looked like it wanted to get pet.
Yeah, theoretically, I'm just saying. So no, yeah, and I guess I should have brought that up because I do think that that information you couldn't tell by just walking across the street. Like, yeah, maybe you can zoom in and maybe you get a non-blurry picture of her face. I'm not 100% sure on that, but theoretically, if you could, you wouldn't really be able to assess what's going on in the vehicle. All because you're like so hyper afraid that she's gonna immediately peel out the second you drive in front of her. So, which I don't think is I don't think it's the way the police should act or would act in a normal situation. Uh, Damian King Lear for $2 says Hutch equals leftist pretending not to know things meme. Well, as I said, I don't. Hutch isn't a leftist to me is socialist, so he's clearly a liberal. So at least put that in your calculation before you lay out the insult. That's all I'll say. Damien for another $2 says knowing how Adam is remotely accepting this BS.
I mean, some of it was pretty laughable, but I didn't want to. You
Try
had
not
it.
to
You did
do too
pretty
much
well.
2v1. So
Yeah, you were doing great.
thank you. Brian for $10 says the difference between Hutch and Sitch's analysis is Sitch is assuming real time scenarios while Hutch is using hindsight to justify his partisan position.
Motivated reasoning. I was thinking that a lot. Like, this is just all motivated reasoning.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. Okay. Vile Van Gogh for $5 says Hutch automatically takes the side of the criminal parked illegally in the road and who later recklessly almost runs someone over. Ryan Awool for $10 says even if they can get around local police or federal officers, that will make a mountain out of a Oh, sorry, wait. Even if they can get around local police or federal officers, will make a mountain out of a molehill if they want to arrest you. It easily could be seen as obstruction of an investigation. God bless. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to matter legally in terms of if they've already conducted an invest or completed their operation and are returning back to headquarters. I don't know if that changes the legality of this. Like maybe if they have the person that they're detaining and arresting in the car, then it doesn't matter because you're impeding them, processing that person. But if they've done some sort of operation and they're just like returning the base, I don't know if that matters. If that would mean it's not really them impeding an investigation or an operation at that moment.
Right. We don't know any of that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Tobin Russell for $5 says, I feel it's generally very easy to not be shot by the police. I agree. Generally, it does seem relatively easy to not get shot by the police in most situations.
I've done it my whole life. How about you, Sitch?
Well, there was one time.
Oh, tell us about it.
I took a bullet through the knee. Val Van Gogh for $2 says, Hutch thinks 8 ice vehicles were stuck in the snow. I wish someone would show us like on the one of the videos is like a wide shot and it shows like all the different vehicles. I wish they would let us know like whose vehicle is what at that moment, like which is an ICE vehicle, which is the protester's vehicle, so we can have kind of like a clear picture of what exactly the scenario was. Because I said I don't think it's unreasonable to think at all that it's definitely possible that she was trying to set up some sort of blockade and then it didn't work for whatever reason. And so she just kind of is sitting there awkwardly, cringely at that point. Because again, we don't really know who's in what vehicle and what all those people are doing. Damien from $2 says, we know you don't understand Hutch. That's the problem.
Okay.
Squeeze Louise for $5 says, oh, I read that one. Dan Richards for 5 Canadian says, she blocks one lane to allow non-ice through. When ice approaches, then she can roll forward 3 to 4 feet and block 2 lanes. That is very plausible. That is plausible if that was going on. Yeah, I don't know. That's
Very
what I'm thinking too. I want to know because there are some cars she's like waving forward. Are those ICE vehicles that she's waving for? Those protest
No,
vehicles?
of course not.
I have no clue. I have absolutely no clue. The Devil's Raspberry for $2 says Hutch must argue against walking behind too. Then yes, which I think he did argue that as well. But yeah,
Did you
which
see the video of the woman who was part of the protest who said she was the lead vehicle?
I
That video
read
is
the
going
I
around
read
too.
that line. I didn't see her.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't hear the video of her saying it. Yeah, but why?
Just curious. I mean, that led me to believe that there were, I mean, there was a bunch of people there with whistles and shit like that. So,
Yes. Well, that's a good point too, because yeah, if they've made some designated lead vehicle and the lead vehicle
yeah, well,
is
they're
blocking
organized.
traffic, yeah, what is that? There's got to be some purpose to do that action.
That completely blows the idea that she was just dropping off her kid at school and driving
Right.
home, or that she was
Hmm.
working alone. I
Hmm.
mean, they were all outside the vehicle filming to get video for TikTok and whatnot
Right.
of ICE agents behaving badly.
True. Um, Bob Van Gogh for $5 says, according to Hutch, if an escaping criminal runs in front of the car, the cop has them to give up chase. I think I read that one. Armagad for $2 says, hey, soy boy Hutch, how about obeying a lawful order? Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, you walk around to see inside people, guns, etc.
Totally. Yeah.
Righteous Indifference for $2 says, Rittenhouse trial moment, pinch to zoom alters the image. Yeah, I do remember that being the case.
They tried to miss that in the court case. And Sitch and I were both
Yes.
screaming, well, no, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
I remember that. I remember that.
Enhance.
Yeah. Brian for $5 says, Sitch, you can't just casually drop that you took a bullet to a knee and just move on. What happened? I got a gun pointed at me once, but not shot at. Well, let's just say I used to be a super chatter like you once, but then I took a bullet to the knee and I became a
It
streamer.
changed everything.
Changed
He's a
everything.
changed man now.
Yes. Uh, Brian for $5 says 10 feet back might as well be 100 feet back. He will have a wider view, Hutch. There you go. Just keep backing up. Allow me go for $5 says his proximity to the car is obviously a signal that she's being detained. Hutch is dishonest. Well, I don't know if Hutch argued that she didn't realize she was being detained. I know a lot of people were trying to make this argument about um, whether she like understood she was detained. It didn't really come up in the conversation. I heard, because there was some reporting. Some witness said that, oh, well, they told her to leave and then they told her to stay, right? So they had given conflicting orders. And yet we've seen at least two videos where we have pretty clear audio around the car, and I didn't hear anyone ever
The
tell her
person who
to
told her to
leave.
leave was her partner.
Yeah, right. So there's one of two things that's going on. Either the witness heard that and thought that was an ICE officer, or I think more likely was that when she originally parked her car there, they told her to leave and she didn't. And then like 3 minutes later, they're like, okay, get out of the car. And the witness, like, because the witness that gave that quote was very biased in favor of her and anti-ICE. I think they compressed that to create a narrative
Right.
when they
Yeah.
explain this to the
That
press.
makes sense.
Um,
They were bullshitting us.
Brian for $5 says someone fleeing the officer while being detained. Hutch, it's the officer's responsibility that this occurred. LOL. Yeah.
I know. It's like, uh, if only the officer could just magically make them not resist.
That's what they need. They need the not resist gas that they just shoot at you. Makes you
Yeah.
compliant. That sounds kind of scary, actually. Never mind. I don't like that. Valve and Go
The
for
freeze
five.
gas.
Yeah. Well, freeze gas would be one thing, but Valve and Go for $5 says the cop is responsible. Quote, the cop is responsible for the woman's foot pressing the gas pedal. End quote. Hutch.
Mm-hmm.
Re Magor for $5 says tell Hutch that some people buy shitty $150 smartphones. People who might be named Re Magor. There you go.
Good for you.
He said he's got a cheap phone, so I don't know if the zoom in would have been effective. Yeah, it's true. What model? What model was his phone? We need to know. This is important information.
I mean, the video looked pretty good. It was in portrait mode.
Well, it wasn't portrait mode.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, if it was in landscape mode, then I
He
think
might have gotten killed.
he might have not been able to draw his gun because the phone's more unwieldy at that moment. So, something Fawful for £2 says, "Have you asked him if he thinks ICE is legitimate?" Oh yeah, we did ask that. Yes. I think we were having this conversation about. I think that the default for the phone should be even when you're holding it in portrait mode, it's still filming in landscape mode.
I agree. Yeah.
I think even if
That
it,
would change everything.
yeah, like even, and I think this would still be better, is that even if you were holding in portrait mode and it was actually the frame was in landscape mode, so what you saw was like zoomed in substantially, I
On the
still
phone,
think
but it's still
it
filming
would
in.
still be better. Yes, or better. Yeah. If it was still filming in landscape mode.
No, you hold it portrait style, but you still get HD right in landscape. But it's
Right, but I'm
shrunk
saying
down on your screen because that's the only way that you can view it. That's
right, but
the way to do it.
people are complaining, rightfully so, that then the image on your screen is going to be so small it might be hard to like see what
Yeah,
you're
you turn
filming.
the phone.
Right. Or I'm
It
just saying, even
teaches
if
you,
it
it
if
trains
it
you.
like even if it had a setting so that you're holding your phone in portrait mode and it's filming in landscape mode, but it's zoomed in, so you're not seeing exactly what that's cutting off on the sides, but you're still seeing like the middle of the frame zoomed in on your camera. I still think that would be a better way to have the phone set up.
Yeah, because you can get the detail later when you look back.
Right.
You don't get a lot of detail anyway, even when you're in landscape mode until you get it on the computer.
That's true. One fat pup for $5 says Hutch, Mr. Hindsight, never made a mistake in his life. Ear ear earfo holiday or ear holiday or earp holiday maybe for 44 months. Thank you so much. 44 months. A free will seeker says no law enforcement officer is going to leave his partner alone on traffic stop just to step across the street to take a picture. Hutch is literally brain dead.
Can you imagine? You'd be so pissed. Be like, what the
Yeah, well,
fuck? This lady's beating me up.
once the ICE person like rolls up, like yeah, it would be unreasonable to expect. And saying get out of the car, it'd be reasonable to expect he's gonna have to like walk in a straight line, 20 feet forward and then do like an L shape, to get around. That doesn't seem plausible. Joe the Meg for $5 says these discussions are so frustratingly pointless. Progressives cling to his priors like his life depends on it, despite the evidence. Shocking slash sarcasm. It's very
Yeah.
rare that you see in any internet conversation or any public conversation ever that anyone's going to change their mind. So it does feel pretty shitty to change your mind publicly, I think, for most people. So,
Well, there is this litigator aspect to it too. Also, the
right.
when you're in a court case, you don't change your position in the middle of the court case, right? You're a defense attorney or you're the prosecutor. You don't go,
That's a
oh,
great
by
point.
the
Yeah.
way, this evidence
Right.
is swaying me. I'm going to come over to the defense side.
Yeah, that's a good point. A lot of people, they do feel like they're litigating something for their audience's sake. I
They
don't know if Hutch
are.
feels that way,
Yeah.
but I don't feel that way in these conversations. But I think a lot of people do have that perception. So, and I'm sure it weighs on me to some capacity in my mind. The Devil's Raspberry for $2 says he also didn't know if the terrorists had a weapon. That's true. One fat pup for $10 says, I'm sorry, but is Hutch a law enforcement officer? He does a lot of talk. He does a lot of talk of protocol.
Yeah.
Squeeze, he's not. He was just reading
Well, he
protocol
said his dad
stuff.
was a cop, but he
Yeah.
didn't talk to him specifically about this case.
I'm assuming he was like talking about he was, looking through manuals and stuff like that. Squeeze Louise for $5 says, is having a driver's license enough training to know to not accelerate with someone in the front of your car? Yes, and that's why it is interesting to me that there's so much of this talk is like that the driver doesn't have responsibility not to make sure she's not going to hit someone. That's like the number one thing that they fucking drill in your head when you get your driver's license. Don't
If
fucking hit
this
somebody.
if this was an accident and what it wasn't a cop, she just clipped somebody peeling out trying to get away from somebody, and the insurance company was involved. Whose fault are they going to assign to this?
Her, 100%.
100%. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
going to be her fault. But
Yeah.
look, everyone's trying to get around that simple fact. You can't hit a fucking pedestrian. What the fuck?
Right. Yeah, because the only argument that would be a potential legitimate argument would be she's afraid for her life and thinks that either the person in front of her or the person approaching her vehicle are working together to do some sort of harm to her, and thus that grants her the legal and moral ability to basically drive through the person in front of her. Right now, that's obviously not the case in
If
this
she's
situation
delusional,
whatsoever. Well, she's illegal. It wouldn't be the case. It has to be a reasonable person. They're very. She understands that they're ICE officers. It's not like you know a bunch of people rolled up with like guns who look like they're part of the mafia or a gang or something, and she's like, "Oh my god!" Like she knows that they're ICE officers, so that couldn't be the case here.
people have been arguing that though. They've been trying to make the argument that she didn't know they were ICE. She was terrified, masked
Yeah,
men.
they made that argument. It's very interesting because people were making that argument at first because they had to make that argument to make the case for her. But then once his Jonathan Ross's cell phone footage came out, it's very clear that that was not the case. So they had to drop that. Jay the Slime for $5 says, quote, I don't have an intense cop bias, end quote. Yeah, just trying to desperately blame the cops for defending himself, ignoring any blame for the woman. Oh my God for $2 says, hey, Hutch, lick my nuts. Thank you. Jay the Slime for $10 says, ICE in Texas and other red states aren't in the news because those states' authorities aren't fighting against ICE. Why would there be more ICE agents when they already have police supporting them? Yeah, I think that is true. I think that is true. But I do also think it is true that they sent ICE agents to Minneapolis just because of the Nick Shirley video. I think that's probably undeniable. But that doesn't
They
mean that
probably have to send way more though to any state where
that has
local law
sanctuary city
enforcement
stuff.
is
That is
gonna.
true. Yes, that
There's
is true.
more. There's more people to arrest, and local law enforcement is going to give you the finger if you ask for anything.
Of course. Of course. Gaming Trucker for $10 says there is ICE in Texas and Florida. The difference is that these states are working with the government and the others are working against the government. Yeah, and also another issue is that there's going to probably be a lot less local like if the majority of people in the area, the region support ICE or ICE operations, presumably there's going to be a lot less local media coverage of it because they don't have like an audience for it as much. So Loan Sum for $5 says, could the reason she was reckless and emboldened enough to do what she did because these anti-ICE agitators act without impunity? Um, I suspect that would be an argument that would come up in trial if they're going to press charges against him that she, had seen, because they're going to have to make the case for her that, as I said, that she had some sort of credible, reasonable fear for her life. And so they'd have to make some argument that, well, she's seen videos of ICE agents doing all sorts of crazy shit, right? Or something to that effect. I I don't think that's the case. I've seen videos of ICE agents doing crazy shit. I don't think I've seen enough, and I don't think a jury would find it's reasonable for a reasonable person to believe that if an ICE agent approaches you and tells you to get out of your car, that you are suddenly at that moment, if you comply, that is, that you're at that moment have a threat of great bodily harm or death, so much so that it grants you the ability to run someone or potentially run someone over. That's a huge mountain to traverse, and I don't believe that's the case, and I don't believe a jury is going to find that to be the case.
Yeah, there's no way that happens. That's
Yeah,
impossible. I do think these people are super emboldened by the fact that local law enforcement does stand down.
right.
I think that makes them feel that they have law enforcement on their side and therefore have more latitude to be agitators towards ICE. Because the local law enforcement is kind of agitating ICE as well,
Of
just
course.
by not aiding them.
Well, and also on the last point too, that's another thing that the ICE officer's cell phone video kind of discredits that because we can see that she's not afraid of them at all.
No,
When he
yeah.
walks up to her. So that kind of completely destroys that argument as well. Like if she, she's smiling, I'd say she has kind of a condescending smug face. So she does not seem to be like, oh my God, I'm going to die at that moment. Which also, if that's the case, if she's so afraid of ice that she thinks that she's going to die, you kind of begs the question, well, would she have done what she was doing in the first place? Would she have parked her car perpendicularly and even been involved in this protest or whatever it is, this action in the first place, if she's so afraid that if ICE detains her, she's going to die or something to that effect?
She flipped very quickly, though. She went from not being afraid to, oh my God, I'm getting arrested.
Right, right. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says Hutch, she had personal agency. She decided to run.
True.
The Devil's Raspberry for $2 says she had zero safety regarding. She has zero safety regard for those around her SUV. Yeah, to me it's crazy. She's got 3 people standing around her car. I don't think I can guarantee you that at the moment that she decided to try to escape, she did not know where her wife and the other ICE agent was. She probably saw them have some interaction, and then she gets distracted by the other ICE agent, and like 3 or 4 seconds pass, and she has no clue where anyone's standing at that point. She just decides to peel out.
I wonder if she's a terrible driver to begin with.
Yeah,
You know, some people are just terrible drivers, right?
that is true. Joe the Make for $2 says they have a mandate from Congress. I don't remember that was in response to. I mean, obviously ICE does, if that's what you mean. But Deadly Leeches for 7 months says even blocking one lane of traffic is a problem. The officers don't know if they will be rammed if they get in front of her. That's a good point. I should have brought that up too. Yeah, they don't know when they drive by, is it going to be a safe situation? And also, I mean, there is always a threat of like maybe they'll let some of the officers drive by and then they'll cut them off, you know? They're going to do some kind of operation, right? We've seen, you know what we didn't talk about with Hutch? We didn't talk about one war after another, right? That was the real hot topic of debate we should have brought up, Adam.
One battle after
I'm sorry,
another.
one battle after another. Yeah.
Yeah.
How do we know that this wasn't the French 73 or whatever the fuck their name was, and that
French
they were going to
75.
be 5 and they were going to do some kind of crazy operation where like they knew which car the detained immigrant was in, and they're going to like peel, they're going to like let some ICE go by, and then she was going to pull out, and they're going to draw guns, and they're going to be like, get out of the car, we got to free him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She's Profiti Beverly Hills.
Yeah, maybe that woman would have sexually assaulted Jonathan Ross if she was given the opportunity to do so. We don't know. Okay. If you haven't seen this movie, you'll have no fucking clue what I'm
Oh
talking
my
about.
God. That's so. Why would you say that?
I know. That was
The
pretty. That was a poor
image.
taste. Val Van Gogh for $2 says the threshold for ICE use of force should be lowered. Well, I don't know if I agree with that. But.
Mm.
A Sketch for $5 says ICE notoriously also has lower testing standards, but both academically and physically, than your average local police department. So you do the math. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I have not looked into that. I have heard that claim. I know there was like the whole South Park bit about it too. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. If that is the case, I 100% don't support that and think that's fucking horrible.
Don't federal officers have higher seniority, though? I mean, it's got to be cool to be a federal officer, right?
It depends on the circumstances. They don't automatically, like the feds don't automatically have jurisdiction in certain areas. I think usually they don't. So, Band-Aid for $5 says Hutch, don't cite civil disobedience if you've never read it. The punishment is part of the protest. You just want to break the law with no consequences. To be fair, I think that is what Hutch was saying when he cited that. I think he was saying that people should just get arrested. I believe that was what his point was.
Well, that's good then. He's in favor of it.
Antonio Cunningham for 25 months. Thank you so much. Being a Free Seeker says, I may be becoming an S-class member because Sitch is killing it here. Thanks for not letting this criminal apologist go unchallenged. Well, thank you, Antonio.
Yeah, that was great.
Mr. Grants for $10 says, I think I see where the disconnect is. Ask Hutch how he would feel if he hadn't had breakfast this morning.
Oh, no.
Brian Shoot for $10 says, would Hutch say it would have been preferable to allow her to flee if she then caused an accident while fleeing, causing injury of a bystander or worse? I'm assuming he would have said no to that. But
Right.
you get the problem of like, that is the thing. Like if there's, and that is kind of why I guess it would be silly, because it's like, okay, if what if there's like what if there's like people crossing the street at that moment? Now, to be fair, like neither of them probably would have seen that, but it was definitely a potential thing, and I don't think she would have been able to stop in time had she not been shot.
And she mows over the people.
Yeah.
And she's not shot. She gets away and she mows over the people. They would still blame ICE. They would say, well, ICE put her in this situation.
100%.
Yeah.
Actually, I think
she mowed down a family of 4, but it's their fault.
I don't know if I'm misremembering, but I think he might have said something to that effect, but I don't remember. Which is, I disagree with that strongly. It's kind of like the situation. Remember the guy who like he ran into like the Christmas parade because he was like trying to evade the police
Mm-hmm.
and hit a bunch of people. David K for 40 months being free will seeker says 40 months. Where does the time go? I'm fucking tired of living in interesting times. How about you guys?
Yeah, look, let's
Well,
go back to some boring times.
it's a mixed bag. On one hand, boring times are maybe better for our health. Sometimes it's better for us to live in interesting times. So we
Hmm.
have more topics of conversation. Joe the Make for $5 says cops are trained to attempt to enter a vehicle to prevent a person from driving away. It is a direct response to refusing to comply, not an escalation. I think it is technically an escalation definitionally. But you are correct. I also believe that they are trained to attempt to enter a vehicle if the person refuses to comply with a lawful order to get out of the vehicle. So it's both of those things. People do this like thing because I think we were talking to Connor about this like a year ago or something, when he was talking about police stuff, because there was some other police situation. I forget what it was exactly. We are having a conversation about. People have this idea of like escalation is automatically negative. That's kind of the way it's been talked about. Oh, well, he escalated, so that's negative. That's not the case. Escalation just means you're changing what you're doing. So, like, if an officer's talking to you and then they move from, well, I'm talking to you to putting my hands on you, that's an escalation. That's not necessarily a bad thing at all. That's a very common thing. So, and I
Yeah,
guess I
you
should have pushed
escalate to de-escalate.
right. I should have pushed back on because there is this kind of talking point of like, well, the officers always have to de-escalate. They always have to de-escalate. And it's kind of a misnomer. It's like, because that kind of gets conflated with, well, officers should try to not be like aggro if they don't need to
Stand
be,
down. Yeah.
which I agree. They shouldn't be aggro, but that doesn't mean that they should stand down at all. As you're saying, they still have to, if they give you lawful order and you don't comply, then almost all the times they should escalate to make you comply with that lawful order.
I did talk to my friend yesterday who is, I don't know, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. Like he's been a cop our entire lives. And he said they do once they flip the switch and they're going to arrest, they do try to move as quick as humanly possible to get them into custody, to get control of the suspect. And then they slow everything down. Then
Right.
they go into
Yeah.
constant question mode, where's your ID? Where do you live? What are you doing
Right.
here? Like then they got forever to talk, right?
Yeah.
It's when you don't have control of the situation that's dangerous for both you and the public.
Right.
And I just think that's exactly what happened here. He said it was 90% that's what he thought.
Yeah, I would believe that. Travelus Arcane for $10 says, how is letting a perp get away not dangerous? It can be, definitely. Moniker for $10 says they have to try to arrest her first for it to even be fleeing law enforcement. This guy's just shifting goalposts and pivots in bad faith endlessly. Righteous Indifference for $2 says give him the Jacob Blake litmus test. Asked and did. Valmango for $2 says, quote, police officers should be monks, Hutch. Well, come on, Valmango. Like, wouldn't it be cool?
These are
Shouldn't
funny though, Sitch. Come
like
on.
shouldn't the police be like the gun monk paladins from Equilibrium? Like, isn't that awesome? Don't we want that? Don't you want gun monk paladins to be our law enforcement? I like that.
The
I have to
Grammaton
go with.
cleric. Is that what you want?
Yes, Grammaton cleric. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Don't we want Grammaton clerics? Okay,
I mean,
IRL.
that guy
I
shot a lot of people right between the eyes. Okay.
yeah, but see, I believe that he wouldn't have shot her because he had like superhuman like reflexes, so he would have like known to like dodge, roll out of the way, without shooting. So,
Hmm.
BW for Turo says, "Ask, tell, make, not ask, tell, then let them go." True, 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 true. Valman Go for $5 says, "quote You don't have any standards if you don't agree with my utopian super monk police standards." Uh,
I
ear.
hate that tactic. I hate this tactic.
Mhm.
So you're much too smart to disagree with me. I fucking hate that.
Right. Well, yeah, because it does imply a level of like you're either stupid or bad faith, obviously,
Yeah,
with the
it does.
implication.
Yeah.
So, Ear Foliday for $5. I guess that's how I should say that. It says Hutch would make a horrible police officer. Other cops would refuse to work with him because he would get them killed.
I
Probably.
agree.
James Jimmy for $5 says, how much did Hutch speak out about the shooter that tried to shoot agents and shoot two illegals? I'm guessing 0. I'm not sure. I mean, to be fair, we haven't really talked about that either, but yeah, I don't know. Mr. GG for $2 says, watch the cell phone video. I guess we kind of skipped through it. I feel like everyone's seen these videos like 20 million times that we need to sit there and like watch every frame of it again. But a PC for $5 says, if the agent had fired his weapon and it jammed, not letting a shot go off, should he be charged with attempted murder? That's a great question, PC. That's like a good way to frame it. That is a very interesting question. If the officer had
No.
fired and it didn't go off, yeah, should he go to jail for that? You know, it's a little unfortunate too, because I know that like a lot of the conversation was, and this happens in these conversations, there's a lot of hyperfixation on the disagreements because that's kind of where it's interest. Because I did hear Hutch say something on his own stream, which I agree with, where he was saying he didn't fault the officer for shooting twice, you know, through the side window, because he was talking about, you know, like people have a lag time when they react to situations, and I think that's true and fair. So
Yeah, it's one incident.
yeah,
My
I
friend
mean,
told me a bunch about that too, because there's a bunch of psychology that they teach them about. Uh, Basically, when you're in this confrontation, your limbic system just kind of takes over.
mhm,
And oftentimes it's hard to remember how many times you shot. So the
right,
officer really doesn't know how many times they shot until they process it. And that's
of course,
another reason why they do the interview days later.
right,
So you're basically in fight or flight mode. You've
of
experienced
course,
this if you've gotten in any sort of crazy situation where,
of
you know, a
course, yeah,
car accident is the best example,
right,
right? You're like, oh,
yeah,
fucking shit. You just reflexes completely take over.
right, and it is crazy too. For I mean, yeah, everyone's experienced this that your your literal like vision like gets smaller, like what you're looking at shrinks in. Like you have a
Yeah.
much more narrow focus of things. That's why I'm saying I think it's very possible she literally didn't even see him when she was driving. So
The shots are close enough together that they're just one incident.
yeah, it's like 1 second.
Yeah.
And I believe the shots are less than a second apart from each other. So watch Storms roll for $2 says Hutch, he was already recording with his own phone. Jason Morgan for $20. Oh, sorry, I missed this one. Jason Morgan for $20 says, can we all agree that Democrats need to stop demonizing ICE? Gestapo, Trump's personal militia, disappearing people, etc., and sanctuary cities should be illegal because they are forcing ICE raids that are so visible. Sanctuary cities, I do not understand how they're legal. They should 100% be illegal. I don't know how much of the ICE raids are only because of that. I assume some of them are, but I think some. I mean, some of the stuff is like, you know, when they go to um, you know, when they go to a meat processing plant and grab a bunch of people, or they go to Home Depot and grab a bunch of people. Like, I don't think that has anything to do with it being a sanctuary city at that point. Valve Go for $2 says, quote, cops can only act to stop nuclear weapons.
Very unfortunate.
Thank you, Val. Ben Riley, Spider-Man for $5 says, to Hutch, you guys should have debated about the Minneapolis police chief interview New York Times posted on YouTube yesterday. Oh, I didn't watch it.
I think
I don't
she
know what he
was the
said.
one that was bad mouthing Trump.
I thought
That's inappropriate, right?
the police chief. So I thought the police chief was a guy. Because I remember seeing him in the original press conference with the mayor, unless that was someone different.
Maybe it's a different police chief.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. Gremlin TV for $5 says, tell Hutch the story broke yesterday showing how her group has paperwork on how to obstruct ICE. He's late to the party. Well, I'm late to the party too. Is that true? Somebody linked that. Is that there's
She
paperwork
was a
about
member of
this?
ICE Watch, and they had how to interact with ICE. I mean, it's
No,
been
I knew
days
that,
since that's
but like, do we have documentation on what their policy was in terms of how to
for
interact with people?
interacting with ICE.
Yeah. Somebody throw it in the chat
Run.
if that's the case. Or send me an X if you can't throw in the chat. A righteous indifference for $5 says if she is perpendicular in the road and she's not blocking traffic, how are they supposed to go around her without directly getting in front or behind? Got him. True. Salty Trisket for $5 says replace ICE with ATF and suddenly the conservatives will understand the liberals' point of view. Well, that's true. It's kind of fun, as I said. I think it's 100% true. If the politics of this were switched, if it was MAGA protesters protesting against some Somali daycare, and it was local. It doesn't have to be ATF. It's local police. Exact same situation happens. Yeah, like 90% of people's opinions on this are just going to be, 180 flipped, which is unfortunately the way that people process information.
Right. Yeah.
Brian for $10 says, okay, I now don't believe he is referencing a legitimate training protocol, or is he referencing a protocol from one city and using it beyond the city scope?
That must be the don't never get in front of the car ever, ever, ever.
Yes. Andy knows Twitter. Okay, I'll check it out. PC for $10 says 2 to 3 seconds for ICE to walk in front of the car and then fire. Plenty of time for them to evaluate the situation of threat. Blocking an intersection from 2 to 3 seconds. Trivial inconvenience to ICE.
Yeah.
Ear Holiday for $2 says Hutch went to the police academy with Mahoney. Oh, was that the name of the character from the police academy
The movie.
movie? Yeah, police squad. Mr. GG for $5 says the ICE agent cell POV. You see the car turn towards him as he walks a second before accelerates. That's how he got in front of it. As I did do, I didn't bring it up because I did such a shoddy job. I'm kind of embarrassed to show you what it looked like. I did do some autistically stupid like analysis on Sunday before Sunday stream where I like had a motion track for the windows and like the street that wasn't moving in the video. And I kind of did a motion track for the car and for him to see if he was moving at all, or was it just her turning the car and the camera movement? And he is walking. He is clearly walking. And if he had continued to walk, he would have walked outside the range of the car. But if he had walked less than he would have walked, it is also true that she does position the car a lot more to where he was standing if he hadn't been walking. So they're both true.
So you think he was splitting the difference? He's like, I'm gonna get in front of the car, but I'm gonna leave myself enough room to get out of in front of the car if she runs.
I don't think that was a thought. I think it was what you said originally, that he's just like, I need to get to the other side of the car to aid in this arrest. That's his thought process. So he is clearly walking around the car to get to the other side.
Right.
And also, as Dr. Dillard said, which is, I think is a great point, he doesn't want to be in a crossfire situation with the other officer.
He doesn't want to shoot the officers.
Right. And then in terms of why he stops, I don't know. I think it's plausible that he thought he was going to stop her. Like she wouldn't have driven over him, or he just stopped because he pulled out his gun and his brain just didn't think to do the two things at the same time. I'm not sure, but we'll see what he says whenever he gives a statement about it. TZC for $20 says trying to figure out his mindset and what he should have done from a slow motion video is dumb, in my opinion. In real life, this all happens in a matter of seconds, not taking one side or the other, just pointing this out. No, you're 100% right. And that's what I mean. They've said this in all the court cases too. You can't, when a jury is supposed to make this decision about whether a cop acted reasonable or not, they're not supposed to look at it from slow mo and a million different angles and all this nonsense. They're supposed to just be like, what is the officer seeing in their point of view at the exact time, at the speed that they're seeing it?
Yep.
Which is why I agree. I do think body cameras should be mandatory because it helps us see that as well. A messy tenant for $2 says the denial phase of the leftist delusion. Lethal Strain for $2 says he filmed with his left hand. It wasn't on the hood. I guess that's a good point. Yeah. I believe I heard Hutch in his own stream. He didn't say it here, so maybe he changed his mind. The stream I saw, it sounded like he thought that he hit his phone on the hood, and that's what made the sound in the video. So maybe that's what his thought process was. I don't think that's what happened. I think he slipped on the ice and just reached out. And then I do think the car actually did clip him too. Indica for $5 New Zealand says, LOL in slow-mo. Life isn't lived in slow-mo, stupid way to look at events. Speaking of slow, Hutch's mom is so slow, it took her 9 months to make a joke. Wow.
Oh my God, that's brutal.
I haven't heard that one before. That is a brutal one. That's a good one.
Wow.
No Run Arena for $5 says, can we stop pretending Anna Kasparian is a center-left moderate? Well, I don't know where that
you can immediately.
Right. But I don't think Anna is moderate. I think she's far more the left than I am. So she's far more on the left popular train than I am. So Joe the Meg for $2 says, narrator, there are no such laws on the books. Mo Mothman for $5 says, Hutch, if you want to help Dems win in 2026, you should stop talking, delete your channel. You're actively hurting their
Oh
chances.
my
Wow.
God.
Okay.
You guys are brutal.
I know. I think if you guys heard the lefties he argues against, you'd be like, okay, I disagree with Hutch, but he's better than the alternative. I think it would change your perspective if you heard him doing his arguments with Pisco and with what's that other guy's name? We
He's
talked to him.
definitely better than Pisco.
Soy Pill.
Right.
And
Oh, yeah.
I forgot there's another one whose name is escaping me at the moment. Adam refriended. Thank you so much for the 20, 40, 50, $60. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
very generous.
The 4-part super chat here. I'll read them all together. Says, I believe that the entire situation involving the woman who's protesting highlights how law enforcement, whether you refer to them as police or ICE, is interfering with people's right to protest peacefully. From what I observed in the video, this woman was engaging in peaceful demonstration, yet the authorities seem to be encroaching on her rights. It appears that while the protesters were initially acting in accordance with their principles, law enforcement may have been provoking them from the outset. I believe Adam's perspective on police communication is largely influenced by fictional portrayals in movies and TVs rather than reflecting the actual challenges they face in communicating effectively.
Well,
Well,
that last part is definitely not the case.
yeah,
Because I
let's see what
talked to an
it says
active
there.
law enforcement officer yesterday about the situation. So
Right.
I'm not going off of movies.
But regarding the first part where you're saying, yeah, I guess I just have to completely disagree because protesting peacefully is not blocking traffic ever. So if they're just, and that's why I'm not convinced at all by Hutcher's argument that, well, she's like blocking one lane of traffic just to see, which, I mean, first of all, even if that was the mindset, you're not allowed to do that, number one. But I just completely do not buy that for a second. That makes no sense to me whatsoever at all. You can see if you park the way you saw, there's all these other cars, parked along the side of the road out of the line of traffic. Um, if that was the case, like if she just parked on the side of the road and she's just honking the horn and being obnoxious, and then the whole situation plays out where the guy comes over and tries to rip out of the car and everything, I say, okay, I think you have more leeway there that like they're improperly trying to pull her out of the car and all this other stuff. You can't block a lane of traffic. So I have to strongly disagree with that. You can't block traffic.
Even
And
with
I
all the
don't
whistles and stuff, it's completely obnoxious. It's like they're enlisting everyone in the area to get involved in their protests. So, I mean, I don't think they should be jerked around and interrogated for that, but it is obnoxious
right.
for other people who just want to go about their daily life.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
wouldn't call it peaceful.
Well, that's true.
If I got to hear a whistle racket all morning long,
It is a cringe demonstration, maybe.
look, they're enlisting you. They're trying to shame you to get involved in their protest. Not
But
peaceful.
in the
It's
videos that
coercive.
Sitch, I sent the Twitter DM for the DRS primer. Oh, thank you. In terms of the law enforcement provoking them, I mean, I don't know what you're looking at to see that from. I mean, we don't really even see like whatsoever what's going on in the situation in terms of what ICE was doing before. All we see is like a bunch of cars. They seem to be stopped, and then we see the situation kind of unfold. So I don't know what you're basing it on to see that the ICE was acting in some way that was improper beforehand.
Hutch said walking around the car was to intimidate her. And I was just like, oh my God. Like, how are you supposed to survey this? Like, you can't do any active law enforcement. It's funny that his dad is a cop. He must never talk to his dad about this situation.
Yeah, that was I think
Basic threat
his
assessment.
I think that was his second weakest argument. That yeah, I don't know how you could see that.
If you're saying, Adam, you've got to get this guy out of his car. Like, I'm doing a circle around that car and looking for where's the fucking ninja sword, right? What is
Right.
going to prevent me from accomplishing this task?
No, but just simply like filming, just simply walk. Like, how is it? So the ICE people shouldn't be intimidated by a person blocking a lane of traffic and honking their horn, but that person should be intimidated by someone walking around their car and filming them. Like that just doesn't make any sense to me at all.
And look, and she wasn't remotely intimidated. The woman was in his face the whole time. Go
Mhm.
get some lunch, big boy. I'm a veteran.
Yeah, and another
I'll
thing
kick
too,
your ass.
it like if in a hypothetical situation, I guess I should ask this too. I mean, it's not super relevant to like the legal conversation, I guess, but I do think it's interesting that in a hypothetical situation, if he had not drawn his gun and had, and maybe he had been in a different position or something, and he had got run over and died, a lot of people
Would have said
would
good
be,
riddance.
yeah,
They'd
a
just say,
lot of
"Oh yeah, he
people
had it
would be
coming. He
cheering
shouldn't have
this.
been there."
They would have been like, oh, okay, based, we need to do this more. Like it would have been a whole nother one of those,
Her
Charlie Kirk
GoFundMe would be like
situations.
$10 million for her legal defense.
Right. So
Let's be real here. Someone else in chat said that Hutch was bad mouthing Charlie Kirk or cheered Charlie Kirk, but I didn't want to ask him because,
I I would be shocked if that was true.
well, look, I would be shocked too. I just
Yeah.
didn't. I don't know if that is true. You guys can send us some links or whatever, and we'll take a look.
Andy No posts on X. He said Minnesota Ice Watch, the extremist open borders group that Renee Good was associated with, posted Antifa guide instructions on committing crimes. The posts were shared on Instagram, which in addition to Blue Sky has become the preferred place to organize violence. The instructions show ways that rioters can assault law enforcement to get them to release a suspect. And it has like little, and this is what you sent me. Thank you. It shows little diagrams of how like you need to sort of lock your arms and do a bunch of things to make it so that the police can't pull you away to try to arrest you, and even how to like attack officers' grips and shit to make sure they can't do what they're doing.
How to actively resist arrest.
Not just to resist, but also, yeah, resist and assault employees, or I'm sorry, officers.
There you go. Look at that. Quite
Uh,
telling, don't you think?
I think it is, yeah. Wait, let me see this. I haven't read this. Tactic 3, opening a door to let the arrestee go free. Law enforcement officers will leave their patrol cars or prison transport vans unlocked from time to time, even when there's arrestees sitting in the vehicles. In this case, one can simply sneakily or quickly open the door of one of these vehicles and let the arrestees out. Of course, this could be considered a crime, but in terms of risk level, it would fall lower in most cases than something like directly putting hands on an officer or someone they're physically arresting.
Oh my God.
Are your
That's
faces visible? Are you wearing identifiable clothing? Did the police already take identifying information from the arrestee? Will you be easily tracked down later? So they're basically, so this thing that they shared is literally saying, if you think you can get away with it, you should open the door and let the person, run away. I like there's no part of this is like, you should make sure the person that you're letting free isn't a horrible, vicious criminal who murdered somebody or did something horrible.
They
It's like,
don't
no,
care
of
about
course.
that. That doesn't matter.
Another thing to take into account is that the arrestee can be placed into metal handcuffs or plastic zip tie handcuffs, aka quick cuffs, like flex cuffs and cobra cuffs. It can be pretty awkward for the arrestee to maneuver and make it home with those in place. So consider carrying a handcuff key
Oh my.
for conventional metal handcuffs or something less conspicuous like proper wire cutters or a bobby pin for the roller locks for the plastic handcuffs. All in all, I like this. This is what they call this. All in all, de-arresting. De-arresting. You like that?
Yeah, it's
I'm not
great.
resisting. I'm de-arresting. All in all, de-arresting can be an important part of one's direct action toolkit. Neglected here is how to de-arrest yourself. And then they go through a tactic on how to, I guess, escape police custody.
Official de-arrest agent.
Yeah. So this is going to be, so if they shared this, I mean, that's going to be, obviously they'll come up in trial to try to say like, this is the mindset or the potential mindset of the woman in the car. She's part of this organization that's, spreading around shit like this. So interesting. Well, thank you for sending it to me. Lethal Train for $20 says, sorry, I missed this. Says, watch the shooting officer's movement in relationship to the windows of the building, not the moving vehicle. Compare two stationary points so the movement doesn't affect how you see it. Yeah, as I said, I did do that. He's walking. I mean, you could clearly see even on the video here. I mean, you can clearly see, look, if you bring the super chat down for a second, you can clearly see he is moving. You can clearly see, look, he's moving. I mean, the camera's stationary. He is walking. He's walking. Look, because just compare where he is in the tree. He's walking. He's on one side of the tree. Now he's on the other side of the tree. So he does walk to the other side of the tree. We can see that.
He was far more comfortable with her car positioned perpendicular though. Once they go into arrest mode,
Oh yeah. So it definitely
he stops in
like
front of the car because he's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Where are you
right.
going?
Well,
Where are
like
you
it
going,
definitely
hon?"
yeah, it definitely her to be clear, her moving definitely does put him more in the line of the path of the vehicle, but he is walking. He is walking in front of the vehicle. So they're both doing it. It doesn't really, I know it's like a super big point that always comes up. It came up in this conversation. It doesn't, I don't think it really matters at all. He has the right to walk in front of the car. And I think he has a good reason now that we think about it to avoid crossfire to help the other officer. He has a good reason to walk in front of the car. So
Yeah, people want to say it's her fault that he's in front of the car though. That's why they keep bringing this point up.
yeah, I understand. Because yeah, if he's standing completely stationary, not in front of the car, and then she backs up and puts him directly in front of the path of the car, then yes, then her culpability goes way higher at that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
At least in people's arguments online. So, but that's not exactly what happened. That's not really what happened at all. He is walking. You can watch the little Bigfoot walk here. So
Does
um,
he get something out of his car or put something in his car?
it's hard. We can't really tell with this potato
Seems like
camera.
he's
So
seems like he's like, oh, I gotta put my nunchucks away. Those will get me in trouble.
there you go. That's it. He had the nunchucks. So yeah. No Run Arena for $5.15 says we can't convince leftists to be logical because they've been brainwashed by Marxist critical theories. I did see the old chestnut of the leftists, the socialists online defending. It's funny they're getting an argument with Dev. Dev is fighting back against the socialists. The socialists always trying to make up the lies about how like they stopped World War II. Because
Oh
even though
yeah.
they joined forces with the Nazis to start World War II, they eventually decided to join forces with the Allied side of things. So they somehow get a pass, I guess, because of that.
Why would Trump say no to these body cams? Because they seem to always go in favor of law enforcement. Like whose idea was it to stop the body cams?
I don't know. I mean, it was a Trump decision. It was a stupid decision. So because I
It's
agree, it
probably
does
Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller was like, you guys got
probably.
to get out there and rough people up. We'll
Yeah.
get rid of those body cams for you.
Yeah, I don't I would be I would think that it helps the officer more than it hurts them. Would be my just pure vibe speculation on it. So
I saw something that some of the body cams send out a signal that's trackable that makes it harder for them because they have all these counter protesters trying to keep track of their whereabouts.
mhm.
But I mean, come on, they can't make a body cam that doesn't send out some fucking Bluetooth signal. What does it have to report to the main server or something?
It's like the future in the Watchmen TV show. Did you
Yeah,
ever watch the Watchmen TV
I
show?
never did. No, it
Oh,
looked
like
horrible, and you
it's
said it was terrible.
it is
So,
terrible. It's so weird because the first episode that you actually think it's going to be like a pro police show because it
mm-hmm,
actually features a black police officer who's killed by a racist white man
mm-hmm.
because in order to get his gun, it's like his gun is like in the car and he has to call into the station and they have to give authority from the station for him to even get his gun in the first place. So he's like sitting in the car, like trying to get his gun unlocked while like the racist guy like slowly gets his gun out and shoots him in the face.
Horrible.
Yes. That's the future they want. Joe the Make for 2 hours says observing is when taking up an entire lane. LOL. Okay. Yeah, it's a very bad argument.
It's so obvious what was going on. Why? Well, I guess I know why. This is part of the left wing narrative that must be promoted
Mm-hmm.
for unsuspecting people who might believe it.
It's a height. It's a heighty and motivated reason. Once
Yep.
you have where you kind of want to go, you kind of have to force yourself in that direction. Kevin Walter for $5 says it's insane believing that she couldn't possibly be there to block ice while simultaneously believing that he was just some psycho out to murder her.
That's what they believe.
D Money for $5 says, be honest, Hutch, does all this activism have to do with how much you hate your cop father? Well, he said no. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
He said he gets along with his dad. He just
Yeah.
doesn't talk politics with him, which is, I mean, that's probably good. I'll talk
Kevin,
politics with anyone, which is, right. I mean, that's like a superpower.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. It's because it's like, I would not want my parents to discuss politics with Sam's parents. Like for any reason.
Oh, that's like a recipe for disaster. Huh? Most people can't do it. Most people really can't do it.
Like I can talk politics with Sam's parents or my parents. Sam can talk politics. It's really funny because like she would like argue with my parents, or really my parents argue with her, but you know she just doesn't agree because my parents are a lot more argumentative about things than she is, politically. But yeah, I don't want that situation. It all depends on the people. So
you have to stay respectful. That's the important thing. Because as soon as you start disrespecting your family, it's like,
of course,
you're in a bad place.
Yes. I hope it doesn't come out the writing. There'll be a strict like no. Listen, they've interacted with each other. Okay, it's not like they've never met each other. So just no politics. Kevin Walter for $10, $20, $25. Thank you. Says the direction of the wheels is entirely irrelevant. It's not a zero-turn lawnmower. It doesn't spin around in circles. It moves forward as it turns. He was in front of her, front, forward, duh. The media said Alton Sterling was shot for selling CDs, but he was actually shot for pulling a gun while resisting arrest for trespassing on 7-Eleven property while selling CDs out of the trunk of his car. The officer was trying to grab the keys. That's what any cop will do if someone tries to flee and has their window open. That's how cops get dragged. That's possible. That's what he was trying to do. So... But as I said,
Turn
it's hard
the car
for
off
me
and
to
take the keys. Yeah, that stops her pretty quickly, right?
Right. It's hard. I'd say it's hard from the position that we're looking to see. Is he reaching for the door? Is he reaching for the keys? I don't know, but they'll give some sort of testimony of what they're trying to do.
He definitely reached into the car.
Yeah, we see he's reaching into the car, right? But which again, he lawfully is allowed to do anyway. So, and yeah, it was interesting that her car didn't, as you said, her car didn't have 4-wheel drive. Which I don't know if that would have made a difference, but. Oof. Maybe she would have been more out of his line of path if he did. Will it's Skillet for $5 is a bit behind, but last I checked, every licensed driver is also trained to not run people over. Very, very true.
Right, yeah.
Squeeze Louise for $5 says, is Drive Baby Drive incitement to violence? Is this perfect example of the ever elusive violent speech? It would be an incitement to violence. So for it to be an incitement to violence, you'd have to show with evidence that she meant not for her to flee, but for her to intentionally run over a guy, which I think would be probably impossible to prove, even if that was her thought process. I don't know how you'd actually prove that in a court of law. There's enough reasonableness to say, well, no, she just meant for her to run away. Because also, like when you look at the video, I can bring it up really quick here. I don't know. I don't even think the wife is looking at where the agent is when she says that. Let's see.
It'll be the same play when.
Oh, sorry. I still have it on slow motion here. Let me.
Megyn Kelly made a video
Change it back.
with some argument on why they should put charges against the wife. I didn't watch the video, but she's an attorney, so I don't know what kind of case she thinks they can make.
That's true. I didn't watch either, but Megyn Kelly also said that she thinks Candace is smart.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to see what the argument Megyn Kelly
sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. Okay.
Like I can see how they would press charges. I don't think they should, considering her wife fucking died and the officer doesn't seem to be really harmed at all. To me, it seems kind of adding injury to insult at that point.
When you come talk to us later, that's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran.
She says former fucking veteran.
So she was a veteran, huh? I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy.
That's another thing too. When he switches hands here, I mean, it could have been just he was gonna put his phone away originally, but then he sees this ice guy come over. So
go ahead.
Out of the car.
Because she turns.
She turns immediately.
Yeah, so
out of the car. She's like, "Ooh, fuck!"
Because that's the thing. Like, I don't even think she doesn't even see what this guy is doing. She's fully looking in the
Get out
direction.
of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Yeah, see, I don't know if she even saw where the officer was at this point.
I do think
No.
this was a bad tactic, because if they kept them in LARP mode until they got out of the car and had the cuffs on them, that would have been best case scenario.
Oh, of
Because
course.
they're
Of
fully in
course.
LARP mode here. They have
Yes.
no idea that they can even be detained.
Yeah. As I do agree, like that guy who came up, he came up too hot, but obviously
Yeah.
that doesn't justify her not
No,
complying.
it doesn't. It doesn't change
Yeah.
anything legally. I'm just
Right.
tactically.
Yeah, but tactically, yes, it was a
Things-
mistake. Yeah. Should come up all smiles, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Walk up all smiles.
We want to know if we can buy you ladies some lunch.
Right. You said you want to get some lunch, or let's do it.
We've decided to turn over a new leaf. We're not going to be members of ICE anymore. Yeah, come on over to my car. I'll show you. I got I'll show you. I've changed my ways.
There you go. I've got the Somali flag in the back of my eyes.
Yeah, exactly. Come see. Come
Let's
see
wave
my
it
Somali-
together. Right.
Come
yeah.
see my Somali flag.
Right. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, Hutch, try shooting a side profile at 10 to 15 feet. That's true too.
Mm.
I mean, you wouldn't want to place yourself in front of a vehicle to avoid that. I think it's really more to avoid the cross shoot, but that is true. Brett Cormier for $10 says cops could have cuffed the wife while they're investigating obstruction. She admitted it was her car when she said, "We do not change the plates every day," from the video on the cop's cell phone. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. But that's something, you have to be really on top of it at the moment to catch that. But that is, I guess you're right. They could definitely do that. Kevin Walter for $2 says, "Hey Hutch, I thought they were mutilated on PKA." I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't either.
He was on a show called PKA, I think, but I don't know what mutilated means or who they is in that context. Boo for $10 says, Hutch said that he isn't a policy wonk, but yet he is talking about what policy should be in place for ICE and law enforcement, but not a policy wonk. So we can't talk about sanctuary city policy.
Right. Little
Adam-
contradiction there.
Adam refriended for 36 months of being a free will seeker. Thanks so much. Says, after 3 years of free will seeker, I uneasily find myself agreeing with leftists on principle. She was not a threat, and A-Team reigns supreme. Well, listen, it's laudable that you can be a free will seeker. You can feel that way, and
That's the value of free will, right?
that's
there.
the value, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to be suckered into tribalism, even if you're on the wrong side of things. But it's fine. We still love you, even if you're A-Team. I mean,
Yeah,
I love
look,
you
I
less for being
value
A-Team
protest.
than for this. So
I value protest. I think protest is important. So
5-6 for $5 says, read a summary of the Supreme Court case Graham versus Connor. Well, I don't know if I'm going to do that, but
we might
Graham
someday.
Graham versus Connor is the objective reasonable test, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, which I think very strongly plays in the officer's favor here.
Oh,
Brian for $5 says, I put the volume all the way up so it sounded like a screaming match this whole time. A great stream. That's one way to do it. That's a good
Oh.
strategy. That's good.
taking things into your own hands. I like that.
Right. Floki for $5 says, you can't argue escalation when she initiated escalation by ignoring and disobeying 4 lawful orders before fleeing. Why do so many Hutch arguments die? Yeah, that is true. I mean, the counter argument is just always going to be, well, she's a random citizen and he's a trained law enforcement officer. So therefore, he has all the responsibility to do everything right, and she has zero responsibility. So
Yeah. I mean, that's why I was just laughing at that, because by that definition, arresting her is escalation by his thinking.
yes,
There's no way to actually arrest somebody without escalating.
right. Chaka's for 29 months says, Hutch is very annoying because he's making so many assumptions and talks about this with too much certainty for so many assumptions.
Yeah.
AKA Batosai for $10 says, can we get a poll for whether people think using a gun is an appropriate response to someone coming at you with a car? This stupid Destiny talking point is absurd to me. As I said, people got to look at the videos. I've seen at least recently, just the other day when I was doing research for the law of this case, I saw 2 cases that people were directly citing for this incident. Both involve a person, an officer, shooting a driver, and in both times, the shooting of the driver makes them stop driving. So, as I agree that it is risky, you don't know what's going to happen. But if you're in that situation, you're going to take the chance, I think, 100% of the time, because it can definitely make them stop. And unless I've never seen, like, has anyone ever done some analysis of like an analysis of police shootings where the police shoot the driver and like, does it make the driver stop or go into a worse situation? Like, until someone is actually like pulls out some magical study of that, then this is all just people kind of, flapping their gums about this. Mr. Ubercross for 44 months. Thanks so much, being 44 months of Freedom Seeker. Mr. Ubercross says he's flat wrong about zooming. It doesn't matter how good your camera is. If the image is altered, you can't use it. It's a technical question. That is true. Fernandez for Joe says, did you guys check out that video from Angry Cop? I did not. No.
I did. It was great.
Okay, good. Meta Rules for $5 says she's blocking one lane because ICE is in that lane. Maybe she didn't want to block oncoming traffic. Nate did an amazing video covering all of this. Well, I think it was a one-way, so they could.
Nate's video was great too. Yeah.
But yeah, Nate did a good video on it.
Didn't he have brain cancer like a month ago? Got a
he did. He had a tumor. Yeah.
Open brain surgery.
Isn't that it's crazy?
And he's already making great videos again. How does that make you feel, Sitch?
I'm piece of shit.
Just asking.
You fucker. Look at this guy here. Oh, Nate had a fucking brain tumor removed, Sitch, and he still popped up a video before you did. What the fuck's wrong with you, Sitch?
Look, that's not what I meant.
Oh, okay? My God, you piece of trash, Sitch, you fucker.
I'm just saying.
God.
It would be a good excuse.
I can't believe
not
this
to make
guy.
videos anymore. I had brain cancer. I had brain surgery.
God. Jesus. Okay, that's a fair point.
Wouldn't it be a good excuse? I mean,
I
it
agree.
would, right?
I agree. That's a fair point. Okay, it's a good point. I don't have any excuses. Metal Rules for $5 says she's blocking one lane because I read that one. Floki for $5 says ICE didn't care about the dog. They aren't ATF. Hutch is avowed sock dem socialist. Is that true? I didn't think he was. So he will flow from leftist to liberal depending on expedience. I would have asked him if I saw that. I could have swore he said that he's clearly not in that category. Brian. Oh, I read that one. The Lethal Strain for $2 says, was the T-Rex jungle Puxy? What does Puxy mean?
Yeah, what's up with the T-Rex?
I don't know what Puxxy. I don't know what that means. Yeah, it was weird. It's funny because when we first saw, that video of like where they're like, hey, count how many people are passing the basketball in the video, and then you do it, and they're like, did you notice the guy in the gorilla suit walking by? Right.
Yeah,
and you completely don't notice it. I felt like it was the same thing with the cops videos. It was kind of funny because, yeah, I'm like looking at this video, and I think it was on my third rewatch. I was like, wait, what the fuck? Is that you don't see it at first. There's this like weird part where there's like a T-Rex sitting on top of a car in this like really weird location. I don't remember exactly where you see it. Oh, yeah, it's right there. Yeah, it's behind her. You can see it right there if you're watching. You see behind her head is a T-Rex sitting on top of a car. And
like a life-size T-Rex.
Yes, a giant T-Rex on a real car. And I'm like, because when I first saw this video, I'm like, wait a minute. Is this AI? Like, what the fuck what am I looking at here? Is this an AI video?
Exactly what I thought.
Why is there a T-Rex there? Let's see if there's a better shot of it.
It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us.
Yeah, look at
later.
Look at that thing.
People have taken pictures of it. I've seen better pictures of it online now.
No, yeah. So in the Twitter thread, I clicked on it because I'm like, what the fuck is this AI? And then I saw people like went to the Google Maps Street View, and no, there's literally just a giant T-Rex on top of a car there. So I don't know why. I have no fucking clue why. It is cool. I like it. It is very neat. A little
proof
weird,
of the simulation.
Thing. Yes, exactly. Matter Rules for $5 says Hutch said he's okay if people vote for sanctuary cities. Would he be okay if people from southern states vote to deport illegals under a Democrat president? Well, that's a good question. I don't understand. I mean, his argument, as I said, his argument with sanctuary cities just doesn't make any sense to me at all. Because you should super easily be able to narrowly tailor legislation to protect potential victims of crimes from perpetrators of crimes.
Because
I
it's
don't.
an excuse. That's all it is. It's an excuse.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me at all. Righteous Indifference for $5 says there were two occupied cars at a red light 30 feet away where she crashed the cars she let pass through. I mean, she could have driven into them. That is true.
I wonder if those were other ice watchers. I hope they were. Because those two cars got totally screwed up.
No, not the. They're. He doesn't mean the ones that she crashed into. He means down the road.
Oh.
I think that the car she crashed into was just someone's car who probably lived there, and their car was just parked out front.
Maybe. But it'd be more
Artemis,
apropos if it was another ice watcher, right?
right? Artemis Fowl for $10 says, didn't the Graviton cleric walk into a pitch black room and begin firing in a manner that would be lethal in every direction without seeing who he was firing at?
Yes.
Yeah, but wasn't he
It was
completely justified
badass.
in doing that?
They were smuggling art.
Yes, that's against the law, Adam.
They were
Okay.
just all they wanted to do was hang on to the Mona Lisa
No,
to
we
save
must
it for
kill
posterity's
emotions.
sake.
If we don't kill emotions, this is how people get in these horrible situations in the first place. Okay, trust in Christian Bale. You have to trust in Batman. Okay, Batman knows how to maintain the law. All right,
Right.
that's what we need.
Oh, the scene with the puppy. Oh, it's so brutal.
I don't. Yeah. So how
You
dare
have to
you,
kill
Artemis?
this cute little puppy.
How
Take
dare
this
you?
puppy and incinerate it.
How dare you, Artemis? Push shade on Batman as a graviton cleric. Okay, how dare you?
It's a grammaton cleric, but you're close.
Whatever. I don't remember.
Come
Hero
on.
graviton. I'm just repeating what he said.
Equilibrium is
You're right,
sacred.
grammaton.
What are you doing?
I haven't
You
seen
looked it up?
I haven't seen Equilibrium in like 10 years probably. So
Right.
I should watch it again.
Pretty good.
That's right. Just comply, art dealer. True. Chaka's for $5 says, could it be possible that she waived a car pass so the second car needed to block the road can make it forward? First time in 6 months, A team. That's definitely possible. That is definitely possible, yeah.
Thank you for the 6 months.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 6 months since we had an A team. Thank you, yeah. Adam Refriended for $10 says, escalation to de-escalation is dumb. From what Texas police and others have told me, the key is always de-escalate, not escalate. Adam, your friend must be must have heard wrong, must be heard wrong, and his trigger is a happy cop.
Oh, maybe. I got to ask him next time next time I talk to him, I'll ask him how many illegals have you popped?
Well, I would ask from whoever you're talking to, ask them, is it not talking to a person to putting handcuffs on them? Is that not automatically an escalation? Because it is. So I don't know. I think,
of course,
I think maybe people have a wrong idea in their mind, a little Sitch's law idea in their mind of what escalation means. You have to literally, police have to escalate to de-escalate in a lot of situations. They have to have someone be in handcuffs and be in a situation where they can control them before they put the brakes on it to make sure the person is not dangerous to either themselves or other people.
He said, step 1, secure the scene, get the person into custody as quickly as possible, gain control quickly, then question them. I took notes while we talked.
Right.
Yeah.
And there are situations
and it's that when he walks around, he's so clearly looking to secure the scene.
Right. Well, and there are situations too where cops will put handcuffs on you and then they'll let you go because they realize they don't need to arrest you.
He said that too. He said once they're questioning them, sometimes they let them go. Sometimes they're cooperative. They get the information they want.
Right.
They realize this person gives them a sob story that they can relate to. So most of the time people just fucking lie like crazy and they end up going to the jailhouse.
Right. Chaka's for $10 says maybe he stopped in front of the car because he slipped a tiny bit and needed to catch his balance. That is for the first time in 6 months, A team. That's possible too. That's what I'm saying. We'll have to see what he says. We're all kind of doing our headcanon about why he stopped. It is possible that, yeah, he literally just slipped for a second. Who knows? One more possible scenario. Maybe the guy at the window was new and hot-headed and the guy walked in front of the car to de-escalate it before it blew up. Possible.
Yeah.
Lethal Strain for 13 months says also vehicle registered in Missouri have to have front and back licenses. They removed the front, making him go the back of the plates. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Oh, they aren't even matching plates? So that's in the video? Hilarious.
Well, it's not that they're yeah, they don't have though. I don't know how long. I guess you can make the
Oh,
argument. I don't know
okay.
how long
She
they were
doesn't have a front
there.
plate.
Yeah, maybe they just took it off when they moved to Minneapolis or something. Is it vehicles registered? Wait, it can't be. It can't be vehicles registered in a place have to have a front plate. It's vehicles that are being operated in a certain area have to have a front place, right? Or
I
both.
mean, some places are sticklers about the front plate. Some places are kind of lax.
Like, like for example, in California, you have to have a front plate, right?
Yeah,
If you
they'll ticket your ass for that shit.
Right, if you drive your car from California to Florida and you live
Mhm.
in Florida for like a year, I'm pretty sure you can take the front plate off because no one has a front plate in Florida, even though your car, even if your car is still
Oh,
technically registered
Florida's lax.
in
Holy
California,
shit.
is what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Well, no, you should leave the California front plate on, but use the Florida back plate
Oh, I see.
because
Just to
then you
be
can
extra
really,
confusing. Okay.
get away with shit.
Right. Squeeze Louise for $5 says, "Have you seen the clip of the wife after the incident say why didn't they have?
I
Oh,
have,
why did they
yeah.
have real bullets? They don't understand this is real life." That's all. Yeah, I did. It's horrible.
Isn't that brutal?
It is brutal. That's why I said it
I'm
really
assuming
feels like
she's asking
LARPing.
about rubber bullets.
Yeah,
Aren't you
it's
supposed to have
all
rubber bullets?
it's all LARPing.
Although those rubber bullets, I think can. If you take one in the head, you're probably gonna have a
But that,
bad
especially
day.
that, I don't know, and I don't know if someone knows about. Can rubber bullets like penetrate a windshield at that distance? I mean, he could shoot in through the window
Oh,
and hit
it
her in the head.
bounces off. I don't
I have
know.
no clue. Yeah, if they'll bounce off or not. But yeah, you can definitely get killed by a rubber bolt. But yeah, these people are LARPing. These people are 100% LARPing. And it's very sad.
All the
Arith,
responses are demoralizing to me.
yeah.
It's so obvious what's going on here and this whole trying to place blame. They
Mhm.
think it's ICE's fault for even being in the state. So it's just motivated reasoning to try to find reasons why it's ICE's fault.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it. And as I said, a huge part of it is a situation where we now know in hindsight he didn't have to shoot the person. And so people are going to want to twist that around to be like, well, then he shouldn't have shot. It was unreasonable for him to have shot her in the first place. And those are two separate things you have to separate in your mind.
Yeah. If, I mean, if, even if she just drives off and they don't have local law enforcement to help apprehend her, they got her wife. Like they put her wife in the back of the car and say, okay, well, sooner or later you're going to show up at our headquarters looking for your wife.
Right.
Right?
Right.
It's just they don't know that at the time. They were operating on very little information. They don't know that this lady's her wife. They
Well,
don't
I
know
think,
jack shit.
yeah. Well, the guy who comes out of the car to pull her out, like, I don't know what information he's operating on whatsoever. He's not operating on the same information that the guy filming is operating on because he didn't have any chance to tell him. So anything, he just, comes out and tries to pull her out
The
of the
angry
car.
cop video, he says that they always have some other officer do the first aid on whoever's been shot. They don't want the same officer who shot the person doing first aid on him because it becomes difficult in once the court case comes into play because obviously, oh, you let them die because they're a witness to you killing them.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But they always have medics and whatnot on the side. So
Right. And now it was, I don't know. We'll see when the autopsy is happening. We have no, like, this woman could have been dead instantly or not. I didn't realize this until I looked it up. It actually did take a substantially long time for them to show up and to render it. It took like 15 minutes or something.
right.
And I believe it's the timeline I saw, the article I saw said that the first aid did show up in like 5 or 6 minutes, and then they like couldn't literally get through because like ice cars were blocking them or something crazy like that. So
Hmm.
I don't know. That's not. I mean, if it turns out that like that she didn't die instantly and that she bled out slowly or something, then that's gonna be another horrible
Well,
situation
and if
too.
they couldn't get through because they were blocking the road.
Right? Yeah.
Ironic. She
Yeah.
blocks
True.
ice in. Now the
Right.
emergency vehicles can't get to her.
Right. Arithmetic for $2 says, "Can't we all agree that Congress created this dangerous situation by passing immigration laws in the first place? If there were no immigration laws, there would be no ICE and the whole ordeal could have been avoided."
Absolutely. That's what every
True.
leftist thinks. That's
True.
exactly what they think.
I'm surprised you said that, Arithmetic. I see that you've changed your way. Oh no, you said sarcasm. Okay, sorry. He's just joking, everybody. /S. Dr. Diller for $5 says, "Why are you two so hung up on this woman's blockade being illogical and stupid? They're there to be annoying and protest. Protesting random federal agents won't change immigration policy anyways. None of it's logical. That is true. And Hutch, how much do you know about ICE training and how much are you assuming? You keep placing an onus on this guy's training without elaborating on what training specifically. Keep in mind, ICE is not the police."
Yeah.
Ace for $6 says, "Have to gave it to Adam. He was truly embraced the hug box mindset. At least Sitch could pick up the intellectual dead weight and be the adult in the room." What's this about?
Ace, I banned Ace, and Ace got very triggered about it. So I
Okay.
expected him to go to the stream labs.
Okay. Was he on the didn't like our take on the shooting or something? Is that what the argument was about?
I honestly don't remember what annoying thing he was saying, but it seems like he's always completely bad faith. And it's the second time we banned him. So I'm tired of taking Ace's mom's money.
Okay, fair enough. Arithmus for $2 says, "Can't we all agree the police should never be able to arrest anyone ever because arresting someone could escalate the danger of the situation?" That's very true. That is very true. Arithmus for another $2 says, "There's no guarantee that a driver trying to run you over will simply drive away after failing. The reason to shoot the driver is to neutralize the threat. The same reason a police officer can shoot a fleeing armed assailant." Arithmus for $2 says, "The door was obviously locked." Oh, I read that one. "Because he did not successfully open the door. If you reach in to pull the interior handle, unlock the door. There's no evidence he's trying to turn the wheel." Dr. Live for $3 says, "I hate how much of this conversation is politically motivated and influenced by how you feel about ICE, resulting in a very muddled debate." That is true. They should have just shot her immediately and made everything black and white. Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's a good point. It would have made these conversations, that's true. I wish law enforcement, just for the sake of our internet debates, like just have them immediately shoot people on site, just so it's like clear for us. I agree with that completely.
Well, that's the way they're casting it, though, on the left.
Right. Yeah, a lot of commentary I was listening to on the left was
murder. These are
Yeah.
murderers.
They were like, oh, especially, we were listening to Sam Cedar thing the other day. They're like, oh yeah, they went with the intention to like just kill this woman because she was annoying and all this other stuff. I'm like, okay, you don't know any of this, but whatever. It's fine. Fondue for $6 says, "Monk police, so like Jedi?" Exactly. And as we know from watching Star Wars and from watching Star Wars Disney Plus TV shows, the Jedi never accidentally kill a woman who doesn't deserve to be killed with an unjust use of force.
But
right?
Sitch, haven't you seen The Acolyte?
Oh,
The critically acclaimed Acolyte?
I did, and I say it was 100% justified to kill that bitch. Okay. That bitch was like turning into a demon and possessing people, like fucking strike her ass down.
Talk about escalating. Jesus.
Yes.
She couldn't have done that in a nicer way. That was her get out of the fucking car bitch moment, wasn't it?
It was. How do they fuck that up?
I'm turning into a fucking demon.
How do they fuck that up in the Acolyte so much? It's so clear they wanted to make some sort of story where it was like, did the Jedis act wrong here? And they couldn't do it. They just fucked it up so much.
Yeah. Are we the baddies? That's what they wanted to make.
No, not even when you control all of reality to write the story in any way you want. You still couldn't accomplish the goal.
No.
Fondue for $6 says, "Talking about the police not being able to use his firearm scene, it reminds me, Sitch didn't like Psychopaths, although I don't remember why." So I only watched the first like 3 episodes, and I don't know, it didn't grab me. And everyone always says, you got to go back and got to watch it. Maybe I will one day. All right. Got a lot of anime to catch up on. Got a video to make. But one day I'll go back to Psychopaths.
What'd you say?
I said Arithmus for $2 says, "How does one become a former veteran? Re-enlist?" Oh, I didn't catch that. I guess, yeah, I assume she meant former. She is a veteran, so I'll be charitable.
She did say former veteran, didn't she? That's interesting.
Yeah.
That
I haven't seen anyone talk about that in terms of trying to confirm or deny.
That does seem a little stolen valorish, doesn't it?
You think
would a veteran ever say I'm a former veteran? Fuck no.
Listen,
Fuck no.
She was obviously a Vietnam time veteran.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Remember? So
Oh my God, the LARP, the LARPing. They are going to find out everything about this woman, obviously.
hmm
The internet must know. I'm certain of it.
um, let's see. I think Fox local here maybe confirmed that she was a veteran.
Not a
I
former veteran? Interesting.
yeah.
So she's
I
lying.
There you go. She lied. Yeah. I'm not sure. I hate when you like. Oh no, I don't, I can't tell. Maybe they're talking about someone else. I hate when you Google something and you see a link to a news article. This happens all the time. And in the little Google description, it says the information that you want, and you click the article, and that sentence doesn't exist in the article. And you're like, what? Like,
Really?
what the fuck? Yeah, that happens to me so much. And I don't know if
Really?
sometimes it's
That's
like,
bad AI right there.
yeah, I don't know if sometimes it's like a comment or it's like a linking to some other page, or maybe they changed the article or something, but I feel like that happens quite often. So Sulla for $2 says, "What do you think of the argument that even moderate people are using, which that comply or die is bootlicking, or at the very least hypocritical with disobeying COVID restrictions?" So
It's not
the
really comply or die because they're gonna wrestle you to the ground and handcuff you. They're not gonna kill you 100% of the time if you don't comply, right?
no, but I mean, obviously, if you don't comply, you're putting yourself in a very dangerous situation where you could die.
Yeah.
Um, People frame things in very emotional ways to trigger people's rebellious feelings or just the fact that they don't like politics. It's all the comply or die is stupid. It's 100% based on your politics because again, as I said, if the politics was switched, then the right would be saying comply or die. Right? It's stupid. Usually, in most situations, when it comes to you're interacting with police, regardless of politics, at the end of the day, yeah, it is going to be comply or die. And that's the way it has to be. You have to live in a society of laws where if you break the laws, there's some sort of law enforcement mechanism that can bring you to a trial to adjudicate this. And you don't get to punch out a police officer on the fucking street just because you think you're innocent. And we can't live in a society like that. Now, if we lived in a super corrupt society like Venezuela or Iran, where the police might snatch you off the street and throw ass in your face or fucking disappear you because you didn't pay the corrupt toll, then we could have a different conversation about whether you should comply with the police or not. But fortunately, we don't live in that country. We live in America where that's not going to happen 99,999 times out of 100, where even if you're wrongly arrested, you get to fight in the courts. You get to have your day, in the courts, and you're going to get let go most of the time if it was for the wrong reasons. Okay. So comply or die is just cope that people throw out there when they don't really have a good understanding of how our society operates. In terms of the COVID restriction thing, I would say it's people could protest the COVID restriction. That's fine. If someone was doing some sort of COVID protest and the same situation happens where the police have a lawful reason to tell someone to get out of the car, they don't, they drive away and then they get shot. I have the exact same opinion. Exact same opinion I have on this. So I don't see that as oh, unless it's in that situation, I don't see it as a one-to-one just because it's about COVID. Holstein for $2 says there would be no need for immigration laws if the immigrants respected our national sovereignty, or better yet, just walked into the ocean and left the world for the citizenry of the United States. Jesus. There you go. You could have every country could just empty itself out into the sea. So all that's left is America. Metalworks for $5 says old topic, but this is a perfect example of where mind control as a superpower could be used for good. You guys need to be more creative. There you go. Could use mind control for good, right?
Oh yeah. Mind control.
Jonathan
Always
Smith
good.
for $10 says far left socialists value utilitarian goals and justifies lying for a utopia, while Christian Western values hold that lying is always wrong and truth matters above personal belief. I mostly agree with that. Christian Western values don't hold. I know you're kind of using an absolute statement. I would say more often than not, you are correct that socialist values in any sort of political organization that is very outside the Overton window of acceptable norms or very outside of whatever the acceptable system is going to have a utilitarian goal of justifying lying for their political beliefs. That is true. I mean, yeah, usually Christian Western values are you shouldn't lie in most situations. Obviously, you don't want to bring up the should you lie to not tell the Nazis that you're hiding Jews in the basement, scenario, because then obviously most people will
No,
say, yes,
they're in
you
the
should.
basement.
You should lie.
Don't know the full extent of my political ideology. I am of the mindset that civilized countries allow its citizens to fucking brawl with the cops. Okay, we have this very weird attitude that like you can't brawl with a cop ever; they'll kill you. Okay, the only countries outside of the United States where people can't fucking brawl with cops are dictatorships.
Yeah,
I forgot about that. Oh my God,
Yes.
Adam, you got to clip that. You got to clip that and put that on X. We got to make that go viral.
Yeah,
I fucking
Sitch.
forgot about that part
Come
of the video.
on.
Yes.
You got fucking brawl with cops.
I totally forgot about that. Holy shit.
This is a music video that we made. Enlightened Centrist actually did the music, but I did the video. I edited the video and put it together. So
Yes.
this
Enlightened
was a
Centrist, it
fun. This was a fun project.
great song.
We should redo it with AI. See what kind of craziness we can do.
Oh, yeah.
We
there
could
you go.
definitely up the visual game with AI.
Yeah, that's true.
We did this before AI was even a thing. So
That's true. That's true. We just
now we
pre-AI.
can do it with some anime girls and whatnot.
There's no way that's real. No, that's 100% real. All the clips here, 100% real. Enlightened Centrist got all the clips. They're all real clips of Hassan.
Enlightened Centrist did do some edits where he was kind of making a performance for Hassan, and we told him, no, these got to be real stupid shit that Hassan said. Yeah.
Right. Ronaldo Zero's here for $5 says, for escalation naysayers, law enforcement have a continuum of force escalation scale when arresting or stopping people. They use one level of force higher than the perp. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we've talked about that before. They're always going to be on one level higher than the person. That is true.
AI Hassan brawling with cops. That would be funny.
That would be funny. Yeah, you should listen.
Hassan shocking his dog would be good too.
You put Adam. I'm telling you, man.
Throw
You put
that
this.
in there.
You put this through the little AI filter. You get some AI shocking dogs, AI brawling with cops video of Hassan. This is gonna be like a banger. Okay, it's gonna be
Yeah.
1 million views. You throw it out there.
Oh, that'd be cool. Well, look,
Yep.
this thing I don't even think got 20,000 views.
It
so
didn't. Yeah,
it's kind of
it's a good song. It's a good
It's
song.
great. And
Yeah.
it was a lot of fun doing. We paid Enlightened Centrist to do it, so he made some money and it was fun.
People are thirsty. The Hassan dog shock song went so viral. People were thirsty for the next Hassan song.
I know. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He captured a moment though. That was like everyone felt Hassan's end was near.
Yeah.
They really wanted to step in there and capitalize on it.
Yes. True. Anyways,
That's it.
that's it.
Let's listen to a little more craziness before we go.
Every day I get closer and closer to a Chinese-style authoritarian grip on what the press can and can't say. Maybe we should jail fucking pundits. Of course, in a situation like the United States of America, the first pundit that was going to jail would be me. I think.
That's unbelievable to me. Online leftists are fucking stupid. Dumb fuck, subhuman,
You're fucking
degenerate.
retarded. So there is no way I can argue with you on this issue. I'm done. Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he decided to invade Austria. He was bad because he was fucking killing Jews. I think.
I just want to say,
What's up with the I think?
That might have been an edit. I don't remember.
No, that's in there. That's totally in there.
Okay.
I think.
I think. I don't know. I don't remember the context of that one. Been a
This
while.
was before October 7th. So this was, I mean, there's got to be a million other crazy
That's true.
things you could add to this, but now.
Oh,
so
of course. Yeah, this is all before October 7th. You're right.
It's got to be out. Now he's full on anti-Jew, anti-Semite.
He's
Hassan
pro
has gone-
Hamas.
Yeah, Hassan has gone full mask off.
Yes.
All these things he said are innocent by comparison. This song needs an update.
Now, I like, you can tell that obviously Adam did the visuals because they're all just attractive women dancing.
These are attractive women.
Sure. You don't
Come
think so?
on. I mean, it's pretty cool.
Okay.
We got some animation.
that's why
Yeah.
he's so tall, you know?
Fuck your mom, okay? Fuck your mom. First man was a fucking mistake.
Look at that. Beautiful.
It is beautiful. All right. Great stream. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for your generous
Fondue for
super chats.
$10. We have one more sneak in. Interesting to me that people do not respect police as servants to society. I take for granted that I try to be nice to drive-through workers or janitors because it's a thankless job. Not very pro-worker to call the police evil, in my opinion. Yeah,
So
that's true.
true.
It's because the police have a level of authority over you. So people, obviously, the fast food worker has zero authority over you. So people perceive it a little bit differently.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a good point. All
Anyways,
right.
thank you
Yeah.
all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Hutch, for coming on. It was an interesting conversation. And we're talking to
Wick on Wednesday.
Thursday. This
Or,
Thursday.
yeah, Thursday. What am I saying?
You
Wednesday.
said Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Wednesday. Thursday.
Right.
All right.
Thursday.
Take care, everyone. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.